and higher level of consistency without working more. So, yeah. Hopefully that all made sense. Did that make sense? If it made sense, we'll dive into the game now.
I never know what to put.
Oops. I accidentally cut that off. I'm very sorry. Let me see if I can rerun that. Although you say you never know what to put there, so there is that. Hey, chat, can I get a round of beers for Dost Thou Hoist? There we go.
I never know what to put on these things. Here's to another year.
Appreciate it. Thanks for the here's to another year. Thank you very much for the 3rd month with Prime. All right. And also thank you to the 200 of you tuned in here on Twitch and to the 71 on YouTube. If you're watching on YouTube, don't forget to leave a like on the stream. That is what makes the YouTube machine go burr. If you like the channel and you like the things that we do here and the way that I do it, this is a crowdfunded channel. I'm able to run this fortress and stream the way that I do because people throw Prime subs and resubs and bits at me, and YouTube memberships, of course. That allows me to do this without, constant corporate marketing spiels being chucked at your face. So if you like the things that I do here and you happen to have a Prime subscription, do think about me. But we've already dug into hell. We've defeated hell. We've got a water supply in hell. We've technically got farming in hell. I've got mist generators in hell and a barrel of dwarven alcohol stuck in a wall. I'm not sure how that happened, but we'll have to fix that. Seems like somebody tantrumed and is going to get exiled because of it. This is the Fortress of Wavepool. And this is the Tavern of the Mountainous Sugar. A tavern which resides in hell. That's this tavern. It is defended by these bolt throwers, which are periodically swapped from siege operator to siege operator. We've got a mist generator in hell. I'm slowly digging through this areas here. This needs to be blocked off, actually, now that I'm looking at it. This is going to become a, little well reservoir sooner than later, most likely. But generally, there's also a little bit of lava right there because we spilled some lava in. It's fine, though, as far as I can tell. There's also lava that ended up down in here that wasn't supposed to be there, but, it is what it is. As far as around this, we have these. These are little walls that we are beginning and little walkways that go from area to area. We're going to start walling off my portions of hell down in here. Of course, we've still got areas that are, build underway. We're making most of this out of andesite. So I'm just going to chuck some andesite into here. And these are going to work their way all the way up to the top of the wall. We're going to go here and all the way across here as well. It's going to take a while, but that is one of the main projects for today. Of course, there are these things called white brutes, which periodically assault the fortress. I would like to move the defenses to right here, with this being the main mode of entry, or alternatively up on top of this, so they can shoot down and just kill anything that tries to come through. This is the fortress we have built. This is our current home. We do periodically get attacked by big waves of these brutes that can fly, but thankfully they're made of snow. There's other ones that attack us that are made of steam. The truly terrifying ones that lived out here are these guys. These are some of them. These are chameleons twisted into humanoid form. They have a poison bite. Those are quite threatening, but thankfully, again, they stay pretty far away generally. We also get attacked by these creatures that are like hyenas that breathe fire, and they're gigantic. Those are also pretty fucking mean. So we do our damnedest to avoid them. Is honestly the strat, is just try and stay away from them. I should probably move my military up to here, actually, because they'll have much less chance of getting murked than they would down here, which is currently every single one of those. So let's actually just move you up to here. And yeah, I think that's pretty much it. Also, this is a weird thing that just happens. The pieces of Forgotten Beasts, when I reload this map, go from being body parts to being water as soon as I unpause, and then the dwarves just clean it up, which is really weird, because they don't really do that off the bat initially. It's odd, but I'm not going to hate it. The living dwarves in the fort currently are Hammerhead, who is one of the starting 7. We also have Flicker and Laya, as well as Salicon and Gunmetal Unicorn. We have Cucumber, which I only just realized is a cucumber joke. We've got Mac, who's still alive and with us. We've got Gigmoth and Aegis, the bookkeeper's pissed. We've got 409 and Timmy, as well as Nortram. We've got Smurf Operator. We've got Rook and Alf, the Duke of Wavepool. We've also got Riddle, and we also just got some recent arrivals, so we're going to have to check those. So we got Riddle, Krampus Jr., Schrubbert, Blue Ice, and Frosty Noodle. We've also got Judge, Elfie Bean, Zephyr Cloud, and Elray 7. Lord JJ, who needs a break because he's pissed. She's pissed. Christopher, Fanzol, Tackler, as well as a bunch of new peasants that have just recently arrived. We've got Sisquo, we've got Dwarf Poles, and Literan. That is the fort currently. So currently, as I've said, we have it successfully invaded Hell. And the plan for the most part... Do we have a strange mood happening right now? No. And the plan for the most part right now is slowly moving chunks of the industry underground, slowly moving temples and things, and maybe at the very least the more important bedrooms down into Hell, trying to move some of this stuff closer to Hell. And yeah. That's the fortress as it sits currently. As far as Gigmoth goes, yeah. You're still here. You're currently storing some clothing in a bin. Putting it away. Getting rid of it all. But, yeah. Hey, fam. What's up? Are there any known glitches with burrows this patch? This patch? No. Became unstable. If your game is unstable, you should report bugs to developers and ask them, because I'm not going to be able to tell you, because I don't know. That's not my job. So if there are any known bugs, this is not the place to ask. Go to the KitFox Discord and ask them, because they will give you more accurate responses and also may be able to fix problems that you're having if you're having problems. Dealer's choice, you have no preference. Any beard preference? It appears that somebody died to chameleon demons. Let me just fend this off. We've got Kosoth, who's running underground. I need to get my expert Marks dwarves into here. I've immediately got dwarves that are bleeding profusely. Watch the fort just end here. I'm seeing one of them falling pretty quickly. Because I do still have more soldiers here. There's 2 dead dwarves outside and 2 dead dwarves in here. But, oof. Wouldn't it be great if the fortress just falls, like, right now? Okay, that's 2 down. Huh. Okay, so 409 is down. Tackler's down, as far as named dwarves go. Okay, we're going to lose at least 1 more dwarf, I think. Maybe not. Okay, so there's one all the way the hell over there. Doesn't seem to be too interested in leaving. I'm just going to pop back up onto here and reactivate these 2. Oh boy, well, that was tough. The question is, do I have enough tombs? That is the question. I think the answer is no. I do not. So I was putting additional tombs in right here. Yeah, I'm going to need more. We're definitely going to need more. I will name that dwarf. Just let me do some of this first, please and thank you. My voice and cheese balls are the only thing. I mean, that's... you know, often would people tell me like, oh, you know, so-and-so's in the hospital with whatever or another. I never really know how to respond. It's like, well, hopefully everything ends okay. It's always not fun. All right, let's just do that. Maybe this as well. Maybe that as well to help them dig that quicker. Yeah, what a way to start indeed. Although I will say that is kind of par for the course of playing in hell. Like, once, like, not until I get this whole thing sealed off are we going to be even remotely safe. Also, one of my Spearmasters has been missing for a week. Many things could have happened to that dwarf. What was your name? Daughter is just upset. Yeah, that's fair. I mean, I don't blame her. Okay, let's just fly back up to here. So Pseudolek wanted dealer's choice, no preference. Okay, so you do have a preference. You wanted a beard. You can have... Who's about a thresher? You are married to Rook, and he takes no pleasure in his talents and appearance. He is extremely confident in himself in situations requiring his skills. He is moved by curiosity and often finds himself changing his mind to agree with somebody else. He generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity, and he is slow to anger. He is stubborn and tends to not reveal personal information. He is often nervous and has a greedy streak. He becomes very focused during conversations when he's angry. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and does not really mind being outdoors, at least for a time. Doesn't really care about anything anymore. He personally thinks that the pursuit of skills of warfare and fighting is a low pursuit indeed, and sees life as unfair and doesn't mind it that way, and dreams of raising a family, and this dream was realized. He likes kelonite, nickel, and black opal, as well as the color carmine, short swords and shields, and figurines and geese for their formation flying, and char for their coloration, and the words of the crystal of canyons, and the sound of the heliotrope of embrace, and the sight of the beloved lutes, and when possible prefers to consume toad and swamp whiskey, and absolutely hates oysters. Ghosty, yes, your dwarf did perish in the last fort stream. I mean, for similar reasons to this, we just went from 180 to 163 dwarves in the first week of the game being unpaused. He has a broad body made broader still by no shortage of surrounding lard. And he has no friends outside of his immediate family, but seems to be quite happy. Yeah, it's going to be tough to keep this fort afloat, because building any kind of structures in hell is always going to be a slog is not the word I would use, but it's going to be a slow process. It's going to require a lot of keeping pretty close track of where the baddies are. And of course, on top of that, it's going to require close monitoring of hell. I like how I had 2 separate dwarves named Servesh missing for a week in the span of 90 seconds. Yeah, there's 2 separate dwarves named Servesh that are missing. I'm sure that she will cry out from the afterlife when the clothing that she created and armor that she created decays. Yeah. Although somehow, against all odds, Mac is still alive. He survived quite some time. Quite some time. This may actually be all of the tombs that I'm capable of making. I may have to order more. The biggest irony is that your mom claimed that you have an allergy to Bactrim, which was the most effective against your most recent strain, and she was wrong. Hey, this is all pretty beyond me. My voice is pretty nasal and it's annoying. Well, then go watch somebody else, thanks. Have a nice weekend. Or week, I guess. It's not the weekend. My brain was just about to ask, what your weekend was like, chat. As I, put this away. Not really. I'm just kind of trying to build a fort in hell. I mean, I could attack things. It really depends. I don't know. It depends on what chat's interest is. If chat keeps, up with interest in this particular fort, then we will keep playing this fort. If I lose interest or if chat loses interest, then we'll build a new fort. I'm pretty open to whatever. Or if it falls, which I think would be the ideal. But if it falls, I want it to fall dramatically. I mean, we could always invade the goblins. That is something that we still haven't done yet in this fort, so. I mean, if somebody doesn't like my voice, then that's why there's many people who stream this game. Might I recommend Smitchell? Schmitchell? What the fuck am I saying? Might I recommend Smitchell as somebody else that you could go watch that isn't me? Also, Laya has been missing for a week. We just lost another dwarf. which is actually a damn shame because Laya was a great stonecutter. Yeah, and in the future, like, I don't need you to share that you don't like my voice. Although, what's funny is, like, you are an individual who just tunes in every so often and does your damnedest to, like, be mean to me. So, thanks for being previously subbed in the past, because that money goes a long way to keep this channel funded. But, I don't know. I hope you get a hobby at some point in your life. Because it seems like you need one. Going around and just saying mean things to a person that you don't know on the internet is a strange occupation to take up. Well, I mean, hey, if this is what gets them through their day and it's the only thing that gives them meaning and purpose in life, then more power to them. But I do genuinely think it's kind of sad. Okay, so that gives us 30 tombs. And leaves us with some empties, which is what we need. Boy, oh boy. It's going to be a busy week. Huh? What? No, I'm pitying you. Truly. We could be friends, but you have something against me, and I guess we won't be able to be friends. It's truly sad. It really is. I mean, every single interaction I've had with you the last few times you've tuned in has started off with you just insulting me unprompted. Like, truthfully, like, I genuinely wish that you could just either leave me alone or just be a normal member of this community. If I wanted to trash you, I would insult you or ban you, but it's unfortunate. Tesswolf, thank you very much for the 5-pack. It's very kind. Thanks for helping keep the channel funded. And allow me to continue spreading my annoying voice. Oh, that's fine. Reaper of Bunnies. It's hardly like it's, you know, a day-ruining thing, even. It's mostly just kind of sad. Like, genuinely, that's all it really is to me. What's up, Agua Moose? Sure, ask a DF question. You know, I don't often do this, but I need to highlight how stupid this is. I don't like to ban people from this community. I don't like to publicly shame people from this community. But Lurky99, poor little blind. Feel good to trash random people? You deserve insults because of your face, and voice sounds like a dwarf holding his nose. The last time you were here. Remember some earlier convos you said that you are successful, so that is there some reason people don't like you? I think that you speak for yourself. You don't think that the reason could be something else? You're kind of rude towards people who disagree with you. It would be nice if we could just be friends. Time before that, no digging sounds pretty boring, IMO. And I was like, well, I'm enjoying it. Why don't you go watch something else until this challenge is complete? And then they said you can't take criticism. It's like, that's not criticism, it's just an opinion. Eventually timed you out because you were upsetting. Goodbye. Nice knowing you. Please never come back. Like, genuinely, like, just go do anything else with your life. Get a hobby. Go outside. Go hurt your foot on a bicycle. Just please. Just please. Like, if you hate me, cool. Go point your hate boner at something of value. Not me. So we all know that I ain't worth shit. I'm just a piece of shit who exists on the internet for your entertainment. And if you don't like it, go watch somebody else. And if you hate me enough to tell me that you hate me every time you see me, go away. Thank you. That's all. I mean, Goblin Invasion has always been on the cards. The only real caveat to that right now is I need to keep the fortress stable in order to be able to do that, right? This dwarf is a bit too debilitated to be doing any hauling of this type. I mean, you don't have to do anything. Snoop at you, but thanks for 10 bucks.
Snoop at you cheered. X1000. Bye, Felicia.
The worst part about that is the self-importance of a person feeling that I do that because I like it. It sucks having to do that. It's the worst part of this job. It's like, don't be a dick about the things you don't like, and if the things you don't like is a person, just leave that person alone. All right, I need to assign a new manager because my last one died. Give it to Aegis for the time being. Aegis is pissed, but has all the shops and offices assigned already. I'll be honest with you, I don't know what Miss Rachel sounds like. I know what she looks like because I've seen memes, but... Because they want your reaction? I'm not talking to them, though. Like, if they're, like, getting off to this, then cool. Doesn't really matter to me. It just makes me hope that the rest of you are capable of doing better, you know? I mean, when did I say it's not okay? Just don't tell me about it, Sapphic. Thanks for the 2 for YouTube chat. Appreciate the super chat. So many coffins. Oh my god, this is only one of the several layers of coffins. What's even better is all these empty ones have dwarves assigned to them. We just lost the bodies. Like, those are dwarves that burned to death. Mostly. Mostly, he says. Mostly. I have nothing to say in response to that, Patty. Assign him a coffin? I'm going with the assign him a coffin instead of talk like Miss Rachel thing. Isn't that kind of like the equivalent of talking like Mr. Rogers? Like, quite literally. Why not both? Uh-huh. I'm disturbed by this whole concept. I would just like you to know. I've got 46 adamantine. Holy heck, hot damn. In that sing-song childcare voice, that would be like me, like, finishing stream and then just randomly thanking somebody for a subscription in public. Wagani Uwu, thank you very much for the Prime. Appreciate you. I want to say this is where I should build a turret to defend the fort. Because there will be more bodies to complete this. Hopefully just dwarves and not in chat. Because the next thing we got to do is this. And then we'll go from here to there. And then we'll keep building up. We're also going to go all the way across here. All the way across to there. We can build a wall piece along here. This one is going to be a pain to build. This one's going to be a pain to build. This one can be worked on. That'll then level us up to on top here so I can start using bridges. Might as well also start building a bridge along the top of here. That is suspended, so I'll unsuspend that. All right. And I will pause the game until the ads are done. Well, I will say that it's only 90 seconds of ads every 30 minutes, which is 1/15 what you'll see during a football game. Which is the minimum number of hours that I can have, or the minimum number of ads, not hours, ads that I can run and still get raid protection, so that if somebody raids me, then they don't get pre-rolls. A very extended conversation about food in the early hours, and all kinds of things got talked about. You even showed that picture of a plate of stew you took back in 2021. Yeah, it's always fun looking back at old photos. It's something that I used to do a lot more that I feel like I should do more of now, but... Okay, that's not accessible. That's weird. Because I have a lot more andesite than that, don't I? Oh, maybe I don't. Well. Rock blocks. Let's see what we got. Just trying to keep the walls color coordinated. Got lost in chat? You're wondering what the relation is exactly between hardware and embark lag? Your mileage may vary. I don't talk about scale lag. The bigger your embark, the more hitching you're going to get and the longer it'll take to load and save things. I do not give people advice on like how to make their game run better because I don't know anymore. I used to pretend that I knew and I just don't anymore. I'm also going to move my military out here. Just station them there. Because this is not acceptable. We just lost 3 more dwarves. In rapid succession. So somebody died in there. But, I mean, if you embark with 5x5 or 6x6 and have no issues, then more power to you. I mean, the reason I don't give like specific advice on frame rate anymore is because I've just like decided that it is so specific to the fort that you're playing and the computer that you have that just keep your population below like 250 and settle on as big of a map as you're willing to watch it lag. And don't go bigger than that. That is the only advice I give people now. And that will be the only advice I give people more or less going forward, I think. Because like I don't see the benefit in me telling you, yeah, I mean, you could play with that. Because like, yeah, I mean, you could. But I can't guarantee that it'll run well. And because I can't guarantee it'll run well, I don't bother giving people advice on how to make it run better. Because it might not. And do I know direct correlation? Nope. All I know is my own personal experience, and I've had people tell me that that directly contradicts their experience, and I've had people say and things and show forts that directly contradict my experience of how well a fort runs. So, no idea. Did the stream die or did your internet die? I don't think the stream died. I mean, that's one of the things that TikTok is good for, Jess. I mean, generally, like, if your fort's running bad, make a smaller fort. If your fort's running bad, go back to a save file before it started running bad and see if it runs bad again. If your fort's running bad, lower your population counts or slaughter some animals. There's always ways to, like, improve the frame rate. The biggest difference that I notice with bigger embarks is when creatures wander onto the map, there's a hitch more frequently. An armor has been possessed. And on, like, what's the word? On bigger maps, it tends to take longer to save. But those are the only consistent things that I've noticed in the time that I've played. Oops, you're not supposed to be stationed, you're supposed to be training. Cheers, Mark. Also, I saw what you did over the weekend. Thank you. Okay, let's see what you go get. Adamantine wafers, of course. Yeah, I mean, if you do pocket or small worlds, like, because world gen moves forwards a little bit when the game saves, so the bigger the world, the longer it'll take to save and load. I know some people are like, oh, don't compress your saves. It's like, well, I don't, but... I've had worlds that take like upwards of 2 minutes to save before. It's not the norm, but I've had it happen. Because of how much they breed. Have you noticed dwarves getting tired after eating the same food? Or like they could use a good meal kind of thing? Because if you just have the same food ingredients for everything, they eventually get annoyed with you. Tetrahedrite. Got 54 adamantine wafers. This is not a lot of soldiers. I need to trade up my squads a little bit. Looks like Greaves or something that we're short on. Nope, never mind. Not short on. Could use some more adamantine breastplates, though. The tough thing about this is the dwarves that get thrown in here. I'm like not going through to see if they're actually good at combat. Once they're... Oopsies. Are you guys using the wrong uniform? Oh, you are using the interesting uniform. Let's go to the normal metal armor so that they can wear clothing. But that shows me what we need now. So adamantine greaves and adamantine helms are the two things I'm going to prioritize. And let's also do gauntlets. What's up, Bismuth? Literally half of your livestock died because of a deadly dust from a forgotten beast, and it was killed by a giant wolf because I don't think corpses being covered in pus is normal. Oh, it definitely was giving them infections of some sort, yeah. The Glittery Suitors is a participation dance originating in the magical saber. The form guides dancers during improvised performances. The dance is accompanied by any composition of the heliotrope embrace, and the dancers perform in a double circle, moving to the music. You remembered you had signal and could listen in? Cheers, mate. Appreciate it. A beer cheese soup with mushrooms. To me, that just kind of sounds like a French onion soup with some extra steps. Or like a French onion soup with beer in it instead of wine. And obviously mushrooms. But yeah, that just sounds like a French onion soup. I'm up for it. I don't know if I would go for cat tallow specifically. I feel like I would go for a different kind of tallow if I was in a fort. But cats would be made into soap, obviously. Smaller quantities, you know, it works that way. Okay, so you need to get Unforbidden. Let's actually go up to wherever I put that lever. This lever. Although I kind of screwed this a little bit now that I'm looking at it. Came running up to the laptop. Did he understand that? He may have heard the word cat if you have like your audio in like on. Could have very well been that. Cats like know what the word cat is usually, I find. Saigon has created a adamantine mill shirt and offers it to the magical jaw of sharks. This adamantine mail shirt is called Shastatorad. This is an adamantine mail shirt. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is decorated with pigtail and encircled with bands of round tetrahedrite cabochons. This object is adorned with hanging rings of tetrahedrite, menaces with spikes of adamantine and citrine in tower cap. On the item is an image of single-cut gems in cassiterite. On the item is an image of single-grain wheat in tower cap. Somewhere very deep in my phone, Shane O'Neill, I have a video of my ex-girlfriend's cat like playing with Han Solo's nose, just like following him around. I think it was episode 5 that we were watching, and just like batting at him. Like whenever he'd come on screen, just like run over to the screen, like bat at him specifically. It was very funny. Cats are weird. How do you just discover a type of cheese like that? I guess maybe just like not having it available, but as long as I've had money to spend on myself, I've been like, walk into grocery store, where's the nearest cheese counter? Must go to cheese counter. And try everything on the cheese counter. Oh my god. Oh, never mind. This is the human counselor. Okay. I was like, how did it take so long to meet with the dwarven diplomat? No, that wasn't the dwarven diplomat. It was the human diplomat. That makes a lot more sense. Let's just go to pets real quick here. Speaking of animals breeding really quickly, got a bunch of animals I got to eat. We'll have plenty of puppies where those came from. I'm just slaughtering the stuff that we're not like, oopsies, can keep you. That's fine. Slaughtering the stuff that we're not prioritizing as creatures to keep for this particular fortress. Dog soup or dog soap? Mm-hmm. What does the Baron want? Gloves. Oh, right, yeah, because I got rid of the cloth industry. Let me just look up cloth. What are we... Because I did a big reset on the clothing industry last stream of this for it. Okay, so cloth is what I'm going to make the majority of these out of. So let's say cloth, glove. I'm also just going to go to Mac, who's been here for a while, and just see what are you wearing, because you'll be a good indicator. Okay, so we've got gloves, socks, shoes, brays, shirt, cloak, toga. I'm just going to screenshot this and literally just go through the list. I don't know how many of you guys do that, but I find that to be super helpful. Just be like, all right, I'm just going to screenshot this and then just go down the list. Cloth shoe. Cloth brace. Cloth shirt. Cloth toga. Let's also grab dresses. Okay, so these I'm just going to do 150. And I'm just going to do 150. No, not 1,500. That's a bit much. 150 annually. If I forget one, then it won't be queued up again. Done. Is it worth building regular dwarves' expensive bedrooms? Do they get better thoughts? Yes. Is there a limit to happiness? I like making them bigger bedrooms because if a dwarf lives for a really long time, they will eventually fill up their clothing containers. Like this. Like this one's full. So if you make them bigger bedrooms, it's easier to give them more clothing containers. But yes, they do get better thoughts all the way up to royal bedrooms. Obviously, there's going to be an upper limit, but they do get happier thoughts. Uh-oh. It's Chameleon Demon who's fighting. Where, though? May already be dead. Looks like it didn't even make it into the fort. That's what we want to see. We want to see them walk towards the wall and then just get shot, which appears to be what happened. Excellent. Resounding success, chat. We did it. I mean, chat helped. But congratulations. That's not the piece that I used. I wanted andesite. Are we talking about, like, dwarf emotions in regards to bliss? Is blissful is a pretty good emotion. That is definitely one that you would like to see your dwarves having. Although, as far as I know, isn't joy, like, a better emotion for dwarves to feel? I mean, I could be wrong, but I think that joy is above bliss. Okay, we're going to get these dwarves all happied up. And by happied up, I mean give them better gear. I'm also going to make a set of greaves and a set of gauntlets out of steel. Because I do have some steel lying around as well. Just 10 of each, nothing fancy. Just so that we can fill out the last of these, you know, armor supplies. Because there will be extras. But yeah, blissful when sleeping in a royal... I wouldn't say that royal bedrooms are necessary for all your dwarves, though. Like, there's an argument to be made for, like, why it can be worth it, but I don't personally think it's entirely worth it. Let's actually just pause this until the soldiers get here. Just trying to send these squads up here so that in case there is something evil down in here, once I'm done clearing out this obsidian, we'll be able to just bring in more dwarves, and that's kind of what I want to do. Okay, so there's the soldiers. Let's dig through here. Just in case there's something evil here. Small and smooth bedrooms? Sure. I think, like... Oh, I see what you mean. Like, blissful is the highest tier emotion they can get from a bedroom. I mean, maybe. Certainly that's possible. I mean, for me, it's more of an organizational space thing. I give them bigger bedrooms because it allows me to, like I said, give them more furniture if they've been here for a long time. It also, like... lets you cover your bases if you give them higher value bedrooms by default, like then if you appoint a captain of the guard or something. Oh, shit. If you appoint a captain of the guard or something, that's Aitun An Aiden? Ugh. If you appoint a captain of the guard and you already have like high enough tier bedrooms for a captain of the guard to be satisfied, to me that's just like kind of a massive benefit in and of itself. So I kind of prioritize that for that reason, because I'm like, well, I'd rather just have a satisfied captain of the guard immediately than have to like then go make their bedroom nicer. But you do you. Yeah, I was just misunderstanding where the blissful was coming from in that conversation. Also, Alf, I will let you know that your dwarf is still alive and with us, in case you were wondering. Okay, let's get that dug out. And then I can more or less just mine out this whole layer, I think. So once you're done mining that out, you'll go down into here. We can get these gems out of here and then those out of there. Get those out of there. I can send these two back to training. So chat room, I've done a lot of babbling. My whole vibe was thrown off a couple minutes ago for reasons that you might know if you were here when that happened. So what do you guys do this weekend? How was your holidays? I know there's a lot of you I haven't spoken with since the holidays happened. I got new towels, which was really nice. And then I hurt my foot. That was kind of that was my holiday. I got to have dinner with my parents, which was also really nice. My dad gave me a weirdly heartwarming gift, which was like one of those Royal Canadian Mint silver dollars. But alongside of it, he also attached a very nice apology letter for thinking that this job wasn't something that existed, which honestly, fair enough. I wouldn't necessarily have disagreed at all points in my life, but got hair curlers? Hell yeah. Which you can sleep in? Hell yeah. You can be like a 1950s cartoon character. Hair curlers that you can sleep in. That's like a trope that like my brain thinks about a lot for some reason. Yeah, discounted license for Reaper. I remember trying to use Reaper once and then just going, eh. But I love the fact that Reaper is the guy that made, or the same people who made Winamp. That's my favorite part of Reaper. And my favorite factoid about Reaper is that it's the Winamp people. Still at it, man. All these years later. Did you not have a dwarf already? I'd swear that you had a dwarf. Okay, so wait, hold up. There was definitely a zombie in here. I guess your dwarf died. Elray the second it is. Do you have preference of task, or is it just beard? Is there demons over here? Not that I'm seeing. I need to extend this out to there. Bring all these dwarves inside. Ah, it was an Embers monster, one of those ash creatures. I don't know why that one keeps getting forbidden. I'll replace the andesite with a different piece, maybe. Just beard? Okay. Elray the second always acts with mercy and compassion at the forefront of his considerations. He very easily falls in love and develops positive feelings. He is very comfortable around others that are different from himself. He is very polite and observes appropriate rules of decorum when possible. And he is slow to trust others and is often nervous and doesn't cling tightly to ideas and is open to changing his mind. He has a sense of duty and is quick to anger. He has little interest in joking around and often is cheerful. He can handle stress and is not particularly interested in what others think of him. He tends to be passive in discussions and has a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions over practical applications. He is grateful when others help him out, and he tries to return favors. And needs alcohol to get through the working day. He definitely has a sense of duty. Absolutely. And yes, I said duty. He dreams of mastering a skill and personally believes that those who sacrifice for others should be deeply respected, and sees competition as reasonably important, and finds eloquence and artful speech off-putting, and values tranquility and a peaceful day, and doesn't particularly respect commerce. Keep going back and forth on how I feel like I should set up my military in here. I'm going to go back to this fourth. There's also a dead dwarf over here on this side. Got an immersion blender with a milk frother. We're about to get hit by ads. I'll pause the game when the ads hit. The milk frother and a whisk attachment, as well as a cookbook of sauces. Ooh. Sauces cookbook sounds intriguing. I like how El Rey, I don't know if you did that intentionally, but I was like, didn't you have a dwarf? Anyways, because you did have a dwarf. They died literally seconds before you redeemed that. Did you do that intentionally, or were you just under the assumption that you were dead? Because I was convinced that you still had a dwarf and was quite perplexed when I saw that you weren't listed. A+ on timing, I guess. Slow cookers are OP. Yeah, I mean, I live in the realm of limited kitchen appliance space, and I will pretty much live in that realm until I move beyond having an apartment, but I don't see myself moving beyond having an apartment anytime soon, so. Good fucking God, man. Did they all just go fall into there? They must have. They must have. There's like no fucking way in hell that they didn't. Gotta love dwarves unexisting themselves as well as their adamantine armor. What are those purple tiles? They only exist in hell. And they are basically unexistium. If you step into them, it's like getting hit with a drawbridge. They just remove you from living existence when you step in them.
This month really went by quickly.
Did it?
I just resubbed Crypt L Cryptar.
I don't know why the audio is peaking a little bit for resubs. It's bothering me a wee bit, but I'm not sure what I can do about it. So, apologies. There, it's the primordial atom smasher. Sure, yeah. That's a way that you could put it. I'm trying to decide if I should put a drawbridge across this. I'm kind of thinking I should. And just leave it shut most of the time. Oh, Getting a hitch. Are there demons wandering onto the map? Mm-hmm. Looks like it. Got blue-gray fiends and white brutes. The white brutes are all the way over here. Ah, that's not helping. These white brutes are composed of snow and have a gaunt appearance. Let's see if I can save this dwarf. Two dwarves, actually. Arush has been found dead. Two more dwarves were found dead. Got another dwarf that's dead. Oh boy. There you go, finally. You down here are winded and are about to die. Too many of my military are green right now. They can't handle these fights. What I would give for an army of skilled soldiers. Down here we got a blue-gray fiend, which has deadly dust and is a towering, scaly fox. I can't do that. That's too tough. Too tough. Too tough. Too tough. Too tough. We got a ghost who's risen. That's not what I wanted to do. Losing a lot of dwarves. We're building a fortress in hell. It's kind of hard to not lose dwarves while also building a fortress in hell. It's like you kind of get one with the other, you know? Like there isn't going to be a smooth sailing option for this. And if I lose all of my military, we may have to turtle, which I don't really want to do, but... there isn't going to be a smooth or easy way to complete this task. It'll get smoother once we've completed it, but completing it is going to be hard. I mean, currently in the military, how many soldiers do I even have? Like none, basically. Like there's this guy who's about to cause some actual living hell for us. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. Here's what we're gonna do. We're just gonna deal with it for the moment. And I'm going to go right up here and build more bolt throwers. I require empty bins, apparently.
Don't mind me. Just getting a refill crypt arrive.
Not minding. Carry on. I'm also going to go down here and just start placing ballista. Those are the only other thing I can really think of that I could easily put together for the moment. But that's way too high up. But thanks for sticking around and for grabbing that refill. Means a lot, mate. I kind of don't, because adventure mode moves so fucking slow. Keller Max. At least not the way it currently works. I know that like cross mode play is something that Tarn has talked about in multiple occasions. I personally don't see that as super valuable, at least for the moment. Mostly due to the fact that... Did I not connect? Oh, come on. Mostly due to the fact that it would just require so much time to properly complete any like meaningful tasks in that mode. It would need to be a pretty different adventure mode and not necessarily the one that we play all the time. Ah, that's where it's coming in. So I need this to be built. Let's just keep an eye on this guy. Like Dungeon Keeper? Sure. I'm very mixed on all that stuff. Like, I have a hard time imagining what the game would look like with... I have a hard time imagining what the game would look like. Oh, we're getting a full-on incursion now. In a world where you could, you know, just take control over any dwarf at any point. Do I not have these operating? Oh, come on. I thought I did. One of them is, he's out of ammo. It's like, not to say that it's not possible. It's certainly possible. You're dead, dwarf. There's no way that you are surviving this. Not to say that, like, it wouldn't be possible, but it would require a lot of changes to the point where I have a hard time imagining what it would look like at the moment. I would still like to play that game, though. But at the moment, I think it would just run so slowly that people would do it once and then never again. Because, like, adventure mode is a very high source of lag. These things can fly, by the way. Like, if you look at how well most people's forts run in adventure mode, and then imagining swapping to that from fortress mode, I feel like... Oh, El Rey's dead. I feel like that wouldn't be a fun mode of play. Okay, so the creature's dead, I think. Yes, it must have fallen in because there was this dwarf, and then you shot it in the head. Ah, yep. And then its body fell into the pits. Let's get these dwarves back to training, because fucking hell, they need it. Moods be damned, we gotta get these walls done. There he goes. You literally lost 2 dwarves in under 30 minutes. So, maybe you had it coming, I don't know. Maybe you had it coming. Should have let the sleeping dwarf rest. Okay. Cursed by Armok? Something like that. Yeah, that's for sure. Let's actually get rid of... that. Install these as walls. Go up to there. Then we'll put a bridge in. I'm going to raise it immediately. Yep, but yeah, there isn't going to be a way through this without having a lot of casualties. And, you know, this might sound hard to believe, but we are exceptionally lucky with how weak these demons are. We could have gotten, like, slammed by significantly stronger demons. So we are very, very fortunate that they are as weak as they are. I think it's just because, like, if you have realistic AI population models and not just entirely scripted things, it's just difficult to render that. Like, it calls for a lot of CPU. I think, like, that's the main thing, is it actually is just an expensive compute. Uh-oh. Well, that fucking sucks. Sorry. Speaking of things that fucking suck, there's agitated giant monarch butterflies up here. Thankfully, those die pretty easily. So the recent recruits should just be able to fend them off. It's a trial by butterfly, I guess. What has Will Wright been up to? Wasn't he, like, doing that, like, extremely experimental, like, designing actual rockets in real life thing? Or am I going crazy? I might just be misremembering, but I'd swear that he was doing something with, like, actual engineering. Or, like, making toys or something. I don't know. I remember reading about what Will Wright was up to not super long ago, but also, like, not recently enough that it's, like, at the front of mind. In a video game context, nothing. Like, what has Will Wright been up to in regards to video games? Not much. Getting royalty checks, I would say. Okay, so let's check something real quick here. Let's just allow these dwarves to go bury these guys. Let's allow them to go bury these. And also rescue this seriously injured dwarf. Trust me, you're in good company, Jamie. You know, like, when something that I think that's really funny about my chat specifically is when people get nostalgic about something like, you know, Will Wright or, you know, anything from, like, that era of PC games, and then always say, oh, I'm aging myself here. It's like, trust me, that's the average. Based on, like, my viewership statistics, like, you are squarely in the standard age category for this chat. Did I not queue up more coffins? I guess I didn't. I'm also going to go into here and just pause tasks that are not mission critical at the moment. I'm actually going to keep making all the clothing, keep making those. Okay, I was going to be like, I'm going to pause things that aren't mission critical. I have everything as mission critical at the moment. Turns out. Turns out! Although I will take these dwarves off that because they'll just go back to them in a sec. And you are building a memorial that I need to get constructed. Why did it end up all the way out here? The fuck? There's also the other thing where, like, a lot of really long-time game developers... I completely missed these, by the way, but Kaderanos, thank you very much for the 17 months, and Canadian Pagan, thank you very much for the 11 months. Completely spaced on those because there was a lot going on. But I think it also, like, just kind of says how long it takes to make games. You know, like, for a while there, like, we were used to a lot of those developers and personalities, I guess, in the industry releasing kind of a lot of games in a relatively short period of time. And that's just no longer a thing, right? Like we're not going to get a world again where Will Wright releases 10 games in 12 years. Like, that's just not going to happen again. And so, like, you know, Sid Meier is still just plugging away at Civ. Like, a lot of those people have, like, soft retired or mostly retired at this point as well. That's another thing. But between, like, retirements and then just, like, you know, for all intents and purpose. I got 90 iron bars. I'm going to make, like, 30 iron, 12 iron, 10 iron coffins just to catch up a bit. Near those scary zones? I mean, they're not comfortable, but I'm forcing them to be because they have to be. It's either that or the fortress falls over. Only the strong will survive. This fortress is kind of a bit of a gauntlet at this point. And you gotta run the gauntlet to get into this fortress. Poseidon's Crucible. You know, I'm actually going to make this easier on myself. Which is a crazy concept. I was originally going to build, like, a walkway along here, similar to the others, but I think I will actually just wall this chunk off a little bit more normally. Because if I just do this, that'll make this whole area safer. Yeah. No, Sid Meier still works. He's a programmer at Firaxis. The interesting thing about Sid Meier is he's one of the few from, like, that era, I guess, of classic game development who, like, just kind of never stopped. But at the same time, not only did he never stop, he also, like, for the most part, never really moved up. I mean, like, his name's on it, right? But he was always a designer programmer, and he never moved on to, like, being a team lead like a lot of those guys did. And, like, in a way, another thing that I always see people wishing would come back is, like, Bullfrog, whereas 2 Point Studios is more or less Bullfrog continuing to make those types of, like, funny management games. Like, the people making the, like, 2 Point Hospital, 2 Point Museum, and all that stuff is effectively Bullfrog. I could put a bolt thrower down here. Once I have some space. Sid Meier's Pirates. I wonder how well that game holds up, because I haven't played Sid Meier's Pirates in a long time. And like I'm for some reason my brain tells me that that game is much thinner than I remember. Obviously, like I don't know how true that is, but that's at least what my brain wants to say. Yeah, like I remember the adventure game elements of that of Sid Meier's Pirates being meh, but the like ship combat stuff. Also, like that's another one of those franchises where I feel like there's a lot of indie studios that have quietly remade Sid Meier's Pirates like 24 times and nobody noticed. Like there's a few older franchises like that where it's just like, well, yeah, I mean, like, you're never going to get a new, I don't know, siphon filter, but there's, like, 15 different indie games that try to emulate that. It's same, like, I think a lot of those games are very much time and place. Like, what's another one? Syndicate is another one of those games where it's, like, the vibe of Syndicate, I think, outlives and outweighs actual Syndicate. Like, I think people remember Syndicate more as, like, just a feeling of nostalgia. But, like, here's the thing. Like, Syndicate is one of the reason I bring up Syndicate specifically is it's one of those games where I see people mentioning, man, I wish somebody would make a new Syndicate. Like, kind of a lot. Like, that is one that I see mentioned kind of a lot. To which I have to ask, like, you might miss Syndicate, yeah, but did you play any of the games that were heavily inspired by Syndicate? You know? Like, I feel like very few people played Satellite Rain. And, like, was Satellite Rain perfect? No. But, like, again, haven't played it in decades, but my memory of Syndicate is, like, virtually indistinguishable at this point from Satellite Rain. Like, I remember those games as being, like, almost entirely identical in my head. Like, I remember Satellite Rain, and I think that I'm remembering Syndicate. Yeah, well, they made a universe successor, but I wouldn't say that that's a sequel to Syndicate. You know, it's that's like saying that they made a new Mario game. It's called Mario Kart World. It's like, no, that's not a Mario game. I mean, it's in the same universe, but it's not Syndicate. You know what I mean? Like, Syndicate and Syndicate Wars are kind of their own thing, and then, like, that... Okay, we've got fighting happening. Lost some more dwarves. Just let me memorialize them. I mean, like, one of my... Whoops. Whoa. We've got a White Fiend coming up. White Fiends are great lizards composed of salt. They have a round shell and a gaunt appearance. They're not too scary. Gets obliterated pretty quick. But certainly, yeah, I think player type has something to do with it. I will say, though, if for those of you who are like me, who remember Syndicate fondly, and nothing else quite scratched the itch, even if, like, the games that were inspired by it, in my opinion, in a lot of cases, are on paper better than Syndicate was, like, just more mechanically deep, and they do more. I would recommend keeping a close eye on the development of a little game. Oops, of a little game. Called Brigador Killers. It's not really a game that's playable yet. I mean, there's a version on itch that's like, you could look at it in theory, but it's not there yet as a game. It's not a fully playable thing just yet. But to me, that is like the closest thing when it comes to matching the vibe of Syndicate. Is that related to the other Brigador? It's their, like, successor / sequel, yeah. And it's, like, restarted development twice. Like, it was quite literally in development hell for a minute. But we're about to get hit by an ad break. When the ad break pops, I'm going to go use the toilet. Not gonna let me complete that, is it? Oh no, I did. Cool. You completely forgot about Syndicate? Yeah. Syndicate and Syndicate Wars. I don't know why that chest keeps getting lost, so throw in a different chest. I'm gonna go use the washroom. I will be back in a moment. Although apparently stuff's getting forgotten. Too many hauling jobs. Not enough hands. Quick dwarves, have some babies. You'll make our lives a lot easier. I'm actually going to move the militia up to here, like the melee squads. Because I need them to just train. Okay. I will be right back. Oopsies. Don't go anywhere if you don't want to. Unless you want to. That's what I'm trying to say. I'll be right back. Bah. Syndicate Wars was the one you played the most? I'm not honestly sure which one I played. They're both like kind of not the same game, but the memory of them are like completely blended together in my mind. To the point where like I actually have like kind of a hard time deciphering the two, is maybe what I would say. But Chad, do you guys have any plans for New Year's? It's also the era, Patty, where like I think games, the differences in sequels were lessened, you know, because people would just put it like the difference between even Age of Empires and Age of Kings, like those games kind of blend together in my head a little bit, even though one of them is a, you know, a sequel. Seems like we're caught up again, at least in this regard. My advice would just be turn the frame rate down, FamJess. But Quick Fort's probably the script you're looking for. If you want like direct advice for that, probably the DF Hack Discord's the best place to go, because that's where you'll find the most immediate, like, and most copious amounts of advice. All right. This has all been dug through. I don't trust this. Yeah, don't trust that. There's a ghost over here. Saigon's skeleton. I'm going to try and unforbid that skeleton and see if I can get that one skeleton buried. Because if I can, that'll help pretty dramatically. I mean, I played this video game when I was younger called Dawn of Discovery, and I quite enjoyed it. I got a used disc from a friend and played it and spent quite a bit of time in that game. And then, like, 2 decades later, I learned, maybe not 2 decades, like a decade later, I learned about this franchise called Anno that I'd never heard of before, and thought it was a little strange because it looked just like this Dawn of Discovery, which was a game that I played quite a while ago. And then, like, learned that they renamed the franchise to Anno from or renamed the franchise from Anno to Dawn of Discovery for Anno 1404 in the North American release. I mean, I would say Dawn of Discovery is probably my favorite of the Anno games. I don't think they've like hit as hard as that one did ever again. Like, I don't even really knock them for it. Like, it's honestly pretty difficult to top that. Just trying to get individual dwarf bodies dealt with. There you go. Probably going for that one. Yep. Good luck there. Hey, Clino. We are, we started the fort with almost 40 more dwarves, and we've had a migrant wave. Turns out building a fort in hell is a dangerous proposition, but we're trying our best. How was holidays in the land of Clino? Although I will say, the longer I pluck away at this, the closer I go to feeling like we may actually be able to do it. We might actually be able to do it. Never have empty bins. I wish that there was like a global bin setting where I could be like, always like don't distribute bins into stockpiles until there are at minimum 5 empty bins or something. That would be a super handy thing. Because, man, that would be handy. And trading mechanics get crazy once people get a taste for cigars, it's over. I never played any of the expansions of Dawn of Discovery. In fact, I wouldn't say that I was ever even any good at any of the Anno games. And I think like the more recent ones have like made that very clear. Like I am terrible at those games to the point where like I think part of the reason I shy away from Anno now is like I've learned that they're not as much for me as I thought they were with the original Dawn of Discovery. I think I put them in the same kind of bin as like RTS games, where it's like, oh, I'm really good at games like this, or at least I think I am. And then I play a little bit of them and I go, oh, actually, no, I'm fucking terrible at games like this and only thought that I was good at games like this. And the internet has made that starkly obvious, and that makes me kind of enjoy them less, which I know is like not even close to unique to me. There are lots of people who I've talked with over the years who have very similar feelings when it comes to games like that, where it's just like there's kind of an upper ceiling, at least, to the amount of enjoyment I can have out of it, because it gets to a point where it's like, well, I don't think this way, you know? Like I really liked fighting games when my only experience playing fighting games was sitting down on a sofa with 3 friends who were all around the same level of skill as me and then playing fighting games. But stopped enjoying fighting games as much when it became more of the, oh no, I'm just going to go to an arcade and get destroyed. Like, you know, or like try and play with some people online and just get bodied. It very quickly goes from like, oh, well, this was a fun party game too. Oh, this isn't a party game. Like, I really enjoy fighting games as a party game. I don't enjoy fighting games as a competitive game. Similarly to, like, I enjoy messing around in an RTS game and, like, pub stomps, but, like, the second you tell me to play another player, I'm like, That was you with DDR. Oh, totally. No, DDR with, like, the family is a great thing to, like, just goof off with, right? Because, like, as long as the stakes are minimal, a lot of fun. Tons of fun. But the second those stakes are like, oh, like, you now have to watch this other person who actually knows what they're doing play for the next 40 minutes. Maybe not 40 minutes, but for this next 2-song span, it loses some of its marvel. That one spot. I'm not sure what's up with that one spot. I'm also not entirely sure. Oh, I guess they're going to this side to build those, hey? It's not the smartest move, dwarves, but I respect the hustle. Kind of how you feel about Magic the Gathering. Yeah, that like I that happened with me in Yu-Gi-Oh pretty quickly. I got into Yu-Gi-Oh briefly because I had a friend who was very into Yu-Gi-Oh. But what got me out of Yu-Gi-Oh, I guess what saved me from that potential crippling addiction, got a good amount of these. What saved me from that crippling addiction, or potentially life-crippling addiction, was I had a friend who was giving me most of the cards that I was using. And he, at a point, just kind of stopped giving me any cards that were any good. And I didn't really want to use my allowance on buying cards. I think I bought a starter pack for myself, and that was it. And my friend was like, all right, here, like, you bought the starter pack. Here's just, like, a pile of cards that I don't want because they don't fit in any of my decks. And I was able to build, like, not good decks, but, like, enough that I could play. And the second he was like, all right, now you got to buy all your own cards, I was like, I'm good, actually. Like, this was fun. I had a pretty good time with this, but, like, what if I didn't? At the very least, with 40k, you get cool models out of it. And maybe I'm giving 40k too much credit. But I feel like 40k, as a hobby, holds its value more than something like Yu-Gi-Oh cards. But I don't actually know. I'm just guessing. It feels like they do, / would, hold their value more. Yeah, I mean, with Gunpla, that's a whole other can of worms. I mean, realistically, it's just the problem that I have, I guess, with like 40k and like to a lesser extent things like Gunpla is I really like hobby shops. Like I really like hobby shops, and I like that hobby shops are able to kind of exist in the universe and era that we live in against all odds. Like they shouldn't be able to exist, but they do. And at the very least, like, I think like the skills that you learn from getting into something like 40k could be repurposed to any kind of miniatures. So I think like there is flexibility there. Like if you get way into Magic and spend thousands of dollars on Magic cards and then decide you don't want to play Magic anymore, that's one thing. So I haven't looked at the YouTube chat in a hot minute, so I'm gonna just kind of get caught up here. Veilwin asks if the demons respawn. They're just like any other wild creature. So if there's population in the underworld, then they will periodically enter the map. Right now there's a bunch in the corner over here. Very similar to how the surface creatures work. They're just like any other wild animal, except some of them are like uniques and can't breed, and some of them breed. The ones that breed are the ones that keep showing up generally, but you can't catch them or tame them. Is Proxy... Okay, so YouTube chat also mentioned that Will Wright is working on a game called Proxy, and my brain is telling me that it's an NFT scam. I may or may not be right on that, but my brain is telling me that it's an NFT scam. But, well, as scammy as any NFT thing can be. Yeah, well, I mean, tabletop war games are just, if I'm not misunderstanding what war games you're referring to, are games where you can just simply reuse miniatures for different games, right? Like Axis and Allies or whatever. You just need a hex grid. 3D printer goes burr. Yeah, fair enough. I don't even know what that is, Yog Deswa. I don't play tabletop games myself. Chat just talks about them, so I babble along with them. And growing up, my dad never got me in successfully, but my dad had and still has a very large train set, which is actually really funny because my dad is currently using it like a threat. He's like, first person in the family to have kids gets the train set, because it's this massive thing. Like it is, I don't know, like it covered the entirety of the upper floor of my dad's shop growing up, and that's probably bigger than my apartment, like a floor span space. So my dad basically built model trains throughout his high school years and into adulthood and kind of never stopped. He's stopped now, but he's literally like using it almost like a threat. It's just like the first one of you to have kids gets the trains. It's like, You want to play Rogue Trader as in the video game? Or is that based on a tabletop rule set? The dwarves have arrived to trade. That I do actually want to participate in, but I got to be cautious. Not to overtrade. Yeah, I mean, I'm familiar with, like, the video game by Owlcat Studios. But I'm not... I was just basically asking if that is specifically just the video game, or if there is, like, I don't know, like a rule set for 40k called Rogue Trader, which there very well might be, or a unit or something called Rogue Trader. Like, my favorite video game based on 40k is Battlefleet Gothic, just because it's, like, actually pretty unique as far as video games goes. Like, it's an RTS game based on, like, tall ships in space. Like, there's maybe, like, there's not very many games that are like Battlefleet Gothic on computers, just at all. It's a pretty unique thing as far as that type of game goes. And for that reason, I really quite like Battlefleet Gothic. However, the kind of asterisk there is when I say I like Battlefleet Gothic, there are some people who think, oh, you like bankrupting yourself on the most expensive miniatures game that they've made. And it's like, well, no, not specifically. I just like the video game that's based on it. Oh, probably not, because I really don't like playing CRPGs, Patty, but I appreciate the feeling of recommending it. Also, like, I like how you recommend it based off of me enjoying Battlefleet Gothic, because, like, Battlefleet Gothic is maybe about as different from Rogue Trader as I could possibly imagine. I mean, one's a CRPG, the other one is, like, a mission-based RTS. Like, that's like saying, oh, you really like Star Wars Battlefront 2, the original one? Oh, you'll obviously be a big fan of Knights of the Old Republic. It's like, well, I mean, lore-wise, maybe. Aesthetically, maybe. You're a big fan of 2070? That was the only Anno game you've ever played? Really? I don't think I played that one. I played the other one. 2205 or whatever it was. The other sci-fi one. So you can't come up with anything? Honestly, Shorty Yours, I'm not sure where this topic came from initially. So Shorty Yours in YouTube chat says, RimWorld, for example, keeps you... They say that it's hard to know what to do in Dwarf Fortress because RimWorld, for example, keeps you going with events and quests. Dwarf Fortress really isn't pushing you in any direction, and I know... And I don't know what is even out there to do, so I can't come up with anything. Chat, how do we help? Like... Dwarf Fortress is very much a self-directed sandbox, right? Like, it is a game about making your own fun. And, like, there are things that they've done to it over the years that make it slightly less like that, but it's still pretty opaque and a game about making your own fun. I guess, like... Maybe the easiest self-driven thing is watch some videos about Dwarf Fortress. Maybe not Just Don't Die, although his videos are pretty good. Just because he just makes the game harder for himself and suffers. Watch some story-based videos about Dwarf Fortress. Because, like, from my perspective, Dwarf Fortress is a game about, like, manipulating it into telling a story that you want to tell that creates a satisfying narrative in your head for that world. Like, you're an omnipotent being that is witnessing the world that you've generated, and you have several different ways to interact with it, right? You can read about it, you can create fortresses in it, and you can adventure through it. Like, for me, what keeps me interested is... well, just the amount of like physics variety and things that you can do in the actual base building, but also just the extraordinarily believable characters that this game manages to create. It's like, it's either practically like, it's either practically Must have this dwarf wants bones. No question. It's either practically like sandbox in Minecraft, or it's a solo RP game for me. But there is a page on the wiki that I mentioned earlier that's probably still copy-pasted. Ta-ha! There is a list of playstyle challenges if you want to try and limit your options. Some of them are a little bit silly, but you have to remember that that wiki page comes from an era of the internet where people were a little less tactful, shall I say. I mean, I wouldn't even say that's a win condition. That's just the mountain home requirement, which isn't in and of itself a win condition. I really, really wish that Dwarf Fortress would like implement achievements. And I know I'm not the only person to say that, but I wish that they would implement achievements because his left foot is gone. Oh wow. If Dwarf Fortress implemented achievements, then they could put some loose goals into the achievements, and I think that would be a massive benefit to the game as a whole. But unfortunately, that isn't a world that we live in. At least not at the moment. Let's buy the bolts. I'd buy the bags, but I actually have plenty of bags. Fuck it, let's buy the bags. That's just a lot of bags. Let's buy the socks. And the shoes. Let's buy the cloak. Oh, never mind, can't afford it. Won't buy the cloak then. I mean, like, on its surface, Dwarf Fortress is a game about building a fortress full of dwarves and trying to keep them happy. But, like, in reality, it's fantasy Mad Libs with a fort in it. Which, I kid you not, is a negative review that I took from somebody because I thought it was funny. And a lot of the games that are inspired by Dwarf Fortress are just that, inspired by Dwarf Fortress, but are actually very different games in a minute-to-minute like player sense. And if you go into Dwarf Fortress expecting one of the games inspired by it, you might very quickly bounce off of it initially because you're expecting a very different kind of game. And I think that Dwarf Fortress's biggest strength is its wild uniqueness. Like this is an extremely unique game that is pretty unlike anything else on the market. And that is one of the reasons I like it so much, is because it fits a specific kind of gameplay niche that nothing else really comes close to. I don't actually know where this squad is training at the moment. They might be training right here. Yeah, they are. The sequel is better when it comes to Battlefleet Gothic. Battlefleet Gothic Armada 2 is the sequel. That being said, yeah, I would pay that for Battlefleet Gothic. The sequel just has more stuff and a better campaign, but... I think part of the reason I like Dwarf Fortress so much is I really like God games. And God games are... You know, like, they have a lot in common with, like, your modern colony builders, but they don't have that much in common with modern colony builders. Like, they certainly have stuff in common, but, like, it's not a one-to-one. And I think that, for me at the very least, because Dwarf Fortress has similar mechanics to God games, but certainly not one-to-one mechanics with God games, it fills a hole in that I've just had in modern games. Because, like, outside of, like, From Dust, like, I couldn't tell you another God game that's been released that wasn't released by a tiny microscopic indie dev that actually feels like a God game. Like, there's so few. Yeah, I'm just the only thing I'm talking about Xanos Carthage is the video game. Don't really personally care about the tabletop stuff. Just making sure that all these are still getting built. That's still getting worked on slowly and steadily. You're getting worked on. These don't necessarily need to be andesite blocks. Oh, we just need those built first. That tabletop is great for lack of internet. I would say that, like, roguelikes are a great use for lack of internet. At least for me. Like, all of the games I play are single player. The desire for the next Dungeon Keeper are that strong? I don't think there's a desire for the next Dungeon Keeper. I think people just like building dungeons. Victor, although you may have been in an ad when I said that. You're currently enjoying a goblin-only fortress. There are so many ways to add variety. No, totally. Did you mod the game to do that? Shitposting, or did you, like, just bring in a lot of random bards? Mate says, I played RimWorld before getting into Dwarf Fortress, and I will never go back. No shade to the people who prefer RimWorld. You just found that the story's shallow and a bunch of mechanics are icky or worse. I mean, I think that RimWorld is very, very capable of telling a specific kind of story as a story generator, but I tend to agree with the creator of RimWorld, Tynan, where he says that he failed to make a compelling story generator. Instead, he made a very compelling strategy game, but that wasn't his intent when he was building that game. Power's out. Well, I guess you got D&D. I guess. I don't know, but, like, that's only, like, a viable option if, one, you have people that you live with that will play D&D with you, or two, you like playing D&D, right? Like, so for me, like, power's out. All right, I will get a book, you know? I live alone, so the power being out is not, like, an incentivizer to do something. It's actually more just an incentivizer to leave, go outside, go do something else. So basically like the spiderweb software catalog of video games, Clino. The Singer, thank you very much for the Prime subscription. Welcome back. No, so absolutely. I mean, painting minis is a hobby that many people have. I like building and rebuilding cassette decks. We all have a hobby. We all have to have hobbies. It's a healthy thing to do and to spend your time on, is get good at a skill. And miniature painting is certainly a skill. Turns out having healthy hobbies is a common point of discussion on this stream. If you know, you know. All right. So this can get deconstructed. A Moody Dwarf wants. There is no submenu that shows specifically what they want, but you can get an approximation by, if I go to the workshop, I can show you. You can get an approximation by going to the workshop that they've claimed, which is this one. And when they're sitting there, it'll cycle through the types of items that they want, but not specifically what items they want. So they'll be like, I need this type of item, but you know, they're never going to be like, I want this particular item that's in this particular location. You still have to suss out what it is. So there might be lava or something behind this. You're just hoping not. Most likely water, though. I mean, I would say that like D&D and tabletop games in general are a productive hobby. Because it helps push your social life forward, and that is a productive thing. It's good for the old head noodle. Hello, Pax Mac. How are you today? Jack, can I get a round of beers, by the way, for the 5 months of a Prime subscription? Because those Prime subs really do, honestly, keep me doing this in the format that I do it. Within reason, free of corporate sponsorship. And hopefully as entertaining as it can be. I'm not sure why these two particular blocks keep getting canceled. Like, I have a slight suspicion that they might be trying to go outside here. But we'll see. The armorer has created Lidatarid, a lead buckler. Really heavy buckler. Very heavy buckler. Really soft, heavy buckler. This is a lead buckler. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is decorated with dog leather and encircled with bands of lead and yak leather, and is adorned with hanging rings of tower cap and granite, and menaces with spikes of dog bone. On the item is an image of the barricaded girder, a jagged, bright metal halberd in pigtail. On the item is an image of a tall cross in dog leather. On the item is an image of the crafted brass, the twinkling metal mace in dog leather. Make a change of dogs, your mental health is already heading in the right direction? How big of a job change? Is this like within the same industry or like complete and total shift? Regardless, I respect it. Certainly not an easy thing to do. That looks like a hole, but it's just like a spore tree bin. But to me, that looks like a hole in the ground. Okay, you got that done. We're just waiting on that one. Getting you done. Yeah, this is the issue. It's because for some reason on that one spot, they're insisting on walking all the way around. Why does the water go all the way down and is making a mist? What is purpose? Dwarves that touch mist get happy thought. And it's healthy for dwarf. Why is the water going all the way down here? Because there's no natural water source in hell. But primarily what it's doing is it's generating power. So these are generating power with this, which are powering these. So primarily it's a power supply. Hey chat, how many dwarves, pop quiz, how many dwarves did we start off with today and how many have we lost approximately? This is an awareness test. I don't actually know what the total number is. We started at about 180 dwarves. We've had 2 migrant waves and I've lost a lot of dwarves today. Simply put, do things attack? Yes. Are they strong? Well, they're hell monsters. And they attack at their leisure. It's sort of like being on an Untamed Wilds map, literally in hell. Sure. Can you have a happy dwarf? Moreb 2. Beard or no beard? Moreb. You would like to die. Okay, got it. You can be the militia captain. To me, being in the military is basically just asking to die. She's not careful with resources when working on... by the way, I'm not being picky about who I put in the military because I just need a military. She's not careful with resources when working on projects, and she often spends unnecessary effort. She can get caught up in internal deliberations when action is necessary, and she rarely looks on others with lust. She can handle stress, and she tends to avoid any physical confrontation. She works to square natural tendency with her respective martial prowess. She has a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions over practical applications, and she tends to consider what others think of her. She tends to be swayed by the emotion of others and cracks her knuckles when she's bored. She dreams of creating a great work of art and personally finds those that deny their impulses somewhat stiff and doesn't particularly care about craftsdwarfship. She likes earthenware and iron and shell opal as well as pomegranate wood, cassowary leather, cavies for their 3 toes, and tapir men for their floppy noses. And when possible, she prefers to consume purring maggot, cassava beer, and eggplants and absolutely hates worms. No. That is a world gen parameter. I'm actually going to move the military to train right here. Because then they'll just get sprayed with mist. I mean, not a ton, but... Actually, maybe down here would actually be the best. The other thing I could do is I could do this. I could put grates there. And then these guys can get misted on. of what is being constructed in hell, the goal, is that like, okay, so me saying I'm building a thing in hell, is that not enough of a goal in and of itself? Because like, that's the current situation, is like, I'm building a fortress in hell. That is the goal, the intent, and the hoped for outcome is that I am building a fortress in hell. I guess my question is, what other goal is there once you're building a fortress in hell, really? The idea is to successfully build a fortress in hell because I will have built a fortress in hell. It's making a home base for Doom Guy. Yeah, we're trying to save Doom Guy. Yes. Strawberry plot? I don't know about that, man. That I don't know about. I'm not going to get too enthusiastic or ambitious. If I can successfully finish the task at hand, maybe we'll consider about doing some strawberry farming. Will trees start to grow in hell? Well, that I don't actually know. Maybe? Maybe. Maybe. I'm not entirely certain because I can tell you that I haven't seen any moss start growing. I know that you can farm. I mean, we're doing a little bit of cave wheat farming and such. But outside of that, I don't know, actually. But you also need moss to start growing, and I haven't seen any moss starting growing. So, I don't know, actually. Maybe? Is what I'm just going to keep saying. Maybe. We're making some more scaffolding. Let's go over here and just place down some andesite. Because we're making progress. No, you don't need minimum 3 for trees. You need minimum 2. But if you want, like, actual tower caps and them to grow branches, then you need 3. But it would highly depend on if moss and seedlings actually started to sprout. And I haven't seen any. So, but it has been a long time since I've done anything in hell for longer than, I don't know, an hour or 2. So that's gonna, that is currently, I guess, coloring my statement on what is possible because I'm not entirely certain in the current versions. Why don't I do this? Just dig up to there. And then just build this way. Just go underneath those floorings. And this, I might actually just see, can I just fill this in? I mean, it's going to take a while, but... How much orthoclase am I sitting on? Quite a lot. Thinking if we just fill this in, then I can just have like an open hell pit right there. This one I will build over to there because these don't go down any further, so these don't actually need to worry. This will need to go all the way up to the roof. Same with you. I mean, we're making good progress. If I can get this all up to the roof, then what I can do is I can take all of the siege equipment and I can reposition them squarely on this door and just have basically like a firing battery right here. And then more or less we'll have control of hell. All the charms of the caverns, none of the giant cave spiders. I love making artificial caverns where like you like try to approximate the layouts of a cavern layer without like kind of screwed this up. Kind of don't want it that way. Where you approximate the look of a cavern layer without actually, you know, going through the process of trying to make one safe, I guess. I really like that. There's something about that that's kind of joyous to me. Okay, you can go there. I'm just gonna place a piece right there. Let's go across to here. Go across, no, not all the way across, but working on it. What do you guys think of the little hell fort? Tipping into hell construction? I've done it before. I'm trying to think when I last did it. I remember building a prison in hell maybe 2 years ago, but it's been a while. I had a bunch of dwarves and goblins locked up, which was pretty amusing at one point in time. It's just generally not something I put the time into to actually do. They were too squishy? Are you trying to, like, illegitimize my own fortress? Yeah, no, the demons were actually quite easy. Not all of them. I mean, the hyena brutes were pretty brutal. And then those guys with the deadly dust are also pretty brutal, but the general specters and haunts that we got in this world gen were pretty lucky. Being completely honest. Like, they were largely made of snow and steam and ash, which just aren't the scariest creatures that you could possibly face. It's pretty nice. It's not something you've really seen before. I think it's cool. Makes you want to try. I mean, the actual thing that would be a true success, in my opinion, is move all the bedrooms into here. And then basically here, make this like an island in the caverns, like open this up to the caverns and remove this from being an entryway and this from being an entryway. Like remove access to it, essentially. And then dig another entryway into hell over here through another one of these spires and then make stairs to the surface so that in order to get into the fort, you have to go through the old fort, which could be flooded at any time, and then also go through 2 cavern layers and a spire to enter the fortress, which would be bloody entertaining, but I don't know if it's actually like worth the effort. Pass to the trade depot so that well, I was thinking about the enemies. I mean, I would have a different location to the trade depot. Probably put the trade depot in the floodable area. I'm thinking like if things attack me from like above, you know, like goblins and whatnot. Although if any, goblins are the most, those should be able to attack me in hell of all of the creatures in Dwarf Fortress, really. Let's just go along the top here. Get that into the corner. Let's just get this whole layer done more than anything. That's not the piece I wanted. Their leaders are from there too. Just wannabe demonic overlords. Or demon overlords in training, maybe. I think the other thing I'm going to do is I'm going to dig around here. Give the dwarves more than one way. Give the dwarves more than one way in and out. Those are getting worked on. That's getting worked on. This whole area done. So basically, let's just build this and then can deconstruct this. And then let's also go here and just say, oi, maybe like don't use this as your primary method of getting here. Otherwise, somebody may be about to die. Mostly being slaughtered by the locals. Oh, yeah, true. I mean, yeah, that's why we've lost like 40, 50 dwarves so far today. Like, I want to say in the first 90 minutes of the stream, not even, or the first 90 seconds of the game being unpaused, we lost like 40 dwarves. So, no, absolutely. It's definitely, if not a constant bloodbath, then like the bloodbaths, they keep on coming. But you can at the very least like control what angles they can hit you from, which is, I don't know, a bit of an assist for the player. Because at the very least, like, the demons do wander onto the map from the edge and not, they do wander in from the edge of the map and not the pools themselves as well, just the edge of the map. So that's definitely beneficial. That's kind of brutal, Rum Rusher. The game already has giant worms. What are the rings as giant worms? My brain just thinks of Dune. What do I think about them doing that? I don't know. If they do that, that'd be neat. Do I think they will? You'd have to ask them. I generally have very frustrating verbal responses when people say, what do I think about insert thing here? Because I have a very long response, but that would be annoying. The long response is that would be extremely expensive for pathing and not fun to play with. But what do I think about it? If they implemented it well, that would be interesting. I don't know what that would look like, but... And the game already has giant worms anyway. I feel like the goblins should just invade you from the caverns, though. I will say that. Or not the caverns, but the underworld. If you have access to the underworld, Vile Forces of Darkness should be able to show up from down here because all the Goblin Dark Fortresses have access to the underworld. Unironically, something I would love. Don't need that one. This one got here first. Caravans? I'm more iffy on the caravans. Caravans from the caverns make sense to me. Because usually what happens in the overworld when the dwarves have access to the underworld is they just seal it off, right? Like they find an ally and they seal it off, or they get destroyed. Whereas the goblins just have open access to the underworld in any goblin fortress with a spire. So, I don't know. Such mist. We're in an ad break. I will pause. I was going to say, I don't think they permanently seal it off with flooring. I remember once reclaiming a fortress. If anybody's feeling generous, Rum Rusher should have a sub, by the way. I remember once I reclaimed a fortress, and there was a portal to hell in the basement, and it just had 2 built, like, marble floors covering the hole into hell, and on top of them was a statue of the hell invasion. And it was one of the coolest things I've ever seen in Dwarf Fort. Because we killed most of them already. We invaded hell 2 streams ago. Like, Christmas Eve, we invaded hell. We defeated the initial rush, and once you're in hell, Pella in YouTube chat, it's like the only thing that you're up against is just periodic arrivals of underworld denizens. So we've got like a bunch of these fiends that are hiding in a corner, and we're just not going towards them, and ideally they don't go towards us. So how do you deal with it? Well, you just kill them periodically when they need to be killed and ignore them the rest of the time. There's an agitated giant horseshoe crab. Crab legs, anybody? Oh, also, this is really cool. I don't know how many of you have seen this, but we got an agitated manta ray. An ASCII fort tour? I'm not going to give you a full fort tour, but I can scroll through the levels. Mostly because I'm not going to do a normal fort tour, but... Clino, thanks for chucking a sub directly at Rum Rusher and for helping keep the channel funded. Appreciate it, man. I will say that this fort has ended up being way more mega project-y than I initially intended. I will just say this. I don't really care between the different tile shapes, and I wish chat wouldn't as well, because I can't change it. So I'm sorry. Live and let live. Don't complain at me. I will say that I do think that this version of the game is prettier when it comes to ASCII than the older versions, purely due to the fact that it has more colors. I really like the additional colors. You like how it looks like space? Yeah, I agree with that. As you can see, my military, very happy. Very happy. Not. Hey, chat, can I get a round of beers for Clino? Chucking a holiday gift. That Rum Rusher. Let's just suspend that. We're getting there, slowly. I think my only real gripe with the current versions of the games aesthetically is that hell just kind of looks purple and gray. I wish it looked red and black. I much prefer the red and black look of the underworld. It just looks a lot more evocative of what I would imagine hell looks like. But, you know, certainly ain't game breaking, that's for sure. Maybe a few health on him. I don't even need that. I prefer this color palette. I just want these to be red, not purple. And I realize I could probably just mod that, but I will say that, like, I know that there are some people who talk about, like, wishing that there was more going on in hell. I think at this point that it would and I said this the last time I was streaming this for it. I do actually think that adding a lot of additional stuff. Oh, geez. I just lost some miners. I do actually think that bringing in a bunch of additional hell-related things would mostly be a waste of development time because of how few people ever actually see it. I think that there's a lot of things that more players interact with more often that should get that development time first. Like, that isn't to say that, like, I don't want this to get development time ever, but I think that there's other things that should get the development time first. Like, hell is cool and all, and it is a neat endgame scenario, but I do think it would be just a bit of a waste of time. Well, not even that it's just a bit of a task to do now. It's like, even if it wasn't a bit of a task to do, it's still like, that is the most endgame thing that you could possibly do, when I don't think Dwarf Fortress is necessarily about the endgame all of the time, you know? Like, in some instances, it certainly is, but I don't know. I don't think that's the draw for most people, but maybe I'm just speaking for too many people right now. More so than I should be. Well, I mean, when it comes to, like, floaty... Like, another thing about when it comes to adding to hell is you also got to remember that, like, those map changes that Tarn has been teasing might very well just change hell pretty dramatically already. And if that's the case, then, like, he shouldn't change this version of hell. He should change the next version of hell or whatever his vision for it is in the future. That is also something I think that's worth mentioning and keeping in mind. Well, we figured out who's burnt to death. There was two, because there was two pickaxes. Got a Forgotten Beast Mammoth? Oh, those are rare. Were mammoths are pretty freaky as well. I thought I saw more lava flowing in there. Oh, there's Atir. Also, Dylan, what's up, dude? I know you've been here for a minute, but hopefully things are going well. In your neck of the woods. So this will let some lava flow that way and a little bit flow that way. And we get the last of this dealt with. Well, that dwarf slowly finishes that up. Ah, there we go. Got a copper amulet as well. Somebody must have torched themselves in there. Whew. I was fully expecting that dwarf was going to kill themselves there, but nope. This could also be a risk if they decide to go down into it, but nope. So far, so good. He's also expressed that in the last interview that the same fear of changing dwarf sites will break everything. So, yeah, I don't know. I mean, I tend to just roll with the Tarn knows best, probably. Or knows better than I do, at the very least. And whatever he decides to do is probably a better course of action than what I think he should do. Regardless of what I think he should do. Because at the end of the day, it is his game. So I don't know. It is kind of a tricky thing to pin down specifically. I realize that's a non-sentence, but there's very few memes where I'm like, I'm too old for this. That is one of them. Jamie Smash. Where it just makes me feel old when I see it. I'm like, oh boy. We stand now, do we? Okay. But I do see what you're saying. I'm just trying to get that barrel out of there. Barrel of wine. These dwarves are just constantly remembering being near a waterfall. That's got to be good for something. It's got to be good for something. I'm starting to think that this area might actually not be in the burrow. Let's see. Ah. That answers that. But I don't know. I will say that, like, I guess at the end of the day, that the thing that keeps me the most enthused about this game is, it seems like every sale, a bunch of people discover the game for the first time, if, like, my stats are to be believed. And that's just always nice. Seeing new people coming in, messing around with the game, and enjoying it for what it is without, like, expecting it to be something else. Which I think was, like, the hardest, like, thing. Probably not for the developers, because, like, it sold plenty well, but as somebody who sits here and plays this game as his job for all intents and purpose, I do see a lot of direct feedback's maybe the wrong word, criticism of this game a lot, and it's directed at me because, I'm kind of a relatively public face when it comes to this game. And it's cool that people direct feedback at me, but at the same time, it's a little bit frustrating because there's very little that I can actually do to change or affect anything, positively or negatively. And it, like, the hardest thing I think to figure out how to communicate when the game initially launched on Steam was just simply, how do I tell people that this game isn't necessarily what they think it is? And I think that we've more or less gotten past that at this point. Like, people kind of have realized that it's its own thing, and that is a really nice thing to see. Do wine barrels explode? Wine and alcohol is flammable. I've seen them do what looks like them exploding and having pretty much burning, like, liquid effects. But it's not something I've ever been able to do consistently or with any real certainty of it actually being a mechanic, and maybe not me and not necessarily me misinterpreting that mechanic. Like, there were times in the past where I was like, yeah, no, wine barrels explode. But the more I look at it and the more I think about it, the more I'm like, I don't know. They just burn very, very effectively sometimes in certain situations. I mean, glass barrels seem to burn if they have alcohol in them. Wooden barrels just burn.
This looks like fun. Has anyone fallen to bottomless pit yet?
More dwarves than I can count. It's quite annoying when they take their armor with them. It's very Star Wars. Blazing Iceberg, by the way. Thank you very much for the 23rd month. That's almost 2 years. Wilhelm Scream here. Hey, chat. Can I get a round of beers for Blazing Iceberg? Keeping that sub alive for almost 2 years. Please and thank you. I'd swear that just appeared, but it certainly did not. There's a turkey down here, and I don't know why, but there is. Okay, you're getting removed next. Getting you done. Getting you done. Getting you done. Good stuff. Still slowly working on this. Is this in the barrel? Yes, it is. These are all getting done. Waiting on these. More likely you just end up, like, unless you're fighting with something that breathes fire, no. Because, like, there's no consistent way of igniting barrels unless something breathes fire. And if something is breathing fire, it's probably going to kill more of your own dwarves than set things on. Basically, what I'll say is, I've spent a lot of time messing around and trying to get things to explode in Dwarf Fortress. And I will also state that I actually don't think it's worth trying to make things explode, because all I really got out of it was a lot of frustration and inconsistency. Not something, in my opinion, unless you're modding your game to add something that would allow you to make things explode more consistently, it's not something that's worth trying to replicate or use as anything that you would depend on for defense. If you want to fuck around with it, that's one thing. But in my experience of messing with it, it's just not worth it. No, those are basalt. I don't want basalt. I want obsidian. There we go. Losing is winning? Well, if that's your goal. Like, there's lots of fun things to experiment with. I think, like, if you want to experiment with something that's, like, esoteric and difficult to complete, I would recommend messing around with and experimenting with minecart railguns and stuff, because I think you'll get further, get more done, and have a more explosive result than if you're just, you know, trying to set something on fire and failing repeatedly. Like, if the goal is to have, like, satisfying science, I think you'll have much more satisfying science if you're trying to do other things. Because you want, like, an outcome that's, like, at least somewhat expected, I would think. Sure. Well, I don't know about undefeated. I've certainly lost fortresses that used various minecart lava contraptions, but... Rolf, how are you doing? Happy soon-to-be New Year. We're getting to that I'll see you next year time of year, which is always the funniest joke in the wilderness. You're slated for removal. Things have certainly quieted down now that we've broken the line of sight with a lot of things. Had some relaxing time with your parents. How's it going? Oh, pretty good. My foot hurts because I dropped the bicycle on it. So I was told at the walk-in clinic it's probably a sprain, but if it goes blue to come back. So it's one of those, like, I hope this stops hurting. It's hurting less now than it was 2 days ago, so I'm hopeful it is, in fact, just a sprain. But not 100% sure at this point. And then my glasses decided to self-destruct the following day. So hopefully I'm getting all of my bad luck out for the end of this year, so I won't have any for next year. But currently we'll see. Jury's still out on that. But aside from my body trying to self-destruct and my bicycle trying to kill me, pretty good, Rolf, pretty good. Why not get an x-ray on the foot to make sure? Because they looked at my foot moving and said that you have full range of motion of both your toes, of all of your toes, which means it's probably not broken. And I'll be honest, because I didn't want to spend, like, hours in emergency on the busiest day of the year, Boxing Day. Or the busiest day of the year for dumb injuries. So we'll see. What you doing there, Dwarf? Lord JJ, you run this squad, right? Swap you out with somebody else. Wondering why that's paused. It's weird. So everything else is getting finished at a pretty rapid clip, with the exception of that. I don't want to have to mortgage the house again. What, for some sprained toes? Oh yeah, I'm definitely on the mend. I mean, I couldn't walk on Saturday, so like I'm certainly on the mend. It's just a matter of how quickly it mends. They may also need a flat space to stand on. Uh-oh. Dwarf was found dead, reason dehydrated. Oh. Wonder how long your body sat there for. Let's just open this up. Maybe loan a crutch while you're healing. You want to know the best advice, Ghosty? Is don't give me health advice. I tell chat, like, what I'm going through a lot of the time and then often regret it. I'm good. Trust me. It's not like this happened 90 seconds ago. I'm like past the, what do I do to like make this thing heal faster and into the frustrated heal faster stage. Ben Gorgon, thank you very much for the 3rd month with Prime. Appreciate it. Oh, if it was broken, I wouldn't be able to walk on it. And I walked like 20 blocks yesterday. So yeah, I'm fine. It's just gonna take time. But Ben Gorgon, thank you very much for the 3rd month. Chat, can I get a round of beers for the 3rd month from Ben Gorgon? And just as a reminder to everybody, if you want to get number 2 on the leaderboard for bits, it only costs you 1 penny in bits. Thank you very much for helping keep the channel funded, and thanks for the Prime subs. And if you happen to have a Prime subscription, do think about me, because it helps keep the channel funded. This area, almost donezo. Maybe make that into an office or something. Because technically all of this is indoors, which is kind of fun. Well, you I can actually start deconstructing. Because I've got this upper layer that we're working on. Let's just get some of this stuff hauled in. Because that's where all the demons are, but here's hoping. The wall? What about the wall? Dwarves are doing their best to construct it. They are definitely making progress. It's about done. I mean, I've still got 1, 2, 3 more layers to do. But this layer has almost met. Once this layer here has been more or less constructed, we can then move up a layer. Still taking time, though. Still a ways to go. So I don't think it's about done. I mean, I've still got basically 3 more layers after the one that I'm currently working on. But we've certainly made progress, considering there was no progress when we started. No, I have to go all the way up to the ceiling, otherwise it's effectively useless, because most of the demons can fly. So there is that. That's the main hang up here, and the main hold up. Good news is... Actually wonder... Huh. I could turn my, I could move my lava forges directly down into here. Maybe that's something I should do. Chat, I'm going to pause the game for a sec because we're in an ad break. I will be right back. I'm going to go rinse out my coffee mug because it is almost completely empty and full of cold coffee, and it tastes like crap. So I'm going to stop like jump scaring myself with cold coffee. I'll be right back. I have to go take a picture of a thing real quick. I'm just going to go plop this on Discord. One of my Antheriums is putting out a new leaf. Also, my condolences on your last fortress in regards to the Were Mammoths YouTube chat. Oh, I have to log into Discord. I'll just do this later. I don't feel like logging into my password manager. So instead, I will show it to you on Google Photos. When it inevitably uploads right about now. Seems like the stoneworkers need to make blocks faster. I mean, I could make more stoneworkers shops. I actually don't have that many, which is, I think, probably the main reason they're going as slowly as they are. But, I also don't think it's like super necessary that they make them faster. Yeah, I could like kind of go up to here and... Oh, you know, actually this probably has something to do with it. Because there's a bunch up here that are inaccessible. Because these are all andesite blocks, yeah. Same with these, which are also inaccessible. So you're a recruit. You two will keep in. Harm. Yeah, I mean, faster blocks would also be very useful. But to the three of you in chat who care about houseplants on a similar level to as I do, let's see if this will actually back up. Should be done. See? It's an Anthurium baby. Look at that. This was still fully inside of the, whatever that's called. Hadn't unfurled until, like, while I was streaming. It popped out. Hey, I'll tell you this. If the miners lose both of their arms in a mining accident, then they will be unassigned from mining as they won't be able to hold picks anymore. So... worst case scenario, they get to find a new career. Can they not access? Oh, they just straight up can't access that. Okay, well, why don't I just dig this up here? I also think that they can't access this. I'm discovering a lot of holes right now, which maybe is for the best. Teacher in a miners guild? I do actually have a miners guild. Although I haven't seen anybody in there in a while, because it's not the most popular of the guilds, but... Okay, so now I have access to these. Maybe not this just yet, but I now have access to this. And can go over here and go down to here. Dig out to there. And so now we should have a bunch more andesite that I can do things with. And then you down here I can get rid of. I don't know why this one isn't being worked on. I guess I just need to requeue it up. It's got to just be like materials that they can't get to for some reason. Let's try that again. See if that queues up. Let's also go up to here, go all the way along the top. There we go. Bunch more andesite getting through. Don't know what's up with that one tile. There's always just like the odd like individual tile that like for some reason just refuses to be finished. And I don't get it. Where are the clowns? Dead mostly. I did grab a clip. If somebody wants to repost the clip of me fending off the hordes of hell. But there's a bunch over here, and they're just kind of hanging out. If I go here and I type in Underworld, yeah, it's all these guys. So these are the 4 right now. If anybody wanders over here, they'll get their face bitten off. But then my ballista / bolt throwers have been doing a pretty consistent job dealing with them. I'm actually going to go up to here and type in rock coffer. I don't know what's going on with those 2 chests that I have. I haven't been able to place either of them. Hermit crabs? Yeah, they're a very lonesome bunch, not super social, thankfully. But yeah, no, the majority of them we killed with about 15 bolt throwers. And we did take them out. Took a while. And then we found more things while digging through the remainders of the entrances. Yeah, I don't know why that's not getting worked on. You know what? Why don't we do it this way instead? Let's just throw granite in there. I should probably unpause the game. That would help. Yeah, I don't know what's up with this one spot. Like, it's in the burrow. They have access. I didn't like how fast they shot initially. But as time has gone on, the bolt throwers have grown on me because of the amount of materials they require. Like, they're absurdly strong and shoot absurdly fast. But, like, I feel like it's like I'll allow it kind of feeling purely because of how much ammunition they use. Like, they've gone from feeling, like, ridiculously overpowered to me messing with them a bit and then going, like, actually, like, they're strong, but I don't think they're, like, as strong as I thought they were, I guess. Because they do require a lot of, like, preparation time. Are there any building destroyers in hell? Doors, yeah. Lowered drawbridges, yeah, like the traditional definition of building destroyers. Are there any in this hell? Not that I've seen. But these demons very well could have that ability. But it's hard to tell unless one of them gets within biting distance of a door or a drawbridge or something else, which I haven't given them. Because I don't think they deserve it, personally. You have an ungodly amount of copper? Sure, but copper's only going to be so good against the heavier threats, right? I mean, it's not like we haven't had threats in this current hell. For those of you only just tuning in, or if you missed the earlier chunk of the stream today, I started at 180 dwarves, went down to 130, back up to 170, and now I'm back down to 149. So there's been a lot of death. And most of that has been from the various, oh look, a whole bunch of flying demons are floating through events. There you go. And like this ghost, Mr. Zeph on here, did I memorialize you? Nope. Well, I mean, it's not even just that. It's like bolts are not a renewable resource, right? So like there's almost always a situation where that spend is worth it, but you kind of have to take that into account, right? I'm just gonna, it's getting sunny apparently outside, so I'm gonna close the blinds. Bah. How do you even do that? By killing the initial 200 something demons and then vigorously defending your fortress while you slowly build a fortress in hell. And by vigorously defend, I mean like have military all over the place and don't let your dwarves get caught out. Because if they get caught out, well, you may have trouble. Well, I mean, I'm not a vampire, but my green screen is. So in order to keep my green screen from like spontaneously combusting and looking like somebody pointed like a high beam at it, I do need to adjust my lighting so that I still have a functional green screen. Is this in the burrow? No, it is not. I was a little worried about that. So there's several different settings. Where is it? Forbid used ammunition during sieges, and and claim used ammunition. I have forbid used ammunition on, which is the default. The reason I have that is so that like they don't go to reload their ammo from in the middle of a demon invasion, and I'm just periodically unforbidding them. But you can set it so that they only forbid during sieges. But the default is there so that like your dwarves don't run directly at like a giant jaguar or something to grab a bolt. Like that's really all it's there for. Is it's to stop dwarves from being dumb. There's got to just be a. That's got to be it. It's got to just be that block. Okay, well, let's do unforbid and try and build an andesite block here. That, or I could just forbid that block is the other thing I could do. Zephon is haunting the fortress. Right. You always find that needing metals for bolts makes mining even more of a core gameplay aspect, which is perfect for a dwarf game. Certainly. I mean, it made me increase the amount of... It gave me a reason to increase the amount of materials on a map, which I think is maybe more interesting to me than it is to most other people. But I do think that that's kind of an interesting and also probably a good thing. I'm just going to pop an ad break because we're in a load screen, and then I'll pause the game after the load screen. Early spring we've reached. Something that I talked a little bit about at the beginning of the stream today, but not too much after the beginning, is my big goal for 2025 was to maintain stability and also work a more reasonable amount. I think for the most part I've achieved that this year. So outside of like the current amount of output that I had this year, my goal is to try and increase that output slightly, while still working a reasonable amount, like 45 to 50 hours a week tops on a busy week, instead of the old, like, I work 90-hour weeks. It's actually kind of wild. I was going through my lifetime statistics, and I managed to go from about 12,000 hours of time streamed per year, down to about 6,000. But I have YouTube output, which I didn't back then. And so I just have to say thanks to those of you who tune in. Because, like, I wouldn't have this job if it wasn't for people tuning in and watching the stream. You know, the 122 on the YouTubes. Although YouTube is broken for me at the moment. So I may not actually be able to see YouTube chat. Streaming and editing, yes. Well, I mean, I stream about 35 hours per week at the moment. Yep, YouTube crashed. Okay, sweet. Nobody said anything in the YouTube stream in the interim anyway. But I didn't miss anything. There we go. That's what we needed. Let's get these done. These done. That done. That done. That makes bulk trades more of a thing? I'm trying to think what thing in the roadmap that was specifically. I mean, I don't think that'll be for a minute, but... Because I remember the return to, like, systems being a thing, but and Tarn talked about that as, like, a further off concept, but I don't know how near that'll actually be. I personally try to not get super keen about things unless Tarn explicitly states that he's working on it now, because I've learned that it's actually a really quick way to get sad with the current state of Dwarf just in general, because, like, it just gets my expectations flowing, and then the result usually is that Tarn is working on something different or doesn't work on that particular thing for longer than I'd want. So I try to not get super keen on specific things, but outside of stuff that is explicitly, like, currently being worked on. I think the thing that I'm the most keen for is just moddable UI. And not even because I necessarily want to use it, just purely because I know other people will like that a lot. And it'll make large portions of the audience happy, which is good. But yeah, when I refer to my job, Alf, and I say work, I mean looking at moderating my Discord is work. Social media, anything is work. Writing on my blog is work. Streaming is work. Editing is work. Monitoring YouTube comments, doing paperwork behind the scenes, which there's more of that than I think a lot of people realize. On an average week right now, I'm 40 to 70 hours. Depending on how much editing needs to be done. That's not what I'm talking about. When I talk about, like, things, I'm talking about official features. I almost never talk about things like DF hack, not to, like, say that it isn't, like, something to legitimately get excited about when it comes to Dwarf Fortress, but I'm not referring to DF hack purely because I want those features to be vanilla features. So it's a bit of a moot point to hype up and or get excited for DF hack features, even though those are good developments for the game as a whole, purely because it's not relevant to everybody. Like, I think, like, if we live in a reality where the only quality of life features will, like, the thing that irritates me, I guess, the most about the old school Dwarf Fortress community are the people who are just like, don't work on that because it's already in DF hack. Well, that's interesting. Chat, when's the next full moon? Because Lord JG the hunter has been cursed by the keeper of blankets. Anyway, but when people say that, like, don't add this feature because it's already in DFHack, or DFHack already kind of does that, I do actually think that's really dangerous, because that's how you get a less approachable game with a smaller possible audience, which is bad for future funding of the game. But Lord JJ has been cursed by the Keeper of Blankets. So anybody want to look up when the next full moon is, or do I have to phase out of existence for a minute and go check the wiki myself? Looks like he broke a door. She broke a door. And then punched a dog. Lovely. $25th? Good to know. I could just expel, but where's the fun in that? Let's actually just throw another gem window in there. Okay, so you're going to go beat the criminal. Cucumber. See how this goes. Are you going to arrest? $85 days in prison. Okay. So you should get chained. Except I'm going to do something that's going to seem a little extreme, but it's for the safety of the fort. I need to chain up that dwarf. Actually, this would be mighty convenient right about here. Zephon, that ghost, has been put to rest. Next thing I'm going to do, actually, is I'm going to send my Marks dwarves up here. Some of them need to go grab bolts, but I think I need to make more bolts. Yeah, I do. Did those guys get bitten? This one just got cursed. So this is a were creature now. Otherwise, it would have said that he was cursed to stalk the night and search for blood. And then this one was bit a while ago, and I just haven't gotten around to killing them yet. So we're going to formally execute upon the 24th. No, that's not true. If they're cursed with vampirism, it specifically states that they're cursed with vampirism. If they're not cursed with vampirism, then it just says that they've been cursed. So if they're a were creature, it says they've been cursed. If they've been cursed with vampirism, then it'll say they've been cursed to stalk the nights and search for blood. It specifies. One of the Marks dwarves? Beard or no beard? I mean, they're all stressed. None of them like their jobs. But, which one would you like? if you were worse at the game and had way more pissed off dwarves like I do, then you would also have that nice little exciting notice and be well aware of whether or not they're, you know, mad at you because, or whether or not they're cursed to be a vampire or not. Anyway, sorry, I lost my train of thought. He's very quick to accidentally pause the game. He's very quick to anger, and he very rarely tries to assert himself in conversation. Almost never feels discouraged, finds helping others emotionally rewarding, and enjoys being in crowds. He's not particularly interested in what others think of him and has an active imagination. He has a noticeable act of perseverance and has a sense of duty. He's a greedy streak. He stares intently when he's thinking, and he speaks rapidly when he's excited. He dreams of creating a great work of art and personally doesn't particularly value loyalty. This dwarf doesn't have any kills, and likes microcline and sterling silver, as well as amber opal and the color chestnut, breastplates and the words of the musical lark, and the sight of the smile of skirts, and when possible prefers to consume purring maggot and long yam plants and guava wine and red spinach leaves, and absolutely hates fire snakes. They're no longer walled in when you unretire the fort. Everything's location is randomized when you unretire the fort, so that includes, like, walled in critters. His eyebrows are quite long, and his ears are somewhat short. His head is somewhat narrow. Also, if you retire the fortress and just go start another one, they, like, maybe kill a dwarf or two, get expelled, and then join the wilderness. He is somewhat narrow, and his hair is white. His skin is peach. He has a rather large family. His cousin, who was an axe dwarf, died, apparently. And he's currently hauling a steel helm to equip something nicer. Welcome to the fort. So you gotta build a smasher? I mean, you don't need to build a smasher. You just need to kill them. Like, although I do think there is something kind of fun about expelling were creatures and then just, like, letting them not wreak havoc, but, like, come back. Because it gives you, like, a named adversary, you know? Like, if you expel a were creature, then they'll come back. And there's something really fun about that to me. Yeah, I really like that. Like, expelling were creatures and then having them show up as the main threat in either that same fort later down the line or in a new fort that you build. The Weregecko Orgy Fort? Did I have a fort that was full of weregeckos? I don't recall this, but I believe you. Oh, somebody else's fort? Okay. I can't remember the last time, like, a were creature actually went nuts. The last time I recall having were creatures go ham was when I had a bunch of necromancers in a fort. I actually reloaded a save because it totaled the fort instantly. Any limb that's severed off of a infected were creature immediately becomes a full-size were creature and then turns back into just a limb when they're done. What, in the Dwarf fort? You'll see in a sec. I mean, you've seen this fort. What are you talking about? You've watched when I've been digging too deep. Just waiting for these to become were creatures so that the dwarves can execute them. That's often a way that people lose a fort. Meant a city part? I mean, isn't just like a populated dwarven location a city? Waiting for that moon to hit full. That's one. Oh. So they became a were llama. It's a bloody shame that. They killed the first one real quick. Now they're working on the second one. Repeatedly getting bronze bolts in the body. And steel bolts. What a tough creature. It's a damn shame that. Just so that they don't deconstruct the middle bits. You put that, is that a question or a statement? If that's a statement, yes, I agree. If that's a question, no, they can't be cured. There is zero. The only curse for were creatures is bolt to the forehead. It is a curse. I'm actually like mixed as to whether or not they should be able to be cured personally. Because it's a curse, capital C, you know, like that should be a curse. It's like, I'm diabetic. That is a curse in the Dwarf Fortress sense of the word. It's not an illness in the Dwarf Fortress sense of the word. It's a curse. It's something I get to deal with forever. It'd be nice. But I feel like it shouldn't be a curse then. Does it have to be silver? No. But I've been told... Okay, so I've never done the science to prove this myself. I've been told that every single world has a specific material that is more effective at killing were creatures than any other material, and it's unique to each world. But I've literally never done any work to figure out if that's actually the case. I don't know. The thing is, like, in Fortress mode, CCJ, you don't really kill the god, right? Like, if that were to happen, that would happen off screen most likely, and be such a faraway thing that nobody would even, like, clock that it had happened or care, really. And I don't know if that's actually that interesting. Personally. I will reiterate the thing that I just said. I think that curses should be curses. And if they're not curses, then there's something else. And if there's something else, then okay. But that would be a pretty seismic change to the game that I'm not sold would make the game better necessarily. It would make it different. But yeah, I'm not entirely sold that would be an improvement. Like, I like there being permanent curses. It's really funny to me, like, do we have to redefine what a curse is? Because, like, or be, like, hyper-specific about what a curse is? Because as far as I can tell, a curse is something that should be incurable that you regret. And if that isn't a were creature, then I don't know what is. Yes, but, like, does it have to, though, CCJ? Because I think that there's things that they could expand upon to add in hidden areas that I think would be really interesting. Because, like, there are other forms of curses, like, as an example, the, not boogeymen, but the... Uh-oh, this could be bad. No, we're fine. As an example, the night trolls that kidnap people and turn them into spouses. Those aren't explicitly a curse. That is a creature doing a terrible thing to you. And I think, to me, that's a more interesting thing to explore in, like, a management sense of the word than, like, curing a curse, because it's a curse. It should be a bad thing, not something that you want. And yeah, see, now that I would agree with. Like, if there are curses, then maybe there should also be blessings, which are, in my opinion, I wouldn't want to be related to the curses. It should be like the inverse, you know? Like, if, like, Torrens talked a lot about magic defense in temples. Okay, cool. So if magic defense in temples are a form of blessing, I don't think that it should necessarily be reversible of other things. Because to me, like, if you incentivize curses as, like, a gameplay positive, especially if it gives you benefits, it has to give you more drawbacks than benefits, otherwise it's no longer a curse. And if it doesn't give you more drawbacks than benefits, then that would become... Actually, here's an example. A game I really like, that I played a lot of, and then stopped playing a lot of, was Risk of Rain 2. And when I say liked in hindsight, I mean that I played a shit ton of that game. But I stopped. And I virtually haven't touched it in multiple years. The reason I stopped is because that game had a pretty major problem, which was they implemented a very strict, correct way to play. And that way to play involved going through a certain area of the map called the Void to get free items, and I hated that part of the gameplay loop. And it got to the point where a game that I enjoyed playing in a certain format stopped being fun because there was a right way to play. I would argue, on paper, vampires are the optimal way to play. They don't need alcohol, they don't need to sleep, so they don't have as many needs, they don't need food, and they're significantly stronger than dwarves because they can't get tired. But they have huge drawbacks, which are if you don't force feed them alcohol, which is tedious and slow, they become slow and sluggish. If vampires were far and away the most optimal way to play with no drawbacks, I think that would really suck, because there'd be a portion of the people who play the game, probably not myself at this point because of how long I've played, but there would be a portion of people who decide that that is the only way to play. Because it is optimal. And they would encourage people to only play that way, even if it's a less fulfilling way to play the game. And I think that if you incentivize the curses as they currently exist in the game, you would encourage a lot of that kind of gameplay, and I don't think that would be a positive in the long run, personally. That doesn't mean that my statement is correct, or they couldn't change them to make them more appealing, but I don't see a way that you could incentivize curses as a gameplay mechanic right now in a way that would be beneficial to the game. If I were to just wish cast here, I would say just add blessings. Do the thing that Tarn's already doing, which is give us positives from temples outside of the mood boosts and need fulfillment and, possibility of getting cursed right now, which is kind of all they do currently, which is, they fulfill needs to worship and can potentially curse you. But like I said, that's just my opinion. And my opinion ain't the end all be all. It's just my opinion. I think it's a curse of the internet, not so much gaming. It's just the internet. Clumpy. But I don't know. I don't think that incentivizing the player to play with curses is a positive thing the way curses work right now. And I don't think they should be curable, because by the time a dwarf is like angry enough and pissed off enough to get cursed, they're probably haggard and they're probably already causing you a headache. Should be the new wave? I mean, I do that, or I try to. I mean, like, optimizing the fun out of games is like what a lot of challenge YouTubers do, which I think can be interesting in like an entertainment sense. Similar to like, how watching somebody get covered in goop in Nickelodeon is entertaining. Is it necessarily fun to do yourself? But it's entertaining to watch. In my movie videos, I try to make them more about what I think is fun and cool about this game, which is the narrative and the storytelling and the showing off the flexibility of the game and like the creative options within the game. Like, that's what I try to do with my videos. And I think for the most part, they succeed in that. With maybe the exception of like the worst map videos, but I don't actually find that map to be particularly hard. It's just kind of tedious and expansion is difficult. I don't agree. CCJ. I don't agree. I think that there are lesser curses, which you can get in adventure mode. In Fortress mode, there's only 2 curses, right? There's like vampirism and were creature, right? You can be either a vampire or a were creature. Those are the 2 curses that one can attain. And I think those should be permanent, because that's how they've been built and build in the Dwarf Fortress lore as long as I've played this game. Those are a thing that once you have it, that is your curse. You get to carry that for the rest of your existence. You could theoretically live with it and still live out a long existence with that curse, but it is a curse. There are lesser curses that you can get in adventure mode. As some examples, polymorph. You could get turned into a sheep. Bad luck. You fail a lot of tasks. Bad luck. You break things or like are incapable of completing as many jobs for an extended period of time. What are you doing? Oh, I see. You're stuck. And to me, I think that isn't, and obviously I'm just speaking for myself here, but like, to me, that is like an interesting predicament because like, you know, a dwarf could get cursed with polymorph and it just wears off after a while. There are minor curses that I think are more interesting in that format. I have no idea what you're on about, Crumpel. Oh, for being polymorphed into a sheep. I was like, why are we talking about eating grass? What did I miss here? I mean, sure, I guess if you're being polymorphed into a sheep, you could eat grass. I mean, usually what happens if you get polymorphed is you just die to the first enemy encounter because you have absolutely no combat ability or no functional combat ability. Unless you're nearby a town, then just go hide in the town and cross your fingers. Which is its own kind of amusing. And also, yeah, when it comes to like the vampire curses and the were-creature curses, there is also that side effect that Rumrusher more or less said, which is those are explicitly a buff in adventure mode. Outside of like ruining your reputation with everybody. Uh-oh. We got an Embers monster. See where it goes. Oopsies, that's not where I wanted you to go. I want you to go here.
Video games Crypt Wambler.
Stonecoat, thanks for the 25th month. Welcome back. Oh, it's flapping away. There's two of them, though. One of them found a cat. Those are just made of charcoal. There's a ring right there. Quartzite ring. Not much, dirty bum. Hurt my ankle on Boxing Day. Or my foot, rather, more so than my ankle. Still hurts, but it's getting better. Outside of that, not too much, to be honest. Oh, they're all firing out bolts. Oh, I see. There goes one. Here comes another Embers monster. It's two down. There's 3 and 4 over here. 5 out of 6. Okay. It's the funniest way you've lost a fort. That's like saying, what's the funniest joke you've heard in your life? I don't know. What do you mean by funny? I mean, I've flooded many of my own forts. Nobody's above that. I probably, actually I got one. I had a fortress that had a very large lava trap that was burning enemies. And that fort fell because a bunch of baddies got in and I didn't really have a military. So I just kind of dug holes in the walls and let lava in and said, fuck you, as I went down. which engulfed most of the lava and fortress in flames. And then I started a new fort and was like, I'm going to send my military to go get my old artifacts because I really wanted those steel artifacts that were in that fortress. And I sent a squad, and one of them came back, and one of the artifacts they brought back was a book, and that book was still on fire according to the game, and so that fort burnt down. After I finished yelling at my monitor, I just made a new fort. That's probably the funniest way I've lost a fort. That's like way too generic of a question to actually be able to give you like more of an answer than that, because that's pretty subjective, I guess. But I don't know. I've played tens of thousands of hours of this game, so it is really difficult to actually give like direct answers on questions like that because they're a bit too general. Where's the rest of these embers beasts? Let's see what we can do. Or bam, the dwarf was found dead. Whoops. Got another dwarf that's seriously injured, but they should be coming to rescue them in no time. Maybe not no time, but sooner than later. Writing was so fire, the book was still high. One could say that book was pretty lit. I think it was a book. I'm actually not entirely sure what it was. It was just one. I assume it was a book because books burn. But I don't know. I mean, that is a bug as well. I think like a lot of the funny deaths per se weren't actually funny for me. So it's actually hard for me to tell what exactly was a funny way that I lost a fortress, because things that chat might find funny, I don't always feel are funny. Like, there's things that are fun to watch and exciting and entertaining to witness visually, but, like, aren't even remotely fun to actually play. And I think that's just kind of the dichotomy of video games, where, like, what's funny to you and entertaining to you might be completely insufferable and awful to me. And I definitely had just as many of those as I've had funny, memorable fort deaths. Put the lit into literature. I see a little bit of humor there. There goes another one. Got two more incoming. Bolts flying. There goes another one. Oh, wow. Unknown creature substance is its blood. There's another two over there. What the heck is DCC? CCJ? Has been for several years, Sky's Crowned. Still can be a lot to follow sometimes with the Z levels and all, but it is certainly easier for most. Here comes another one. Okay, how many more Underworld's Embers critters are around? There's one over here. Looks like it just wandered off the map. Is there more, though? Nope, just the one. Surprise is no one in regards to falling unslayed. Let's hope that it flies up this way. There we go. Come on. Uh-oh. That's not good. Oh, they got it. Good shot, Dwarf. Took it out. By firing a steel bolt directly at the Embers monster, which broke away most of the tissue. Not bad. War-trained animals aren't effective and haven't been effective, really, unless you have overwhelming numbers of them. You couldn't get your giant cave spiders to fight goblins? I have no idea. With things of that specificity. I think I can count on one hand of the number of not dead giant cave spiders I've seen in the last year. I don't see them very often, let alone a trained one. I don't know. I don't use war-trained animals because I don't think that they're even remotely effective whatsoever. So I find them just kind of annoying to try and manage, personally. That's about it. But, like, unless you... If you're going to go for giant, like, trained animals, I would not recommend going for something with an ability like a web spitter. And depending on that, I would personally just go for a... like just an army of bears. Something that doesn't need to graze. Also, we're getting a party. The dwarves would like to celebrate. After the successful killing of the demons. But yeah, Cuglorf, I don't know. I'm maybe not the best person to ask. I personally just don't use them. I mean, it's not every day that you go check Dwarf Fortress, right? Sky's crowned. But yeah, I don't know. I don't use war creatures all that often. I find war creatures are the most useful if you have like a couple trained war dogs or like war bears or something that doesn't need to graze, and then you just assign them to like your nobles so that they defend them. Or like kids, like characters of importance is all I really use them for. I don't really use them outside of that. Mostly because like I just find them kind of annoying to manage. It's literally the majority of it, is I just find them kind of annoying to manage. Just trying to shrink these ammo stockpiles a bit. Those can just go away. Don't actually need that anymore. Like using giant turtles for bait. I mean, bait's one thing. But bait's pretty different than like war creatures. I'm just not a huge animal husbandry person in video games ever, in any case, so it's not something I prioritize ever in games, really. Just let you out because you're stuck. Well, I had a duck kill a titan in a fort not too long ago. Admittedly, that duck was an abominable smoke zombie, but that, well, actually, no, it was a duckling, wasn't it? Somebody can correct me if I'm wrong. I'm pretty sure that was actually a duckling. Yeah, I don't know. War animals are not my focus in this game, so I'm probably a bad person to ask, actually. I would recommend asking somebody who focuses on war animals more than I do. No access. What? Doesn't seem right. Neither does that. Oh yeah, I mean, I use them for like spotting and like scouting and like keeping an eye out for were creatures and threats like that, but it is very rare that I actually use them as part of a fortress. As in, like, almost never. But yeah, that's mostly just because that isn't my focus of how I play this game. Sure. They can also be kind of useful if they're bigger animals like war dragons. If you're fighting, like cave dragons more specifically, if you're fighting off map. But they do need to be quite large if you're going to use them off map at all. Otherwise, they're just not going to be all that effective. Although I will say, it's good to see you, Dwarf. The thing is, like, spiders, extremely weak, Dwarf. Oh, you're in an ad break, probably. Hold up. We'll hold the thought. You're not in an ad break? Okay. You're not subscribed, so I can't be certain. Spiders are extraordinarily weak. They're also not war trainable, I don't think. Unless I'm vastly misremembering. If they are, then okay. But they have an ability, right? And it's very difficult to get trained or tamed animals to consistently use abilities specifically on an enemy. I would never depend on that. So, like, if they were war trainable, it would be weird if they all just died. But because they're not war trainable, or if they're not war trainable, then that kind of makes perfect sense to me in like a mechanics way. That, yeah, if they're not war trainable, then they're going to do absolutely nothing. I think like what's more confusing to people isn't that like I don't use a lot of war animals because outside of like, you know, kind of as we were just sort of saying, like keeping them as like guard post creatures and such, I find them to be pretty useless in like serious combat scenarios, just because I don't find them to be even remotely reliable. That being said, I think what catches more people off guard and what confuses more people isn't war creatures being unreliable. It's that animals that they expect to be really good in combat are fucking terrible at it. Yeah, it's more that. Like, you need to remember that, like, stats-wise, the difference between a grizzly bear and a cow is a grizzly bear has teeth and claws, whereas a cow just has teeth. And a grizzly bear is war trainable, whereas a cow is not. So if like a cow was war trainable, it wouldn't have as many weapons, but would be just as viable as a combat item, as a combat unit as a bear is. So, because they're both medium-large animals, it's just what tools they have for the combat at that point. I find elephants to be pretty fucking terrible as a defense and an offense, purely because of the fact that they require a grazing space. any like livestock that requires a grazing space, in my humble opinion, is a terrible combat creature because you have to micro their grazing. And I will never enjoy doing that. Unless that has changed, which I don't think it has. At the very least, one thing, I'm not sure if this is like me Mandela affecting myself or not, but one thing that I seem to have discovered recently-ish is that named creatures get automatically fed. So that means that war animals that are assigned to a dwarf who is alive will feed their war animal. So there is that, which I think is actually a pretty big buff to like war elephants and those types of creatures. But outside of that, like, I don't like the amount of like field space that they require to function effectively. Oh, that's cool. Glad to see that people are updating the wiki. No, certainly, and it is something in the game that should probably be expanded upon or made clearer. Sigil, or not Sigil in YouTube chat, Kai sent in YouTube chat. But in the current game, it's clearly just not a priority. Which is actually kind of funny to me that it's not a priority, or it doesn't seem like it's a priority, because Tarn has gone on record a good couple of times stating that his favorite, or one of his favorite things to do in Dwarf Fortress is to just mess with animal husbandry and try to tame animals. So I personally find it very funny that, you know, one of his favorite mechanics to mess around when he does play in fort mode is a pretty, not trivial, but like messy mechanic. Although I will say, alongside of the Siege update, and because I don't use war animals all that much, I'm not the most versed in this. But when the Siege update released, one of the things that happened was there is a patch note that states that war animals will attach themselves to their master more than before. And they do seem to do that, but that's not necessarily going to make them more effective or less effective. Can you make fungus grow in hell? I haven't seen any grow ever, so probably not. But you can plant stuff in hell. If it sees sunlight, then you can plant surface crops in hell. Trained giant birds don't fly. But as far as I know, there are no war trainable giant birds. So that's actually probably a thing. Like, probably I would, you know, I was thinking about this relatively recently, oddly enough, because this is how my head works and what I think about on a Monday. It makes sense that trained or tamed giant birds don't fly much, because you know what would be real fucking frustrating is if you're playing Dwarf Fortress, you know, as one does, and then you train a giant bird, and then that giant bird goes, I'm gonna fly over there now, and you're like, bitch, come back, and the dwarves can't get to it, and so you just end up with a lot of job cancellations due to that bird floating in midair at the other end of the map. And as funny of a concept as that is, it makes sense to me why trained birds wouldn't fly, because dwarves can't fly. You know? Also, in my head, they're just like a puppy dog where they think they people. But, so they think they dwarf, so they don't fly much. But mechanically, it kind of actually makes sense. Like, that's something that used to really annoy me, full stop. Like, I used to get real bothered by the fact that trained giant birds didn't fly. But thinking about it more, I don't know. I guess I've just kind of started to learn to accept it. Like, it makes sense to me now. They can carry the dwarves, but then you need 2 trained ones to go get the other trained one. Like, no. No, they can't. I mean, they can pick them up and huck them and drag them during combat, but that's different. Because in reality, I don't know, that to me just seems like a massive mechanics add for not a lot of actual mechanical gain. It just seems like a workaround that makes some sense to me. I don't know. They do fly once they are adopted? No. No, they do not. But, okay. You know, fun fact, wild ducks in Dwarf Fortress can fly. How many ducks have you seen fly? The only time that I've seen any kind of trained, adopted, or otherwise livestock fly in Dwarf Fortress is if they get thrown off of a cliff. They'll, like, float down to the ground and then go back to walking. Or squawking, or whatever they do. I'm sorry, what in the fuck is it that now? Dirty Bum? Is that a vanilla feature? Because if it's not, then it's not really relevant. So what about falconry? Not a mechanic in Dwarf Fortress? Not relevant? What about falconry? That's like saying, what about World War II tanks? Or tactical nukes? Yeah, sure, what about them? They're not really relevant to the discussion because they're not a thing in the video game. I think that, like, stuff like that's only relevant to the discussion if it's a thing that's in the video game, or a thing that's planned to be in the video game. Personally, I don't think, like, falconry needs to be in Dwarf Fort, or has any place, at least in Fortress mode. Maybe Adventure mode. But in Fortress mode, that seems like a complete and total waste. Or rather, not an interesting addition is maybe a better way to put it for me. But that's just for me. Maybe you disagree. Progress is being made. After this, we have one more layer up to build. One more layer up. Sounds like something that you just need to mod into your video game. Make rocks more trainable. And then generate a world where rocks are more plentiful. Welp. That's going to kill a bunch of dwarves. Blink and you'll miss it. I really figured that they would be done those stairs in time. Yeah, so if you're talking about a mod, it's not remotely, or even remotely relevant to, like, this discussion that we're having. If anything, characters doing it that are trained and were trained in a mod actually reconfirms my suspicion that it is the way it is in vanilla, specifically. Because, like, you know, you need it to be consistently playable. Because mods don't care about balance, logic, or fun gameplay. Mods just want to be the thing that they want to be. And you know what? That's why mods are cool. Is because they can take the game rules and be like, fuck you and the whatever hurts. And don't have to care about Steam reviews or playability or like things that even make sense. And I think that's what's cool about mods. Most of the time. No, but I'm talking to Dirty Bum. You know, it's sort of like me rolling my eyes at that person who sent in a question to Tarn, who was talking about like game performance and asking like if the game will get more performance increases, and then suggesting a bunch of things that probably wouldn't work, and then complaining that they can't have more than 300 dwarves. It's like, if you've made it to 300 dwarves, buddy, you should be happy. That's pretty good. Like, that's most of us. Most of the time I've been alive playing this game would dream of frame rates half that good. .30 FPS with 300 dwarves. Yeah, that sounds great. Man, they've improved this game so much. So when you say that you have mods that do something, then that actually kind of just reconfirms my suspicion. Because I'm just imagining a creature losing its training or getting spooked by something and then flying as high up as it can to the center of the map and then not coming back, and then like getting locked outside of its bomb wreck. And then just getting locked outside of the accessible playable area. We're talking about this again? I don't know. Every single stream I talk about the same bullshit. I make the same jokes. I make the same references. And I hopefully talk to enough different people that they don't notice. So probably. And you as the viewer, your task is, if you don't like the thing that I'm talking about, it means that you're now here. So you should try and introduce a better subject that you haven't heard recently. So I don't know, am I? And is 100%, really? It's down to 2 FPS? Last time I looked at it, that stream, he was like trucking along at like 6 FPS or something. I guess it's gotten worse? Alf. Oof. We lost Gazoom. Got yeeted into the underworld. I mean, earlier today we were talking about why I think that curses should be curses and not a benefit. We've talked about that at least twice in the past week. We're gonna have another one, aren't we? Because I counted 4 that died. Maybe not. The humans meet with my dwarves and trade. Can you get a beardless Marks dwarf? You want to die? I'm just going to confirm. You are going to die, and probably quickly and unceremoniously. But I will give you one if you want. You may also get kicked out of the military. I'm just going to call you Goat, because Zell died a while ago. Does not care less about her appearance, talents, or other personal vanities. She is filled with joy and doesn't stick with things, even if minor difficulties arise. She is not driven and rarely feels the need to pursue even modest success. Doesn't generally think before acting, and has little time for forgiveness, and will generally seek retribution. She has a calm demeanor and doesn't often experience strong cravings or urges. She has a greedy streak, and she is quick to form negative views about things. She does not have a great aesthetic sensitivity, and she is conflicted by this. She values artwork and its creation. She needs alcohol to get through the working day and likes working outdoors and only grumbles mildly at crappy weather, and doesn't really care about anything anymore. Saw poor Zell. Has been dead for like maybe 2 weeks, real time. I want to say it was just like agitated wildlife that got her. She personally sees the attainment and preservation of knowledge as an offensive enterprise engaged in by arrogant fools, and believes that peace is preferable to war, and has a negative view of those who exercise power over others, and sees working hard as a foolish waste of time. Man, you just don't like things. She likes borax and zinc, as well as yellow zircon and blackcap wood, crystal glass, alpaca wool, vellum, as well as the color raspberry pink, picks, statues, and flasks, and the sight of the wonder of cavorting. And when possible, prefers to consume rice beer and longland flour and bambara ground nuts. Don't know what that is. And absolutely hates lizards. You haven't been on because of work? Gotcha. Is what it is. Fortress is still kicking. The body count is extremely high. Anybody who's still alive, honestly, like, that's miraculous. As far as I'm concerned. Absolutely miraculous. A heroic endeavor. One more level, chat. One more level. When we're done with this top level, we'll be able to try and collect the last of the items left behind by our dead. Memorialize the last of the dead, and then seal the door. And we will have conquered hell. Meaning we will have conquered hell in about, 10 minutes, give or take. Maybe 15, assuming nothing catastrophic happens between now and then. Don't count your chickens, I guess is what I'm trying to say. And you know what? I ain't counting. I like things that use flour. And also, what's up, Ovidrex? This fort is a treasure trove for any necromancers that may visit post-retirement. Not necessarily, because super dead, non-preserved bodies or bodies that are mangled aren't necessarily usable by necromancers. But possibly. I'll be honest, I just kind of don't know what to do with this fort. I guess it'll just be finish building this and then start invading the goblins. Let's just focus on this level. You can get deconstructed. And you can get deconstructed. You're just glad you died here twice. You could have also been like El Rey, who died within a couple of seconds. Died and then immediately died again. In fact, not El Rey specifically, but it's time to make more slabs. Her problem is having the dwarves go to the deepest corner of the cavern to clean. Don't permit it as part of a burrow. I've got a burrow running right now. It's generally your best course of action. Actually, no, I don't want that. Because, yeah, if it's not permitted... There you go. You're building the thing. If it's not permitted as part of a burrow, then they won't go there and clean. Okay, so you can get deconstructed. this can get deconstructed. Oh man, this is exciting. We're almost there. Like seriously, this is exciting. At least for me. Let's go into here and then unforbid a bunch. They are constantly spawning, but they don't generally walk across the map. Like, there's a bunch over there. These guys keep coming and going. They're just like any surface map. You know how sometimes you'll just get little influxes of demons and then sometimes they'll have long breaks? Like, we had a bunch of Embers demons come through not too long ago, which caused a bunch of chaos in the middle there, and I lost some soldiers. But, you know, it's like... It's essentially like playing a wilderness map. You know, as you deplete the populations locally, there's less and less of them. This dwarf's making a weapon, artifact, and using adamantine. So here's hoping they make something cool. Here's hoping. Wish him luck, chat. Because it is entirely based on local populations, right? So just like many other natural orders of things in Dwarf Fortress, the longer time goes, the less local populations will be left, because you can cause animals to go extinct in Dwarf Fortress. So the demons that don't breed or can't breed won't endlessly repopulate and won't endlessly cause you grief. The only ones that will are the ones that can repopulate. You never dug this far down before? Trust me, in the time I've played today, I've lost easily 60 dwarves. I haven't kept a strict count, but 5 hours of play, an average of 10 dwarves an hour. This has not been like an easy walk in the park or anything, trust me. Like, it's not impossible that I'm making it look a lot easier than it is, but trust me, we've lost dwarves. Advanced Happy New Year. Oh, man. I didn't realize I was experienced enough with Happy New Year's to get the Advanced Edition. I look forward every year to streaming on New Year's, because New Year's... How do I put this? I can't wait for tomorrow, because, like, every... hour and a half to 2 hours, about 20 people tune in and drunkenly blast Happy New Year, all caps, into my chat from insert country here, and then immediately fall asleep on their computer keyboard. And there's something about that I look forward to every year and will never stop being entertaining to me. Like, maybe the holiday at the very least that I look forward to streaming on the most. That dwarf's removing you. Some migrants have arrived despite the danger. So chat, how long until it's next year for you, where you're at? I guess here it's slightly over 24 hours. Exactly 24 hours? I mean, it's 3 o'clock right here, right? So Have to wait until midnight before exactly 24 hours. Central Europe gang, A. Over 24 hours for you two in Indiana? Yeah. Well, we did name the dog Indiana, so in dog time, maybe. Sorry for the unnecessary Indiana joke, but I thought it was funny. Let's just use red light. Like, these are all getting suspended because of demons, most likely. $31 hours there. That's pretty similar to here, I think, actually. Anybody have any New Year's resolutions aside from 1920 by 1080 or 1440 or whatever? I actually got somebody with that for the first time in a couple of years. It's like, do you have any New Year's resolutions? Like 1920 by 1080, and I got a blank stare and then a... That's a new one. 2 hours ahead of you? All right, so then I guess 33 hours for me. Although, I guess technically my current... I guess it depends on whether or not I'm in my living room or my office. If I'm in my office, it's whatever 3 times 1920 by 1080 is. If it's in my living room, then it's 4K. You have... Hold on. 5K x 2K? 5,000 times... Oh, wait. Are you doing the math for my... 3 but 2 of them are vertical. I don't know if that changes it. The 2 edge monitors are vertical. This is the last layer. Almost there. Yeah, but I don't know exactly what those numbers are. 5,000, it's certainly not 5,000 x 2,000 flat. Try to do your hobbies more than other video games, you suppose? Any particular hobby? I mean, the hobby that I picked up again this year was drawing, sketching. You could take part in the post art room on my Discord. Miss having dual monitors. I don't think I could live without dual monitors at this point. Like, I use my laptop and I'm like, grumble pretty quickly. Like, a computer without more than 2 monitors just feels wrong. But I guess that's just my privilege talking. What do you need here, Dwarf? Stacked leather. Skeletons. Of course you do. Your desk can only fit one and you never felt like you needed more? Have you ever had more? Because I would say that I never felt like I needed more until I had more. I've been told it's like a dishwasher, although I needed a dishwasher until I was single, and now I don't need a dishwasher. But I've been told that having multiple monitors is kind of like having a dishwasher. Once you've had a dishwasher, you kind of always just want a dishwasher, even if like you lived in existence at some point where you didn't need one. Let's deconstruct you. Deconstruct you. Just don't get stuck on the corner there. Oh, actually, no, don't do that. Because I gotta do this. Once that corner piece is done, this is the last level. Drawing and 3D modeling and coding. Cool. Generally when people say 3D modeling, I assume digital, but maybe that's not a fair assumption. Like if somebody specifies like working with clay, then I presume clay, but... Well, we've bashed our way through our andesite allocation for the Mo. I'd like you to go back, Dwarf. Oh, man. This always sucks. Gotta turn off this water contraption because somebody went and knocked over a statue. The kind of annoying thing about mist generators is if somebody knocks over one of the statues, then items can't be retrieved from that location. It's kind of a pain. It's like they can cancel all kinds of tasks that need to not be canceled. It's like now there's just all these pieces just getting hauled out of here. I mean, I've got three, in regards to monitors, I've got 3 monitors and I'm like plotting about how I can justify getting a 4th. Like actively like contemplating how I could like justify getting a 4th because like a 4th would be super useful with my setup currently. Because like no matter what you do, at least no matter what I do, I could always find a use for another monitor. How big? 32 in the center, and then 227. The center one is 144 hertz, 1920 by 1080, and the other two are 60 hertz, 1920 by 1080. So that's going to dump down to there. And that should spin back up in a moment. Let's check in on this. A bunch of the stuff's forbidden, so let's unforbid all of it. Accidentally canceled one. Gives me a chance to see how much andesite they've made, though. Just gotta do that side over there. You can get deconstructed. Then this one can get deconstructed, and then this one can get deconstructed. I'm gonna tell you this. I don't think I'll ever go above 1920 by 1080, mostly due to vision disability problems. Like, I like the low resolution because I scale things up. I don't scale things down. I don't want things to be smaller. In fact, I get annoyed when like computer monitors are like in 1440p because then I have to like down res it or like downscale. And Linux handles that better than Windows does, but it still doesn't handle it great in all situations. So I would much rather, instead of setting up like a fucky extra large text situation, I would most circumstances rather have a lower resolution running natively at a higher frame rate than a higher resolution not running a native text size at a lower frame rate. There's a white brute. Got jump scared by this fucking guy. Yeah, nope. Bunch of stuff's gonna cancel now. Did they kill it? Yep, no they did. Question is there more? Yep, there's a wave of them. Here we go. And these things are just made of snow and are pretty brittle, but you know, if they catch a dwarf off guard, out of position or off guard, like, it is not a fair contest. And I'm just trying to get these walls done so that they can't get in. Not snowmen. I mean, what's their actual description? They're a large quadruped composed of snow. So they're more like a ice elemental, or like a snow elemental, maybe? Deucin the Weaponsmith has created Nephastigan Negak Zustuth, an adamantine spear, and claims it as an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor Cobalt Catches. I'll put it right here. Only one adamantine artifact spear. Let me tell you, it's pretty banging. This is an adamantine spear. All craft ship is of the highest quality. It is encircled with bands of cushion andesite cabochons and dog bone and dog leather. This object menaces with spikes of adamantine and goat leather. On the item is an image of hidden moons in amber opal. On the item is an image of dwarves in pigtail. On the item is an image. Oh, sorry. The dwarves, a traveling network, relates the foundation of Wavepool by the magical jaw of sharks and of the magical saber in the early spring of 250. On the item is an image of a forgotten beast in dog leather. Cheese enjoyer. Sure. What kind of dwarf would you like? Basically, beard or no beard and approximate job preference. I'll do what I can, though, within reason. Because there's only so much I can do. To completely complete your wishes. I'd certainly call these things a little bit closer to Feisty the Snow Beast than Frosty the Snowman. I really like it when the demons get hit by a bolt. And that is enough to, like, kill them or make them fall, and then they fall directly into one of the pits and just disappear. Those are maybe the coolest kills. I wonder. I have a bearded cheesemaker, although there is no guarantee as to how long anybody will live. Cheese Enjoyer. Chat, can I get a round of beers for good luck for Cheese Enjoyer? Has such a developed sense of optimism that he always assumes that the best outcome will be the one that will eventually occur no matter what. Is shameless and absolutely unfazed by the thoughts of others. And often finds himself changing his mind to agree with somebody else. He is often cheerful and he is trusting. He is quick to form negative views about things and generally acts impartially and is rarely moved to mercy. He tends to hang on to grievances and has a tendency towards forming deep and emotional bonds with others. He's a friendly individual and generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity and is often nervous. His hands become animated when he's angry, and he holds his breath when he's nervous, and he becomes very focused during conversations when he's angry. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything anymore. Dreams of raising a family and personally prefers a noisy, bustling life to boring days without activity. Values a harmonious existence after seeing a white brute's dead body. The menace of bugs, specifically, his dead body, and doesn't particularly respect commerce and doesn't think one way or another about leisure time. Hasn't killed anything and is very large and fat. Has a pet pig and 2 friends. One of them are dead. Welcome to Fort and good luck on your living as long as possible, or ish. Mostly due to this. Like, seriously. Good luck. Here comes another one of these brutes, which pops up and around the hill, getting chased by bolt throwers and turns into snow. And may or may not have just killed this dwarf, who's just bleeding heavily. It's a lot of blood. Okay. Down to just injured. Okay, that dwarf will survive. Uh-oh. Well, somebody decided to be a Dumbo. 2 of them decided to be dumb. There isn't really any reason for them to go over there at the moment outside of constructions, which I figured would all have been canceled by this point, but it's 2 down, 3 down, 4 down. Let's see if Zulban survives this. Nope. Nope. 2 down. Another one down. Demon off in the corner. Flies away like the coward that it be. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Dwarves down. Let's move over to the corner. This is what I mean when I say that I cannot guarantee the length of your dwarf's life whatsoever. There goes 2 more. 3 more. Okay, let's check something real quick. So white brute, 2 white brutes over here. Another one just flew in, which must have just died because I didn't even see it. I just saw them shooting. What's up, Bane? And now you can't for the life of you get them to start back up. Are you building or digging? I would just channel up right next to it. Like, if you're digging like this, and they've canceled like this one, I would just go one below and just channel up here, and then go up to here, and then fill it in with constructions later. That happens sometimes. I have no real logical reason as to why that would happen outside of maybe a burrow, but I'm presuming that you don't have a burrow enacted. But just try and get around it forcibly, and that's maybe the easiest way to get around it. Okay, we are almost done, chat. I know that it's still tough out there, and dwarves are still dying out here, but we are very close to the end of the long, bumpy, death-filled road. Hopefully soon. Here's hoping. So very close. Any of the new sieges? Not on this fort. So I've had some people like tell me that currently it seems like in order to like get attacked by the goblins, you have to go out of your way to attack them. I haven't done that at all in this fort. Oh shit. They can't actually remove this because there's stuff in the way. So because I haven't like gone out of my way to invade them, they haven't attacked me, and I'm also pretty far away from the goblins, and it seems like the goblins aren't necessarily doing all that well in this world currently. So it's just not really a huge priority. Initially I was like, oh yay, they're not attacking me. I'll just spend a lot of time preparing. And that just kind of turned into, well, they haven't attacked me yet, so I will invade the underworld. And then somebody in chat was like, it seems like they don't invade you unless you're like right next to them now. And then at that point I was like, well, I'm like 90% of the way into the underworld. Might as well just finish. Might as well just invade the underworld. So, you know, it was just kind of one of those situations, I guess. With trolls and picks? Oh, absolutely. I mean, like, that's what I built, like, 4 fortresses in a row around right after, like, the siege update released was like, well, gonna build a bunch of fortresses that do kind of nothing except for, like, invade goblins so that we get attacked as much as possible. And I'll be honest, it's been kind of nice to focus more on, like, non-invasion hazards again. Because, like, for so long, that was, like, the primary thing that I would do in this game, right? Is, like, the main focus of defense was always, like, monsters. And the siege update has very much changed that focus to, or from monsters to, like, you know, enemy sieges. And I think that that's fun. But I think it's fun to change it up, so this fortress has definitely been a nice change of pace. Because, like, it's not like we're not under threat. We are very much under threat. But it's a very different kind of threat, and I think that that can be fun. How the hell did you not get memorialized? And never reaching your gate? Sounds like you've done a pretty good job of dissuading them from reaching your gate, because trust me, they had no troubles reaching my gate. Should try having a more obvious gate. That or, I have a question. Did they always do that, or did they kind of stop doing that after a while? Or start doing that after a while, rather? Because if they started doing that after a while, that probably just means that they... Because what they try to do is they try to find a way into your fortress where they can succeed and take over. And if they can't succeed or take over, then eventually they will not give up, but they'll just siege you, where they will stay on the outside and we're fucked. Maybe not, but a lot of my dwarves are. Rip. Rip. Come on, dwarves, you got this. Military's too battered. Well, it's dead. Fuck it. Color coordination be damned. What do I just have blocks of? I mean, color coordination right now is damning me to hell. I can't really speak to the rest of the world. I really hope that we're able to get this done. I'll be kind of bummed out if the fortress does fall. Come on, dwarves, we got this. A little worried that they haven't picked up any of those tasks yet. Oh, shit. So, Haunt of Steam. Also, chat, I would just like to send a personal address to all of you who have been complaining that, or not complaining, but commenting on the lack of demons. That was a blessing. And I'll have you know that things were real good during that period of time. Okay. You missed Christmas, Odin. It's good to see you, though. And thank you very much for the 50-pack. I mean, at this point, it's just Happy New Year, right? Let's unsuspend that. Is Dwarf Ammon still alive? Good question. Yes, somehow. It's one of my legendary spear dwarves. It's currently faint after almost dying, and has killed 1 Haunt of Steam, 1 Brute, White Brute, 1 Judgment of the Irons, bunch of dwarves and giant Kias, as well as an Embers monster, a Chameleon demon, and whatever an enslaved ruination is. Was. But, Jaeger, thank you very much for that ridiculous 50-pack. I appreciate you. Thank you for everything that you do. Hey, chat. Odin or Lil Jaeger just chucked out 50 gift subs. Can I please get a big round of beers? And if you happen to have a Prime sub or a resub, now's the time to use it, because that would be a fun hype train. Thanks for the $10, Letteran. It's very kind.
Letteran cheered. X1000.
Moose, thank you very much for the 37th month. Rolf, thanks for checking out a gift. There you go. Gift? Gift. I should have said thanks for checking out a GIF at this rate. Eric, thank you very much for the $1. Appreciate you. You guys are very kind. That's the level 9 hype train. Needs 10 subscriptions or $47 in bits to level up. Regardless, though. I think subs are on sale still. I think that's like an until the end of the year thing. Unless I'm mistaken. Just need to get this upper wall done. That's it. That is all that we need to do. And there we go. There goes that injured dwarf. Getting carried back into the fort. Although, Odin, I do have to ask you, how was your holiday? Hope you had a good time. I didn't end up streaming on Christmas Day because that was the day that my parents came over. So I would have ended up only streaming for like, I don't know, 2 hours or so. Based on my normal schedule. This dwarf, Schrubbert, bit of a hero. Was one of the starting 7. With only... Yeah, literally the sole remaining of the starting 7.
Well, add to the train.
Because Hammerhead died today. I mean, you might as well, right? Thanks for the 29 months, Saturn. Rook's been missing for a week. I have a few suspicions as to what happened there. Thanks for the $20 super chat. Thomas in the YouTube chat. The font color is really difficult to read in your name, but appreciate it. Thanks for the kind words. You had fun running RimWorld with a 5-year-old child with an assault rifle, saved everyone during an angry wolf attack, and then everyone was down, kids saved it. Isn't it like the squirrel that like downs the base in RimWorld, the like one of the more consistent memes with that game? It's like everything was fine until the squirrel attacked. Minute and 25 seconds left on the hype train, which needs 9 subscriptions or $42 in bits to level up, but regardless, thanks a ton. I mean, in Dwarf Fortress, usually what ends the fort in funny ways like that is a sock. Somebody just propped the door open with a seed. You know, just like stone door, like firmly held open, left ajar due to a sock being in the doorway. It's the most Dwarf Fortress-y ending to a fort. That one's almost done. That's the one that they're working on right now. I'll just leave these paused for the moment. Anonymous, thank you very much for the 10-pack. Leveling up the hype train. Tripe train? Yuck. Hype train. I swear that wasn't me, chat. What just happened? Bane, thanks for the 10-pack. Odin, thanks for the 20-pack. And, yeah, okay. Thank you. It's very kind of you. I still have dwarves putting stuff in tombs. There you go. Please get the Roddy bits first. Is anybody carrying bits of Bambool? Zephon? Vortex DNR, thank you very much for the 20-pack. Chat, you're too kind to me. Appreciate it, but seriously. Cheese Enjoyer, you're carrying Tholteg. Well. Hold on, let me just give this a like and a heart on the YouTube side. All right. There's got to be more. Just looking for one that got unclaimed, like this one. Yeah, okay, so it looks like we do actually have enough tombs. Just in time to see endless beers? Certainly a lot of beers. Donjus, thank you very much for the chucking of a sub to the son of Boat Murdered, who was surprised that I got their name. They were like, no one ever gets my name. I was like, you need to hang out in more Dwarf streams and people will get your name all the time. Let's get this one done. Unforbid a bunch of these. Just canceled one. Oops. Okay, so you're actively building that one. You're removing that one. This is all that we have left. Quite literally all that we have left. Salutations, anti-capitalist pig in YouTube chat. Sponge of the zombie giant variety. Thank you very much for the 33rd month. Christmas was really nice. You had a visit. You had your brother visit over the entire week, and you played a lot of Asuka. Gotcha. That's a game that I've seen the name of, and that is it. I don't think I've seen a single second of gameplay of that thing. Although because it is an open world survival crafting game, it might just blur in together with everything else. A lot of those games just, due to my lack of interest in them mostly, kind of blur together. Okay, let's actually just go out here. Just remove these, remove that. Remove that. Remove that.
Crypt beer.
And that's the sponge, I think. That's the ends there. Okay, there's a bunch of baddies up here in the corner. I would like to stay away from me, if at all possible. If at all passable. No, not this one first. This one first. Okay, so you're getting finished up right there. Posable Thumbs, thanks for the 37th month. I agree, Willow Priest. I agree. Thank you indeed. And in a few moments' time, I'll be able to seal the outside walls. And we will have defeated hell. Until further notice. At which point, I think the plan is going to be cheer these dwarves up a tad, because they're a little cranky. Thanzol was missing for a week. Rook was missing for a week. Bunch of dwarves missing for a week. Bane, thank you very much for the 10-pack. But the hype train ended just before that went through, so that leaves us off at a level 12 hype train with 116 subscriptions and $11 in bits. That is a lot. Thank you. Seriously. Ending off the year with a bang. Where was I going? I was going for something specific. This is what I was going for. Because they just went missing, I am assuming that they got knocked into one of the endless glowy pits. Metalsmith? Metalsmiths are limited. We got tons of armor smiths and tons of weaponsmith and a weaponsmith. Do you have beard preference? But Could select from... Okay, I've got one available metalsmith. I would go for one of these two. Weaponsmith is okay. Beard or no beard then. Or actually beard. There's only one weaponsmith, so the bearded one? This guy? Do some hold doors. That's because weird though. You feel satisfied with just chopping down trees to see your builders build huts. The game sort of reminds you of RimWorld, but in 3D. Right. I never played the sequel. I also always forget the name of it. Third-person zombie survival game exclusive to Xbox systems. Made by Undead Labs. State of Decay. State of Decay is kind of like that, in a way, I think. Where, like, you recruit NPCs. Or, although, maybe more like Terraria. Where, like, you recruit NPCs and they join your base and they go out and do missions for you and do, like, occupy and maintain stuff. Insulina is incurious and never seeks out knowledge or information to satisfy himself. Makes me wonder if State of Decay 3 is ever going to come out. Anyway, does not generally respond to emotional appeals and has an overbearing personality. We are in an ad break, but I'm going to read this during the ad break. He generally is unhindered by the thoughts of others concerning his actions, and he doesn't seek out excitement. He is a friendly individual, and he is often cheerful. He tends to be a little wasteful when working on projects and doesn't often feel envious of others. He is given to flights of fancy, and he can handle stress. He has a greedy streak, and he always points at others when greeting them. He laughs very loudly when he's surprised, and he stares intently when he's thinking. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything anymore. Yeah, it's just that they're a Microsoft-owned company, so, like, I wonder. Maybe they just, like, are cheap enough to run that they'll just fly under the radar forever. He personally finds artwork boring and dreams of mastering a skill. He likes andesite, as well as sterling silver and crystal beryl, as well as kumquat wood and giant polar bear bone. The colors sapphire and low boots, as well as blue pea fells for their coloration, and the words of the musical lark, and when possible prefers to consume finger millet beer, and absolutely hates leeches. You don't have any friends in this fortress, and you haven't actually been here all that long, I don't think. Yeah, you only arrived at the beginning of this year. But thankfully, all your memories, somehow, are very positive. Like, you're very happy after putting on a truly splendid item, and you took part in some rites to a temple of a god that you worship, I think. And another dwarf showed up missing, which is a damn shame. You know, there's a part of me that wants to do something different for New Year's Eve. I think tomorrow for New Year's Eve, we're just going to stream Songs of Six. Start a new playthrough of Songs of Six tomorrow. I've been, like, trying to decide what I wanted to do for New Year's most of the stream today, and I think that's what I've come to. Either of you carrying a Tholtig? Or pieces of a Tholtig? I have no idea of what I'm doing for the next fort. If I had an idea, I would already be playing it. I don't generally plan that far ahead. I have like some ideas of different forts that I could do and challenges that I've done in the past that I want to do it again, but I don't really think about what I want to do until like the day of. So I'm not really that much of a pre-planner. Or rather, I pre-plan stuff, just not that far ahead. Caravan has arrived, and it's the dwarves who are here to trade. As much as I would love to trade, I need to finish with this. Primarily. Okay, You can get deconstructed. You can get deconstructed. You can get deconstructed. You can get unforbidden. You can get unforbidden. Chat, this is all that we have left. That's it. So I need this dwarf to finish constructing this. That is it. And then we can block off the last of it. Then I can close the gate. And we have secured hell. Let's make a happy fort with your cheerfulness. We'll try. I'm sure that your dwarf will have a positive impact on the rest of the fort. I mean, come on, nothing could possibly go wrong at this point. All right, that's it. That's the last bridge, or second to last bridge built. That's the last bridge. As you knock down that side. I did the I can only follow one dwarf. I think that no pause is a bit of a silly thing, unless you did some shenanigans to like actually make the game fully pause. But a lot of like menus that are required that are required to play the game also pause the game. So I think like a true no pause run, unless you've modded the game pretty extensively, is like virtually impossible. That being said, I did the follow one dwarf for 10 years run where I could only pause on the fives. That was interesting. I don't really want to do that again anytime soon. Nor do I have any interest in doing a no pause run proper if there are ways to make those menus pause, mostly because I've said this before, which makes people's jaws drop and they go, what? And act all surprised when I say it sometimes, which I think is kind of funny, which is this game is my job, right? And one of the things that you always see audiences of streamers like myself saying pretty loudly and consistently and constantly is don't burn out. Like, you know, do what you enjoy doing. And then on the flip side, I'll be like, how about the least fun possible way to play the game that you could possibly comprehend? To which I generally have to say, I think I would rather not do the cool challenge, unless it would only last like a stream. I would rather not do the cool challenge per se and enjoy my gameplay and not burn out than do the cool challenge and maybe get more views for a week and then not enjoy the game afterwards. So to me, nothing about a no pause or a proper no pause run would be any fun. I mean, my like pseudo no pause run wasn't fun. It made for a good video, but it wasn't fun to stream. And from what I could tell from the general enthusiasm from people watching after like the first day, it wasn't fun to watch either. And I stand pretty close to that. It's like, I try to avoid things that I personally feel would just make the game less interesting. Like, I'm okay with limitations and restrictions because that's fun to me. But things that just make the game unpleasant isn't really beneficial outside of getting clicks, which is useful because that pays the bills, but not always. I don't think that that's such a controversial thing, or like, I feel like that should be a more popular opinion when people actually think about it for a little bit. Have I done any adventure mode that runs that you think are good watches? I don't think adventure mode is a good watch because adventure mode is just me explaining to people what they can't do in adventure mode. I'm waiting until Tarn puts out another patch for adventure mode and then we'll do another big adventure mode run. Outside of that, the only adventure mode you will see on this channel is like a little interstitial in between forts runs to start forts, to bring unique items or a couple unique characters or something to a fort to start with. I don't do big adventure mode runs because for the exact same reason that I think that if I'm having less fun, people have less fun watching the stream, is half the people tune in, maybe not the first day, but very few people tune in after a day or two. And chat verbally tells me that it's boring to watch. Speaking of things that are boring to watch, chat, we've completely and totally 100% isolated ourselves from hell. Ready for the grand closing? When these gates are shut, right now, let's not talk about Hell's kill count. Trust me, it's way higher than mine. We have officially defeated the deeply and greedily. I think so, in regards to the partying and merrymaking. Actually, let's just take the soldiers off duty for a minute. It's time to go brew some drinks. Eat some snacks. Maybe make some barrels. I wonder. 8 adamantine wafers. Ever make those chests? Not the adamantine ones. But before we can party, we do have to do a little bit of trading. And Judge, you can come trade. I'm going to go to here, and I'm going to turn off every single not mission critical task. You bit your tongue? Oh no! That's unfortunate, Stone. Hopefully it wasn't too bad. Okay, this is a little wild. The fortress merchant guards having so little in the way of weapons or defenses. Sounds pretty good, by the way. Thomas in YouTube chat. Speaking of growlers at a local tavern, if my foot feels okay tomorrow, I might end up going to a brewery that is open until midnight, close to me. I don't know. Depends on how my foot feels. And probably something I'll figure out at around 6 o'clock tomorrow. Like, it is feeling better. But what was that giant snake? That's a forgotten beast that's been chilling for a bit. It's a giant viper with poisonous bite, which might be the most normal forgotten beast you could have. This giant snake with poison bite. That's good. Thankfully, tongue wounds heal quickly. Let's just grab those. Let's grab the cheese. for a cheese enjoyer here. And trade. And then they'll just leave right there. So with all that done, I could actually build out this underworld space a little bit. Eventually, anyway. You can get deconstructed. We'll just deconstruct you and you and leave you on this level. I will be honest, I have no idea why these are never getting constructed. I queued up some coffers for that tavern a while ago, and it like never actually made its way into the fort. Rinse, repeat. Still hasn't. It's kind of odd, actually. Thinking maybe I should turn this into a water source. Oopsies. Well, Elder Druid, we've officially sealed off Hell, for the most part. Hell has no way into the fort, and we can now build to our Dwarf's content down in the depths of Hell. Sorry, what were you fighting with? Manta Ray dueling with a common skate. This was one of my most important military dwarves at one point, so... let's get those dealt with. But I think it's finally time for these dwarves to start occupying these lower caverns. Can the demons break down walls? No. If they could, do you think I would be building walls? Some of them can probably topple doors or lowered drawbridges like the old school building destroyers. But these are not the like modern siegers that we're seeing. These are demons. These are kind of a specific type of entity. So I do not, thankfully, need to worry about them knocking down my walls. Otherwise, I would be putting in very different kinds of precautions. And you shall not pass. We did that 2 or 3 streams ago now, when I actually began the initial like invasion of Hell, and then they all kind of piled out all at once, and that was very much the you shall not pass. And that was we had about 5 dwarves sitting at bolt throwers, just firing bolts as fast as they possibly could, and it was heroic and glorious. And now we're underground, and, well, for every real major sense of the word, we've won. So, yeah, I guess we did get to stand here and say you shall not pass. Time to poke the Gobble Bear? No, it's time to fix my moods, which are currently terrible, because these dwarves have had absolutely horrendous moods for a while. So it's time to give these dwarves a break. It ain't time to poke anything. Also, considering, I don't know if you've watched much today, Bone Doll, but we have lost most of my military like twice today. I'm currently at 141 dwarves. I started at 180, and we went back up to 170 at one point. So I've lost at least 100 dwarves building this damn thing. My military is currently gutted to the point of having no real functional squads. Every squad has lost a good chunk of their military, with the exception of the ranged one, because that's the one I rebuilt the most recently. So no, we ain't doing shit until moods are a little better, population has gone up, and dwarves are a little less upset. You jumped in half hour ago? Okay, so you maybe saw some of the deaths then. But, I don't know. I haven't decided if I'm going to poke the Goblin Bear yet.
Of a city yaw got there.
Like, I might just spend a day or two, like, building out a little fortress down here, and then just retire it. Not necessarily, though. I kind of, I don't know. I'm in at least two minds about it at this point. You know? Like, we've done what is the exciting bit. Draken Soul! Hello. And unless, like, I mean, like, this right here is where the nearest underworld spire is. It's like, I could dig into this and get more adamantine. Oh, that teleported me. Like, I could dig into this and get more adamantine here. Or I could go to here and get more adamantine. Those are both options. And there's a few different ways I could do that. That could be interesting. But truly what we need is this. I need more migrants, I need to fill up my squads again, and I need to get them training again. Like, combat really isn't a viable concept at the moment, at the very least, until I have a trained up squad again. Thankfully, that shouldn't take too long. Beatings will continue? What beatings? No. Commit crimes, get beatings. That's got nothing to do with morale. That's just, the beatings will continue until you stop committing crimes, either due to the beatings or due to lack of crimes. So either stop committing crimes or the beatings will continue. It's got nothing to do with morale. Iffy Spiffy's been put to rest. Also, chat room, Drakensoul. Thank you very much for the 28th month. Chat, can I get a big round of beers for Drakensoul? Keeping that sub live for 28 months. Appreciate it. Rockin' Nurse Wood Shop. YouTube font is hard for me to read, I'm not gonna lie. Just kind of looks like a gray blob. On me eyes. And also, Sassbot, it's good to see you, by the way. Hopefully you're doing well. Same with you, Sparky. Currently, I'm just trying to make this front entrance look a little nicer. Because right now, I think it's a little fugly. A little bit fugly and a little bit all over the place. Super indirect. So primarily just trying to let a lot of the dwarves take a break. Let the military especially take a break while I rebuild this. Why don't I do it this way? What do I have 22 blocks of? Those will do. Those will do just fine. And then up here in the corners, we'll do more or less the same thing. The nice thing about spending so much time just making blocks is now I just have a ton of blocks that I can do just about whatever the frick I want with. I don't know. Today seems like one of those days where I'm just starting conversation topics. So anything that you can do to help keep the chat moving and conversations flowing is helpful. But I don't know. I kind of also don't have much to say. I mean, the gameplay itself is like pretty self-explanatory. It's like there's times where it's like I need to be like, I feel like I constantly need to be here and like explaining like what the hell I'm doing and like why it matters. But it's like I feel like I've done the thing. Like, you know, we defeated hell, more or less. Generally. It's like now, okay, we've made it this far, so don't have too much more to really explain, I guess. So I'm gonna go down here. This is going to be gaudy. What's the highest number of gems that I have? Yellow diamonds? Faint yellow diamonds? Blue diamonds? Let's do red diamonds and rubies and other rubies. Siskwo, the Chamberlain, has created I Dun Culet Tabenir, a frilly lommable skirt. How cute. And offers it to the fortress. And then yellow, I guess. Now what? I mean, we've kind of won Dwarf Fortress, really. Or at least a way of winning Dwarf Fort. Aside from that I didn't end up becoming the mountain home because the, you know, glorious leader died. But aside from, like, becoming mountain home, we've more or less won. Like, genuinely. Speaking of winning, I'm gonna go grab my sandwich because we're in an ad break. So I will let you guys follow this dwarf who's doing a construction and just make sure that actually everybody's in the burrow. I will be right back. It's not a 0 chance. We just need the other one to die. Sama. Ah, dwarf is sleepy. Now, I want to look at something. Because I'm curious. Where does this end up? Whatever. Okay, so if I go from like right here, gonna have to move probably to about there. And then from here, I'm going to have to move to about... Probably about... Well, maybe not right there. Basically what I'm thinking is... Yo, this would be a pain in the ass, but like... What if we drained the ocean into hell? I'd have to make a little aqueduct for it. We could do it. Because I quite literally haven't done that in... a very, very... We'll just go with a very long time. And that wouldn't even be, like, difficult. Let's eject an ocean into hell. Oh, no. Not really. It only goes to 2 until it figures out where all the water is going. And then it goes back to wherever it was before. So, no, not really. Initially, yes. But not for very long. Want to come back up through my fortifications? I don't have any fortifications this way. Pointing towards the outside. I have some inside the fort, but if I'm going to basically go from like right here and aqueduct it to over here, it'll just be ejected out the side of the wall, basically, and then out this way. We'll just be essentially firing a water cannon at the wall. What do I have a lot of blocks of? And all the while, we're going to be letting these dwarves bring more tables and chairs down. But for the most part, relax. Because I think they've earned that. It's pretty hard to deny it. That they've earned some R&R. Yep. Yeah, no, the Magma Sea refills. If the Magma Sea didn't refill, it would be so friggin' easy to accidentally drain it. Like, holy shit. I mean, I've drained the Magma Sea before. It's not impossible. I did it actually like 2 forts ago, but it requires just a lot of pumps and a lot of like external surface water to be able to turn it into obsidian. Like, you pump down a layer and then you pour water on it, pump down a layer, pour water on it, pump down a layer, plug the sources of lava at the edges, go down a layer, etc. Like, it's very much a, all right, drop it down a layer. Cool. Now drop it down another layer. Cool. Now drop it down another layer. So it's actually like a pretty straightforward little activity. As far as I know, all of the demons, for the most part, are trap avoid, and the ones that aren't, if they're made of fire or have any kind of fire ability, they can just melt themselves out. I didn't try, though. Cage traps are very rarely part of my, how do I put this, strategies. I can tell you right now, they are not tameable, so you wouldn't be able to make a proper zoo. Certainly not a petting zoo. I've got very little interest in making a demon zoo. Really? Like, not at all. I do have, like, a lot of random giant animals. Like, I got agitated albatross, giant red panda, or not giant red pandas, just red pandas, giant coaties, giant thrips, giant monarch butterflies, more albatra, monster hunter albatra. So, no, I put zero effort into cage trapping them. I think the last time I tried to go into hell, I tried to cage trap some of them, and most of them were just made of fire, essentially, which pretty much just completely negated the usefulness of any cage trap. Because they were just melting all materials except for artifact. Like, basically, they were made of lava. So a creature would get caught in them and then immediately melt out the other creatures around it. Or a creature would get caught in it, and then one of those would walk past and melt it out. And I just kind of said, fuck it. And I've literally since, I think I've tried to assault hell twice since that fort, and I just haven't even bothered, like, attempting it. Oh, no, like, they were melting everything. Usually when something is made of fire, if it's from hell, it's most likely the equivalent of dragon fire, which is hotter than the sun. So doesn't care about magma safe, because it's not magma, it is fire. And in this case, I guess hellfire. Which is usually why, like, if you invade hell and you immediately get some crazy lag, it's probably because you have creatures made of fire and creatures made of, what's it called? And creatures made of snow. So the game doesn't know what temperature to make it. It's like hot, cold, hot, cold, hot, cold, hot, cold, hot, 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 cold, hot, hot, cold, hot, cold, hot, too hot, too cold, too cold, kind of thing. Not that I'm aware of. I mean, like, I've done that. I have no idea which fort, admittedly. I should honestly have, like, thought about this several years ago and kept a better, like, spreadsheet or something. I did make a fort maybe a year ago now, where we invaded hell and I caught a bunch of demons in traps by, like, caving in the ceilings. And as far as I know, that would all still work. I don't know because, like, the one change that was made to traps recently, is that invaders can free their friends. I don't know if demons would do that. Maybe they would, maybe they wouldn't. If they did, then that would be a pretty big threat. If they didn't, then, well, then it wouldn't be. I realize that's like a non-statement, but that is kind of like the way of things. I also realized that, like, a lot of the time I kind of give non-answers because, like, I might not actually be correct. So, because I don't, you know, it's just like when people ask me for strats on, like, how to survive the enemies. It's like, I don't know, I haven't been able to do it consistently yet. Building a fortress takes such a long period of time and is so unique to each world that, like, it's really hard to say things for certain. Because, like, I've had demons that are trap avoid. I've had demons that are not. I've had forgotten beasts that are trap avoid. I've had forgotten beasts that are not. I've had, well, actually, not in the case of forgotten beasts. That's me just babbling. I've had angels that are trap avoid and angels that are not. I've had situations and instances where, like, it'll appear that something is one way, but it turns out it's actually not. All that kind of fun stuff, you know? I answered that question 3 seconds ago, so let's check chat's short-term memory. Hey, chat, answer Kugamo's question. I did literally answer that question like less than 5 minutes ago. It's been like minutes since I last answered that question in specific.
Oh hey, it's that time and place where number goes up.
Oh hey, it's
Hope
that time and
stream
place.
has been good.
No complaints. Devilish. Things got a little busy today, briefly. But yeah, no complaints. Oopsies, that is not the tool I wanted, but it'll be fine. We'll run it anyway. This was the tool I wanted. But how's Devilish Potato doing? Thank you very much for the 36th month. You were listening and you can't remember. That's fine. If you're just listening, you're not paying full attention. It's all good. I just sometimes like to do the this is an awareness test nonsense, you know? Okay, so you, squad, put you back on duty. Let's get these dwarves re-equipped. But we've defeated Hell. I would say officially, because they have no way into the fortress, and we got walls all the way around the outside. And I'm currently working on a redirect for the ocean.
Woo!
Yes, so that I can send the ocean into Hell. Getting all of the year-end projects done with your, so that you can, oh, you're getting all your year-end projects done with your time off, gotcha. Is this the year that the job doesn't continue? Because I remember that was a concern not super long ago. Or is that still a TBD question mark thing? Okay, you go down. Go down. Let's actually just go to right there. Let's grab something I got a decent amount of. These guys. Last thing I'm going to do is channel through this. So this is being built up. You're going to go up to there. The function of the grates there, originally it was to keep demons from climbing out. Now they're just there. Unless you're talking about stuff that's down here, that's to keep dwarves from falling down a floor. But originally it was to keep demons out. Since then it has become a bit more of kind of an all-purpose, just avoidance of problems mechanism. This was not the original demon chute, but this was. These pink stairs were. But as you can see, I've kind of rebuilt a lot of it. Demon chute, garbage chute. It all comes out in the wash. Correct. No job here soon, so that's what you've also been working on is job hunting? Yeah. Well, hopefully that's been productive. I've heard too many nightmares recently in regards to job hunting. This should all be good. Okay, you're good. You go up to here, which is all good. You go over to there. Which goes up to here. Which can be brought up one. Let's see, where do you connect? You connect to over here. Which currently I don't actually think has a way in. Okay, let's just go back down into the underworld real quick. And right here, when this gets to the end, I'm going to seal that off. Okay, that's where we're going to leave it. So we already go up to here and around the corner, and soon we'll pop up there. And then over to here. Now this is going up through here, which is popping over to here, and you're coming over from that side. And then you're just going to go all the way up to there. So I can go down to the bottom here. Give this lever a tug. Let's just get rid of this fucking door, because that needs to be disposed of. Well, best of luck, Devilish, seriously. Okay, so now that's been closed. It shouldn't take too long to get into there. Although this dwarf kind of sucks at digging. This whole area is all done already. But I will dig around that. All the way along here is almost done. That's good. All the way up to here. And you right there. Let's dig you through you. And there it begins. It's almost done. What I gotta do once the dwarves can get to this corner here is I gotta fortify this. Yeah, I need the military to get built up. That's very much the priority here. Because as you can see, these dwarves are not the happiest. And also not even fully equipped. It's just those two. Is there any way to de-agitate them? Quit bugging the surface. What that means is, like, don't chop down trees, don't construct, don't do any crafting, like, vacate the surface for a bit. And then kill the remaining monsters. I mean, giant creatures. Yeah, stop building and stop cutting on the surface. It's kind of all you can really do. Well, Bill, the ghostly miner is taking up residence in the fortress. What you screaming at me for? Devilish, what'd I do? Oh, looks like it's time for a big group dance. Or not. Yep, there's a ghost in the middle of everybody. It's kind of suboptimal. It's a ghost! Exactly. Hey, chat. Grab your favorite party emotes and plop them into the chat. Because it's dancing time. Even for the ghost. Sure, the denizens of hell will not even see this coming. Okay, let's see where all this connection goes. You go up to there. You're good. Don't forbid that. And this goes all the way up to here. Okay, Dwarf, you seem a little too slow to be a miner. Honestly, I think that this song might be one of the best song additions that they've done since the start of the game. I think it maybe weighs heavier in my mind than the entirety of the Adventure Mode soundtrack. No. You decided to go harvest plants instead. Well, more power to you, I suppose, Dwarf. All right, to those of you slabs engraved, they just need to finish placing it in a stockpile somewhere. We're in an ad break. It's sort of like how I wish that I could re-experience Halo 1, or not well, actually Halo 1, but Portal 1 for the first time again. Why is he crawling? Missing legs. Cramp. Tivo, hello. How are you? But yeah, most likely missing legs, Cramp. It's good to see you, by the way. Since chat's been generous. Have some ad-free viewing. And your 60th month, I think. Okay. I just couldn't stand seeing you without a subscription is all. Okay, so this needs a roof. Okay, you over here. Goes all the way up. Honestly, this should be good to go. That's done. All the way down to here. Down, down. All the way over to there. Holy cow, it's been 3 years. Yep. I always go back to the, like, whenever I look at the Dwarf Fortress page on SteamDB, which is this. It's like 3 years ago, December 6th, 2022, the Dwarf Fortress launched, right? Whenever I think about that, I just like to remind myself that when that was happening, there was a lot of people who I remember stating that there was a number of times where I stated, if you liked watching Dwarf Fortress, follow this channel because I'll still be here in several years, and who knows how many of the other people streaming the game right now will be. And I feel extremely justified in that general feeling that I had. Maybe it wasn't the best feeling, but still feel justified. Let's actually just deconstruct and reconstruct this. It makes me sad, though, Jess. More people streaming a game means a healthier game. Like, it ain't even a, you know, haha, I don't have as much competition kind of thing. It's like, no, actually, like, life would be easier if there was more people who watched this game, but ha well. I am but one person. Just happy that people watch this stream. Filtering in and out because it's new. Oh yeah, no, true. Although every now and again there are echoes of it, which I think are really interesting. Like recently somebody sent me or mentioned in my chat that Moon Moon had been watching my videos. And it was absolutely fascinating to find that chunk in the VOD, or be sent that chunk in the VOD where Moon Moon was talking about my YouTube videos. And then watching him like talk around the fact that he'd been watching my videos, but he mentioned enough things about my videos that chat was able to put 2 and 2 together, that he was talking about Dwarf Fortress and also talking about my videos. And there's something about that that I find extremely rewarding, I guess? I don't know. Knowing that there's people that have much larger audiences than me that, you know, occasionally watch the stuff I make is a very interesting feeling. It's just a neat feeling. Let's go pink garnets and purple spinels. I'm gonna make a little well right here. I mean, I have to be doing at the very least something right in Selena, purely based on the fact that I've been doing this as long as I have, you know? Like, I've been in kind of a weird mood today because of the person who was just being mean at the start of the stream. But at the end of the day, like, I wouldn't have been able to do this as long as I have if I wasn't doing something right. Like, I wouldn't still be here doing this. And I have been at this longer than most. And I ain't even bragging, that's just kind of a fact. Kind of screwing this up. I don't know what I'm doing here. I'm just going to ignore that for a moment. Finish this up. So, speaking of this, you go all the way up to here, which is sealed off. You go up to here, which is sealed off. You go over to here, and then you go over to here. You go all the way up to here, which is then sealed off again. Then you go all the way up to here, which is then sealed off again. I'm just going to real quick go up here, go over to here, open this, and then close this. Because there's something I gotta unload. Although actually, yes, I gotta leave that as is. Sacred Radiance, Gunmetal Unicorn has withdrawn from society, so I need this to open. Sure, but it depends on what you consider to be niche. I mean, is it a popular game? Absolutely. Is it for everybody? No. And so by that default statement, it's niche. You know? Like, it's more of a niche game than most city builders. You know? Is it mainstream? Certainly not, but it's definitely a niche. It's just, like, directly inaccurate to describe this game as anything else. Anything other than niche. Let's just go here. Just go update all of this gear, because I guarantee you they're going to go grab stuff from down here. Dwarf was found dead, who I can immediately go bury. I just would like this stuff right here to all be removed. Once all these are gone, then I can close this bridge. At the very least, I want like the helms and the greaves and the whatnot to be removed from this. Let alone the, you know, god metal whip and artifact spear. Like, to give you an idea, RimWorld is a very niche game. And I realize that this probably isn't the audience of my stream, but most of the podcasts I listen to are pretty mainstream. And I've been following video games related podcasts as long as podcasting has existed as a medium that I had access to. So basically since like 07. Because that's when I got my first like iPod, which was a hand-me-down. It was a freebie. And ever since then, I have been, you know, listening to video game podcasts. I think I can count on one hand the number of times RimWorld has been mentioned in the last 5 years on those podcasts. And like, granted, most of those are like AAA focused or like games dev or games business focused and like not the niche. And that's a game with like 30,000 concurrent players on a Tuesday. So if Dwarf Fortress has like a 30th of the player base, most certainly is niche. It would just be like irresponsible to say anything else about it. Getting another adamantine artifact made by Gunmetal Unicorn, who is a armorsmith and also weaponsmith, so it could be either. But I think it's time for me to hold my breath so I don't drown and drain the ocean. I think that's the time it is. Wish us luck, chat. Let's hope I didn't fuck this up. If I fucked this up, we're about to drown. RimWorld's pretty new in the, like, in the vein of, like, that size and scale of development, sure. But in, like, video games as a whole, no. No, that game's actually been around for a while. I mean, fuck. Dwarf Fortress is just this, is the same age as Roblox. Okay, so first chunk, success. The frame rate will go away for about 8 to 10 seconds and then it'll be back. Don't worry. Frame rate's not going to be gone for very long. Okay, so I've paused the game. Water has in fact gone where I expected it to. There's actually one thing I didn't check, so let's hope that it was completed. Ah, it was. I did not check if that was done. All right, so we're down to 55 FPS, but we go back up to 60 in a moment because the ocean just needs to refill. So let's let the ocean refill. This won't take too long because there isn't too much that needs to refill. Back up to 60. All right, chat. You're new here, YouTube lurker, usually with 600-ish DF hours. You got into Dwarf Fortress mainly through your videos, and you're still finding out stuff through streams. Happy to help. Appreciate my dedication and support for the game. Appreciate it. You do need to remember that a lot of the dedication is because it's the thing that works, and this is my job. But I do also happen to like this game a whole lot, which is a benefit. I don't know. I try to, like, coach people's flattery and me in a little bit of the, like, just remember this is my job. I wouldn't be here as much if this wasn't my full-time job that paid my bills, but... See the lovely ASCII? Sure, after the actual drainage begins. Right now you're not seeing too much. It'll just be numbers. But only if I can see a whole pile of water. I mean, I have like 25 or so, it feels like, different zones of guild halls and hospitals and other things. Maybe not quite 25, but a good few. A were-llama child named Adil has arrived. And that's in a really awkward spot. Let's hope that I have some talented militia dwarves right here. Which can deal with... Oh, no, that's not good. Let's just one turn at a time. Misses a Mark's Dwarf. Misses an Armorer. Takes a steel bolt to the lower arm, which bruises the muscle. It's lodged in the wound. Misses the Armorer. Scratches a Dwarf. Actually, let's check your kills. 25 other kills and 3 notable kills. I will say were-llamas look really funny. Punches. Attacks and misses. Punches the Armorer in the head, which bruises the muscle. Child punches it. Militia Captain stabs it with a steel spear in the upper leg. The were-llama misses a spear dwarf. Stabs it in the right hand, which tears the fat, chipping the bone. It attacks the armor, but he jumps away. Misses a spear child. Come on. A lot of misses so far. Armorer punches the were-child in the left upper leg. The militia captain stabs the were-llama child in the left lower leg with a steel spear, chipping the bone. Go for the head, dwarves. Go for the head. Or the teeth. If you take out their teeth, they can't convert anybody, but they grow their teeth back the next month. Armorer punches the were-child in the right foot. Stabs the were-llama in the upper leg. Our dwarven child punches it again. Armorer punches it, and it just attacks and misses a bunch. Militia captain stabs it. Armorer punches it. They stab it again in the upper body with a steel spear, tearing the right lung. Spear's lodged in the wound. The were-llama says, "I've improved my dodging." That was satisfying, and probably something about throwing off the groove. Grabs an armorer by their upper leg. Armorer punches him. Militia captain pulls on the steel spear and gains possession of it again. The child drops the dwarf that they'd grabbed in a wrestling move. The captain stabs the were-llama in the upper body. Once again, spear's lodged in the wound. Grabs the armorer by the nose with their upper arm. And then takes the armorer down by their nose. So it's pinching his nose with his upper arm and took him down in a wrestling move, and now has a spear lodged in his lower arm. And then lets go because he got stabbed in the arm. Then the spear dwarf stabs the were-llama with a steel spear, tearing the muscle. This is in the head. And tearing the brain. The spear is lodged firmly in the wound. And the creature is dead. I don't think anybody got infected. All right. This is cause for celebration. And what kind of celebration, you might be wondering? The good old-fashioned bathing of the demons. Let's see how much power this thing's got. As the Sacred Radiance has created Moma's Lolor, an adamantine helm, and offers it to the magical jaw of sharks. I need to make me some rock pedestals. But now we just need to wait for a dwarf to come over here and pull this. Okay, so my frame rate just disappeared. Kumbaya. You good old water sploat. You good old water dwarfs. Also, we're down to 2 FPS at the moment. Let's zoom out a little bit if I can. Oops, that's in. Up to 15 FPS already. 18 FPS. 14 FPS. All right, I think draining the ocean for the most part into hell seems to be more frame rate intensive than draining it into the like normal fort. Because normally, like, when I drain it into here, the frame rate comes back after a couple seconds. But I have a feeling it'll still come back once it figures out where the water's actually going. As far as the surface goes, seems to be sorting out all of this stuff right here. Also, let's just make sure that everybody's in the burrow. This is one of the reasons why I don't predict other people's frame rates anymore, because by all counts, this doesn't hurt my frame rate much at all when I do this in the caverns, but up here it seems to be. At least for the moment. And if you want to see this in ASCII, that's down here. And as for the ocean itself, well, that kind of just looks like this right now. And I would like to know where that manta ray is. I'm sorry, what? An agitated oppa? Well, that's a big fish. How about... Did the manta ray die? No, okay, so the manta ray did finally leave the map. Unless I've caught one. No. Oh, hey, the frame rate's coming back a bit. We're up to 25 FPS. Well, it's not really a fish tank. I mean, the lava, not the lava. The water is going to infinitely drain off the edges. Demons hate getting wet. Cats, demons, same thing. Yeah. Wonderbot, what's up? I'm, so, how do I explain what the fuck's happening? I'm draining an ocean into hell? Thanks a lot for the raid, though. Appreciate it. Chat, if you guys don't know who Wonderbot is a variety content creator on the YouTubes as well as occasional streamer. I will refill the ocean on the surface, and maybe this will make some more sense. I play too much Dwarf for it, and sometimes chat lets me play other games. I think I might be playing some Songs of Six tomorrow. Which goes kerplunk, right there, the water. And then for the ocean up here, it comes in from the side and refills. A ton? Man, how much does a YouTube video weigh? That's the real question. Like, what is that in bananas? Under the banana for scale ratio. Or in stone, as a matter of fact. Rip hell, it's just kind of moist, it's fine. I guess we'll find out soon if we can actually grow trees in hell. I don't think so, but we'll find out. Speaking of find out, what were you playing today, if I can ask? A fair bite, true, yeah. And there goes the ocean refilling. I'm already back up to 45 FPS. It's pretty good, actually. Oh, Fellowship, right. I think that's what you were playing last time you came by. Without the MMO bits. Is that co-op or like just a single player thing? There's another game that is Imperium of the something or another, can't remember, which is more or less just like an open world space game in the vein of EVE Online, but minus the part where it's EVE Online. It's like somebody made X, but like X, as in like the series of spaceship games X, but in like top down, I guess. I'm trying to think what the name of that game was. It's Imperium of the something or another. It's got a very like nonsensically long name, like unnecessarily long name. Something Galacticum, maybe. Ah, Astrox Imperium. That's what it is. This thing. This thing. So it's again just like a single developer making it, but like if you just like hit me in the head and told me this was an EVE Online screenshot, like I'd believe you. But like the actual gameplay itself, very EVE Online looking. But it's like, you know, space game. Actually, now that I think about it, if somebody made like Star Sector, but looks like EVE Online, I would be super down. It's Tiger birthday tonight? So you celebrate Tiger birthday? There's a very silly website, which a podcast I listen to cites every episode, which is the National Holiday Calendar. Most of them are just paid for sponsored events. It'll be like the Ritz Crackers Day. Go eat Ritz Crackers, sponsored by Ritz Crackers Day kind of thing. But most of them are like just random shit that somebody decided to add. So if you want like a pointless, doesn't actually matter, not real holiday to celebrate, that's your place to go. Have I seen or played Stellaris? It's kind of hard to exist in a society where you play niche strategy games and not have seen Stellaris. Yeah, I've seen Stellaris. Have I played it? Not since like the very first ever version before they patched it. So I played a different video game. Didn't really like it. Yeah, but that would be a first-person game. I kind of don't want to play a first-person space game. If I'm gonna play a first-person space game, then I want it to have the flight model of Elite Dangerous, and none of them have the flight model of Elite Dangerous. Basically, like, if it's a first-person space game, I want it to feel really fucking good. And like, I've played the like various versions of Elite. I've played Elite, which is the open source original Elite. I've played various iterations of Star Citizen when it's had free-to-play weekends in the past. Not in a long time, admittedly. And they always just feel like shit to fly. Like, I played X Rebirth and refunded it because, like, the actual flight model just felt bad. Yeah. It's the same reason I don't play MechWarrior Online, but, like, I'll play MechWarrior Mercenaries every now and again, is because Mercenaries has enough mods to make it incredible. But, like, I don't want to play the multiplayer one because it just doesn't feel good. So, like, if you make a top-down game that's also a space game, I will forgive a lot of control blehness, you know? It's 12 gigs, quick Google search, that weighs about... That seems like a lot of kilograms. Bane. Also, I love how you and Bane were going down the same rabbit hole simultaneously. Wander. I hope Wander's not in an ad now. Wander might be in an ad now. I upload one... single video I upload is 15 gigs. I've uploaded 25,000 videos. The average weight of a 5 terabyte SSD is 9 ounces, so roughly 211 pounds or 96 kilograms of videos in your career. Yeah? Makes me wonder how much my VOD channel would weigh. Because those are like 30 gigs of video. Jeez. If it's a first-person game, it has to feel like a spaceship. If it's like a third-person or a top-down spaceship game, I don't care. Nope, it's 10x to the power of minus 20. Okay, sure. That seems light. I like the average weight of a 5 terabyte hard drive. That seems more believable. Although I will say that I have, I guess you could like massively inflate. Although wouldn't you have to like start based on the weight of the average hard disk when you started? So like, humor me here. If you started like making YouTube content in like 2012, then it would be the average weight of an SSD then versus what it is now. I don't know, I feel like those numbers have shifted quite a bit. So now I want to try something slightly different. I'm going to drain 2 places. We're going to drain this first, because draining this doesn't hurt my frame rate as much. And then we're also going to drain it into hell. So give the water actually enough places to go, basically. So we'll drain into hell first, because that gives us all of this. Do you think that this is going to grow moss? That's going to be interesting to find out. Okay, so we'll pull you first. You down to here. Okay, kill this whole fort with 1 lever right about now. And then you. So this and this, and see if this is easier or harder on the frame rate, and also if there's much difference in the distance that the water go. All right, there it goes. So that's part 1. Oh, frame rate, I hardly knew ye. Wait, sorry, that was chat's line. Hell's finest plump helmets. Helmets! I guess it depends on where YouTube stores their videos at this point. I'm kind of amazed that, like, the actual ejection of water isn't bigger. Although maybe that's because of the The fact that it's only going through a 1x1 hallway. Like if I widen it, maybe that would make it bigger. Has Dwarf pulled lever number 2? Nope. All right, Krampus. Got a very important task for you. Not to be confused with Krampus Jr. Cheers. Thank you very much for the raid again. It's very kind of you, Wander. It's very, very kind of you. Actually gets surprisingly quiet around these parts sometimes. Random person adds me from a Discord I don't ever go in. I think it's fitting that Krampus here is haggard. Hit escape. Windshield. Hit settings. Use classic ASCII glyphs. Click. You want to turn it back? Hit escape. Hit settings. Click. You could also install a graphical tile set. There's one on the Steam Workshop that I'm aware of called Neo Dwarf. And set that as the graphical tile set that the game uses. You could alternatively install a separate ASCII tile set as well. And that would give you access to 2 tile sets again in this version. I think that also would, in theory, work in the free version, but I haven't tested it. So opening this up historically actually increased the frame rate pretty considerably. But we'll see. Because it gave the water more space to drain into. That looks like a fish. It's kind of rad. Oh, wow, we did in fact kill the agitated manta ray. Okay, so currently there's 1 agitated aquatic creature. Just gonna train up all these and slaughter them so we can get some more agitated aquatic creatures. Because if I could, like, somehow get extremely lucky and, like, catch an agitated, or maybe not catch, but at the very least see, like, an agitated whale or something, I'd be so happy. Okay, so we're at... Frame rate's dropping because I was in a menu which bumped me back up to 60. Up to 20 FPS. Historically, when this area here would drain, and this would all drain, the frame rate would then go back up to about 40, but we'll see. I haven't tried in the premium version, but as far as I know, it would be about as easy as copy pasting. It's moving towards the big whoosh. Oh, I swear, like this fish trying to attack me through the caverns is really funny. It's right above the big whoosh. You gonna fall? Oh my god! Oh my god! We got an agitated fishy! He's trying to fight me. It's not gonna work. Now he's drowning. Not very smart. He's found the stairs. Oh man, that's actually really cool. So what I need to do is I need to fill this up down here with cage traps. Because in theory... Okay, I want to know what happens if I close this. What happens to that poor fish? Lots of creatures don't need oxygen. No demons need oxygen. No forgotten beasts need oxygen. A lot of the necromancer experiments don't need oxygen. So can any of them? Absolutely, lots of them. If there's one you have in mind specifically, you'd have to be a bit more specific. So theoretically, this would drown it. So I could reflood it. See if I can get it down into the further tunnel. This is kind of like... Oh, so flooding functioning is flooded for is possibly. No, it's not. Because in your fortress, your friendly critters will not path through water that is deeper than 4 out of 5 or 4 out of 7. So if the water is deeper than 4 out of 7, even if the entirety of your fortress population is made up of creatures that can breathe underwater, they will cease to path through your fortress. So no, not really. Unless you mod your game so that something doesn't need oxygen and is aquatic. Because only things that have the aquatic tag will path through the ocean or water. And I'm pretty sure that vampires, even though they don't need oxygen to survive, will just kind of like short circuit and stand at the bottom of an ocean until they learn how to swim, at which point they'll still just kind of stand there. Because I tested that once. They just kind of get upset and sit cross-legged on the floor and cry. That's kind of what I'm thinking. Elder Druid. The thing is, I would need to actually have access to sand, which kind of right now I don't really. Well, I kind of do. Not really, but... Dumb question. Will a fish drown in a cage? Because I don't really know if I want to go about making glass, but actually, I probably have sandbags somewhere. 1, 2, 3. I kind of do. Does the cage contain water? That's not the question. Don't ignore the question. Let's go. Do I want to risk this? No, I really don't. I really don't want to risk that. I don't think that's worth it. Up here, though. You can't stop what about a fish might not drowning? Well, I mean, if you think about it, bodies don't rot in a cage because they're like suspended in time, basically. So wouldn't that also like sort of be similar enough to, you know, putting a fish in a cage? One of the things I like about Dwarf Fortress S-Tier is the fact that it takes a lot of fantasy tropes and reuses them, but it presents them completely differently than the way a lot of people are used to. And I actually really like that about Dwarf Fort. it doesn't feel like another copy-pasted Tolkien. It feels like its own unique thing. Even though it uses a lot of the same kind of iconography and names of things, you know? Like, it has kobolds, but Dwarf Fortress's idea of kobolds is completely different than, like, you know, D&D's idea of kobolds. Super duper drowned a dwarf in here. Unintentionally. Oops. There ain't nothing cute about him. The cute bolds is definitely a, like, fetishized fan take. And you know what? More power to him. If that's what makes you happy, go nuts. But that ain't got nothing to do with kobolds and Dwarf Fort. Ugly fucking little creeps. Their desire to steal everything that's shiny. They're like less apologetic corvids. Stupid. Stupid creatures. If not friend, then why friend shape? Why is your friend shaped like a tiny little reptilian, like, thief? And they ain't even cute like a bearded dragon. Just ugly little freaks. Disgusting creatures. Speaking of, some migrants have arrived. Corvids are pretty cool. But they can also be assholes. I don't know. I like to just give people who are weirdly obsessed with kobolds a hard time because I think it's funny, but I don't know. Live your life. It's just not my headcanon. Now, this is what I'm talking about. I was about to say nice little migrant wave. Actually, this one's pretty big, so I shouldn't call it that. But a good-sized migrant wave. Found a post in the discussion in 2010 where someone said that they regularly catch sharks, lampreys, and other sea creatures. So you want to know what's happened since 2010? In Dwarf Fort? A lot of creatures have been added to the game. So in 2010, like if you go back to versions, like earlier versions, like in 2010, and you settle on an ocean, you'll almost immediately see different creature types. And the reason for that was back in 2010, in the pre-34D era, might even actually be older, creatures were not limited to locations based on like local populations. They were limited to locations based on arbitrary predeterminations of like how like many of this creature exists in this world. Not even. It was just like a this is an ocean. It has this in it. This is a desert. It'll have this in it. The way the game works now is every region, and I'll show you in the overworld, every region, so like this is a region. This region has X amount of population of whatever a forest has. So like X amount of birds, and whether or not it's wilderness or untamed wilds, it'll have different kinds of birds. X amount of wilderness creatures, small birds, bunny rabbits, the things that you see in forests. If the population of that type of creature depletes in this area, then those creatures will die off. So this map right now is made up of half of this forest, but also this ocean. Certain types of ocean creatures only exist at certain depths. So some creatures need really deep oceans to even appear. Some only appear in evil oceans. Some only appear in good aligned oceans. Some only appear in untamed wilds oceans. And some only appear in calm oceans. And so water depth matters. And because water depth matters, this actually isn't that deep of a water. So in order to get like giant squids or like sea monsters, which I bet you nobody in chat here has ever seen, or whales, you need deep-ass water. And there's probably only like 4 of them in each region. And regions for an ocean is, in most cases, the ocean. Like, this is all the water of apexes. So this water of apexes has a limited population for the entire ocean of all of those creatures. So the odds that you're going to see them versus the land creatures is extremely low. Because of just how the overworld works now. Now, in this system's defense, it is much better for land creatures because you don't just like completely deplete the populations and then they all just disappear very quickly like they did previously. Like in a lot of older versions of the game, there was issues where like, I need to look at something out of curiosity because this is not underwater anymore. So shouldn't you be drowning? Guess not. Like there might be 3 dozen of this particular type of fish in this region. But that's good because you get more variety on the surface. You get more localized variety. It makes the surface creatures more believable. But for things like oceans, when it's just one giant region for the entirety of the ocean, you are kind of limited on what you're going to see and whether or not you're even going to see them. Like I literally have never seen a sea monster in this game. They exist, but I've never seen one. Like if I open up the wiki, type in sea monster, or sea serpent as well. Sea monsters exist. They exist in any ocean that is... Aren't they like... Okay, it claims any ocean, but according to this, it claims only evil oceans. So I assume only evil oceans. Sea monsters are gigantic. Like, I've never seen one. They supposedly exist. They're super mean and will allegedly like pull dwarves off of walls or floors if they're on like sea level. Like they'll reach out and go and just like rip them down. It's like a crab whale with tentacles. Of course they do. Yeah, I mean there's also sea serpents, which also I haven't seen. These apparently lay eggs, which is crazy. These will just exist in any savage ocean. They even have a friggin' portrait. How many times do you think that's shown up? But yeah, combine that with the fact that you can't settle entirely on oceans in the vanilla game. It is... Like, the reason you haven't seen posts since 2010 is since, like, 2011, it's been very difficult. Whenever 34D came out, it has been very difficult to find more of the variety of creatures in a fort. So, like, you know, like, people joke about mermaids all the time, and to which I always say, good luck finding them. Because they only appear in deep oceans. And not only do they only appear in deep oceans, but they only appear in deep oceans that happen to have... They only appear in deep oceans that are like joyous wilds. So first off, good luck embarking on a deep ocean. Second, good luck embarking on a deep ocean that also happens to have that population, that also happens to be joyous wilds. And then they have to decide to wander under the map, which they may or may not, because dwarves are scary. And the same goes with all the deep sea creatures. So whenever I see sharks or anything, I'm like just kind of excited because like it's one of the reasons why I'm excited whenever Tarn mentions things like, you know, we're going to go back to working on the overworld generation stuff, because that is just one of those artifacts of the overworld generation that is extremely out of date. Underwater fort when? Literally never. Well, isn't this technically an underwater fort? Not to be like dealing with semantics or anything, but like, isn't this basically that? Or is like as close as you can get to that? Because, like, this is ocean. We is beneath ocean. So how would you make a fort specifically designed to spawn them? You don't. You settle on a deep ocean and get really lucky. And you could settle on the deepest of deep oceans and see none of them. It happens to depend if they are in that area. Like, I've settled on oceans and played for weeks and not once seen a singular, like, ocean-based animal. Like, I guess, like, what I need you to understand is it is extremely random. You have almost no control over it, and it's entirely up to chance. Unless you just go into DF hack and spawn them. Like, force them to appear. Like, if you just use, like, the many animals command, then sure. But that's, like, not a vanilla thing. Like, actually, how do you make them appear? Go into your raws and delete all the vanilla animals that exist on land. And then generate a world. And then you'll probably see a bunch. Because the game will make up for those populations with ocean populations. That's actually probably the way that you do it. But I'm trying to just, like, trying to make myself clear that there isn't a way to consistently spawn them. You just kind of gotta get lucky. Period. But yeah, Mooncat, I'm not sure what more you want from me. Just like real life? Actually, I'm pretty sure that if you killed a lot of the surface creatures in real life, the ocean would suffer, but... Alright, so something I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go... No. To wherever I put that clothing stockpile. Right here. And just say quality. We'll only do exceptional and higher quality. And then right here, we're actually going to throw all those things out. And then I'm going to go to, no, not you. I'm going to go here. Finished goods. Well, I mean, including humans, sure. A devilish, but I wasn't really thinking including humans. But fair play. Suddenly there's a lot of dwarves walking everywhere. It's time to get rid of a lot of pants. But the idea of actually trying to make one is kind of intriguing. Deep Embark. Your only real option is the caverns. Someone would need to make a custom map because nothing floats. So you'd need to do a deep embark or an embark anywhere and then just like immediately summon obsidian and hope that there's a shallow enough spot that you could actually make like an obsidian tower. Because there is no way to really do that in vanilla, and even then you might still die. Why are dwarves throwing pants into lava? Because these are all low quality and or damaged. Most of them are low quality, but most of them are both. We're disposing of poor quality clothing. All right, Zas. Get out of the military because you clearly hate it. Mothcat, what squad are you in? Let's put somebody else in here. Zephon. Well, I suppose it's time, chat. Are you ready? No response? Okay, I guess chat's not ready. Thousands of tattered clothing? Just sell it. I don't actually consider, like, trash disposal, like, an issue. It's like, if I don't take the garbage out for 6 years, I would also have a lot of trash everywhere. But this is, like, turns out a very easy and pretty quick way to just deal with a bunch of trash. Is just set up one of these, and then the unowned pants just get chucked. Also the owned ones, too, which is fine. You're ready, chat? You sure? Okay. Okay. Glowy Hex. The Stunned Monster. What about you up here? The Afflicted Midnight. I like the idea of Sin Spider. There they go, chat. I hope that you're ready. Because the dwarves are off to raid Sin Spider. Fully kitted out in adamantine and steel. Named items in their midst. I mean, hell. This dwarf has slain many demons. Wait, really? That's the route they're choosing? I don't really want them taking that route. So I'm actually going to get rid of these. Hold up. Let's see if they will take the proper route that I want them to take. Nope. No, they will not. Okay, well, fine. I wanted them to leave through the caverns, but I get you. I guess this is just more direct. This is what I'm concerned about. You better get over the dizziness. So if you don't come back, that armor is expensive. I'll charge your family for it. Yo, you were in ads. I'm sorry, 409. All right, chat. How do you figure that siege goes? I think they're all going to die, and I'm going to cry. But, could go anyway. Meanwhile, down in the underworlds, I'm going to build a library. Never mind, I'm not going to build a library, but I am going to permit the construction of a lot of things again that we'd stopped working on. Mostly clothing. Where's all these crundles at? Holy shit, that's a lot of crundles. We have a lot of faith that a lot of blood will be spilled during the raid. I don't know how much faith that is, how wise it is to have that amount of faith in such a thing, but let's just dig in over here. Well, they could die, or they could all get captured. Both of these things are true. All of this water's still draining. That I'm gonna need to refill again. Wait, what? Huh. Well, that's awkward. I was wondering why I had a bunch of dwarves disappear. Turns out they somehow managed to drown in my well, and I don't even know how that happened. So, yeah, that sucks. I genuinely have no idea how that happened. That's all I got. I have no idea. I guess what this actually means is I desperately need a better... a better well system. All right, they've returned. I'm not going to go for spoilers. Okay. So this was old. That was old. Raid. They snuck into the seduction of worlds of the afflicted midnight and stole treasure. Got 25 silver arrows, a sulfurite pedestal, a beak dog leather water skin, dingo leather glove, a nice coffer. Nice. And a copper cap, as well as a fellite amulet and a nice table. They didn't even sense us. All right. Let's go here, loot other items. Send them back out. They're going to go steal some livestock, or try at the very least. Anyway, these were all the dwarves who drowned in my well. Once again, I'm not entirely sure how this happened. But I'm going to drain this well completely and we're going to fix it. I don't know how I feel about the fact that Tarn drowned in my well, but he did. Granted, there was a point there where I did lock a bunch of dwarves in there because there was a were creature. And also another dwarf somehow managed to just drown in there just now, so, you know. Another one for the pile. I did lock everybody in the hospital with a were creature at one point, so I guess, like, you know, I kind of did it to them myself. Lovely. Okay, let's just make this safe. Would it be really bad? Well, they would destroy every single workshop table and piece of furniture every single full moon. So if you think that would be bad, then yeah. If you don't think that that would be bad, then I have to ask, what's wrong with you? But simply put, yeah. Yeah, that would be really bad. Basically, you would have to completely separate them from any and all furniture. And then for one day a month, things will get really rowdy. Different kinds of werebeasts will fight amongst each other. Werebeasts that aren't different, so ones that are like the same species of werebeast, won't fight amongst each other. But they'll still break random furniture for no reason, unprompted. So like if you have 40 were-elephants and 3 were-raccoons, the were-raccoons and the were-elephants will kill each other. But they'll still just topple random workshops and shit. The only thing that seems to stop them from doing that is, in my experience, and from what I've seen in YouTube videos and such, is if you have them dancing, or if they're actively dancing, then they won't hurt each other. Or alternatively, if they're like completely separated from everything else. So you basically just like are willingly accepting that you have to run 2 separate fortresses, which is, I don't think it's worth it. Like, they're strong, sure, but they're not controllable at all when they're in were form. And they're not that strong that it's really worth doing, in my opinion. Let's see how this second siege went. We went and raided once more. They snuck in undetected. They searched the place. The abyssal depth was stolen, and the forces of the Jaw of Sharks freed the human Nusby praise camp from the mischief and the foggy menace of the afflicted midnight, meaning we just freed a human. Who's this guy? Okay. Interesting. I'm going to allow visitors. Long enough for you to get inside and be safe. Because you're 63 years old. But if this human joined the faction, I have a fuck ton of gear that they could equip. There's so many god items and things. Like specifically large pieces of gear. The Goblin Bone Crown? Yeah, I think he's friend. I mean, he's killed 2 goblins. As for why, we don't really know. Let's see what other prisoners they has. And also, the Abyssal what now? Actually, what I could, well, don't actually know where they re-entered the map. It's probably up here again, right? Unless it was a book. Yeah. So it must be under written content. I actually don't know. Well, let's send them back out. As it has already begun. A large thong? Oh yeah, no, I have a large god material thong. I can't remember what it was, but exactly. But this thing? I mean, if I just type in metal, see, I've got a long singing metal skirt, a singing metal thong, a large metal mask, got 2 large bright metal gauntlets, I've got twisting metal and multicolored intricate low boots. I've got twisting metal armor, clear blue toga. Like, if this person wanted to join, I'll be honest with you, I'm kind of game. Because holy shit, they'd be a frickin' marauder. An unkillable specter, practically. This man replace my monarch? I mean, nobody can replace my monarch unless somebody replaces my monarch. So no. No, he cannot, in fact, replace my monarch. Because, like I said, nobody can replace my monarch. Because only my monarch can replace my monarch. What if I did this? I don't know. Undeath. Because, like, isn't that one of those, like, it depends responses? Like, it depends on the weight of the arm. Because, like, they'll improve strength just by carrying something heavy. So it would depend on the weight of the armor combined with the skill of whoever they're training with, combined with the frequency that they're willing to train. Like, I don't actually know if that's an answerable question without, like, just looking at math. Like, Tarn could probably tell you that with, like, querying the code, but Putnam maybe could tell you that with the querying of the code, or, like, digging into DFHack, but personally, I have no idea. Like, genuinely, I don't have a clue. I wish I could tell you, but I do not have a clue. Oh, also, we've more than doubled the daily minimum today, so I just want to say thank you, chat. Can you find dwarf-sized god equipment? You used to, and then one day you stopped, and then chat informed me of a bug of it being impossible to find that. I'm not exactly sure when that started, but for a while now, it's been a bit where, like, you don't really, unless it's a weapon, you don't really get dwarf-sized god equipment. Which is annoying. Honestly. I wonder. Well, seems like a pretty good addition, actually, to this little room here that I'm building. Okay, so you, Link, Quartzite, Quartzite's lava safe. Give it a pull when you're done. It might have been turned off. Well, then you've officially done 100% more research on the subject than I have, but I've also had dwarves train their attributes, like, up to legendary with nothing but hauling boulders, so admittedly, the last time I paid attention to that was quite a while ago, so who knows? But like I said, I'm not the person to ask. I don't know. I don't pay attention to such things generally. But I have a question. Why do you have a dwarf in full armor that's not training in the military? I mean, I once had a child hit, like, absolutely inexhaustible by doing nothing but walking around with, like, a bunch of lead jewelry on. I know that, like, once they're a night creature or a necromancer, they can't gain attributes like strength. But I don't know. Like, genuinely, like, that's the only response I can give you is, I don't know. I would say that would be a question for Putnam or, like, the people on the DFHack Discord, because they're doing more poking into the numbers of that. I'm sorry, I've never done such a thing in my life. Buena. And neither has that dwarf, I'm sure. Oh, man. That's been a while. I just got a... Dwarf Fortress is not responding on a load screen. That's how you know it's been time. Nooshby Praise Camp. I also like to praise camp, especially when we make camp. Wishes to reside in the fortress for the purpose of sanctuary. You'll love to see it. And my squad returns. Let's see how this raid went. So I now have one human in the fort. They snuck in undetected once again. They freed another human. This one's named Stibsu Windwims from Menace Chief, the foggy menace of the afflicted midnight. Let's go again. Let's see if they can keep freeing captives. This one is a human swordsman with a big-ass sword. Dude, look at this guy's sword. Okay, this is maybe one of the funny... Okay, hold on. I just gotta do this because I think this guy looks really funny. Just look at this human, chat. Just look at this human. Let me just grab the thing that I just did. Just look at this man. This is gonna be a super zoomed version of this man. He's just like me. Minus the part where he's bald. Chat, I think we found Cringer. Just a funny looking dude with big ass sword. What a chat, exactly, right? Was Hole Shadows the abyssal depth? Okay. Oh, that's so fucking funny looking. It's Caillou, but grown up. I think this man gets a one-way ticket to hell. I mean, an invitation to join the fortress if you so desire. Definitely, yeah. Looks like your father-in-law, complete with giant sword. It's a shame that he drops his sword. Now, I'm assuming... that they can't be added to the military just yet. No, they can't. Peasants, on the other hand, can. I do need them to join the fortress proper first. How many... Just don't tell the newbies to look at the gravestone piles, okay? Because we got several. Is he compensating for something? Probably his lack of hair. I mean, that's the best thought that I have. Most likely his lack of hair. I need to make a hotel hell. That's something I need to make. Man, a lot of these dwarves just need like a second cabinet for all the clothing that they have. I remember that not being a thing for a minute, though, Brahms. Right, what Insulina said. Yeah, no, like, that was basically, like, not removed from the game, but significantly lowered after the premium version came out. Also, hey, Brahms, it's good to see you. By the way. Here's hoping you're not in an ad when I'm being polite, but It's happened to me before. You immediately get a hotel ad? Excellent. They know. This is what we call synchronized marketing. I don't think that's what they call that. I think that's what they call brand. No, not brand awareness. It's certainly not good marketing. I don't know. Now, if you got an ad for Hotel Hell, that would actually be peak. Why were some of the bedrooms red? They're paused when your soldiers leave the map, and then your soldiers reclaim them when they come back. Because for a while, when soldiers would leave the map, they would lose access to... they would lose access to their bedroom. And then... It's the Popo. And an ambulance. Hot damn. Anyway, they used to lose access to their bedrooms, and then there was a brief period of time where Tarn fixed it, but what he actually did was he broke it worse. So instead of the dwarves losing access to their bedrooms, they kept them, but also when they died. So then you had to manually unassign bedrooms, which was hell. And now it's fixed. And I mean like for good, not bad, for good. And the fixed version of this problem is now instead of... dwarves losing access to their bedrooms, they keep access to their bedrooms, which is really nice. And on top of that, they also on top of keeping access to their bedrooms, they now also don't keep them when they die. So that's what happened. Well, that's interesting, Brahms. What, is there a particular reason for it, or are you one of the folks who got like hung up on the hotkeys? Because yeah, you used to be here a lot more frequently. Actually, why don't I just do this? You've been terminally addicted to Factorial. Okay. And here I was expecting yeah, I didn't like the version or thought it looked ugly or something. And it's like, nope, just it's been 5 years and I've played nothing but Factorio. I mean, hey, the factory must grow, okay? I will say, if you ever choose a time to come back, the game's in a really fucking good spot right now. Even if the only thing you really factor into the current state of the game is how well it runs. Like, it still amazes me a little bit just how well Dwarf Fortress runs now. Tarn was stoked about. Oh, yeah. I mean, there's always, like, something else that Tarn's gonna be stoked about. Honestly, like, I think my favorite part of that last interview that I did was just Tarn mentioning that, like, the dyes thing was largely Steph, his wife, stewing, like, she made that happen. It's like, oh my god, it went from being, like, Zack and Tarn's, like, family project to being Zack and Tarn plus Kit Fox's project to now back to being Zack and Tarn's family project plus Kit Fox, and it's kind of, I don't know, oddly adorable to me. The Duke Deller, aka Elf, meets with the human chancellor, Adril, and they say, "Greetings, noble dwarf. There's much to discuss. It's a pleasant place you've carved out for yourselves." All right, well, cool. Not that you really trade with me anymore. Let's see what the next raid did. Snuck in undetected. They found nothing. Okay, so I found all of the acquirables. Let's go here. Just don't loot other animals. I don't need other animals. We're now gonna go loot bad sprays. It's just like a spray from Counter-Strike, except it's just a middle finger. It's a bad spray, guys. Like, you could do better than that. Childish and immature and not funny. They must be stealing them from the goblins. That's usually the case. Thanks for the 50 pennies. Thanks for the how-to vids. No problem, dude. Happy to help. Glad you found them useful. Tarn seems stoked a lot these days, which is good to see. I mean, like, if you put yourself into Tarn's position, it makes sense why he's stoked, you know? Like, more or less, with a few, like, fringe features and, like, some keyboard control things aside, like, Dwarf Fortress is basically feature complete to where it was, more or less, pre-Steam. He's adding new stuff in, and he's basically been funded for life. Like, it would be wild if they ran out of money again. So, I mean, I too would be stoked if I was in his position. Like, I'm funded, but I'm not funded for, like, life funded, you know? Like, at any given point, I have, like, 6 months before I need to, like, start doing subathons. Which, admittedly, pretty good state to be. I ain't complaining. But, at the same time, let's just let this fill up. He is literally living the dream? Yeah! He's living and it feels like a dream. I'm gonna go see if there's more adamantine I can go get. Which basically means I need to go to right there and just floor that off. Yeah, I mean, it's not quite New Year's, but we're getting there. Jamie Smash TV. I still give Zach and Tarn $10 a month, but I think if you actually, like, look at my position in this game, I'm not really a donator. I'm more just, like, saying thanks. Thanks for the living, boys! It's mostly all me. But that's because, you know, I'm in a unique position alongside of this game. But, yeah, I do still give Dwarf Fortress $10 a month. Mostly because I can. It would be weird to stop now. Did you ever, well, I assume you probably didn't. Kit Fox, alongside of the collector's edition thingy that they're making, are including a little booklet which has photographs of a bunch of people's drawings that they got from Zach and Tarn. I really hope that gets sold separately at some point. Like, I would love to just buy, like, a coffee table book full of Zach and Tarn drawings. Ah! What's up, Hobo?
Yeet.
It's good to see you, mate. Hopefully you're doing well. Well, maybe through PayPal. I never went through PayPal. I only ever went through Patreon. I'll bet you could ask Tarn and he would probably tell you if you were. An alpaca wool left glove was stolen by Urist. You know what? Urist, you can keep it. I'm sorry, Theropod Demon Eye Roast? Eesh. It's gnarly sounding. $13-hour shift, the preparation for the new Yi, I suppose. Squatties is back. Sent another raid. They must have taken a cave through the ocean. Magical sabers slipped into bad sprays undetected by the terrors of the afflicted midnight. The forces of the magical jaw searched the place, and the tapered column, the frightful impunity, was stolen. The future mourns. Oh man, that's kind of a bit real. Dark Fortress, further musings. The fortress exposed, and from the Abbey of Mining was stolen. The study of the fortress was stolen. More Juggler Notch was stolen. From the Livid Citadel, oh, that's a good name. The truth about the Dark Fortress, and it must have been Immortality, stole it. And Untitled was also stolen. Just looking for monasteries with a lot of artifacts. See if there is many. Dark Goblin Pits. Torment of Joining. That one only has 200 population. I'm sorry, the name of this site government is the hate of stabbing. I'm gonna pillage this location. We're gonna go attack something. It's a 229-page guide. And damn, that's quite the book. Truth about the Dark Fortress. Dark Fortress and further musings. Oh, shit. This is a jet figurine of Puffins. On the item is an image of Puffins in jet. The object menaces with spikes of sapphire and is coated with water. We also have a long iron sword. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is adorned with hanging rings of cobaltite and menaces with spikes of orthoclase and giant bat bone. Cool. Then you state the kobolds are thieves? No, I said the kobolds are disgusting, horrible, terrible thieves. I never said they weren't thieves. Creep, then the future mourns. Man, that's about a Radiohead song, I think. I feel bad that I've managed to kill not one but two of this dwarf's lovers. Had a lover named Kosoth, died. Had a lover named Kadol Darut, died. Their only son who lived here, also a spear dwarf, died. Also that. I don't know. I just read the titles of the books, and 9 out of 10 times I guess the Necronomicon's right, and the one time that I don't, I just, you know, deal with it. Like expel or figure out. It's pretty easy to figure out what book it is, just by eyeballing the recent things that dwarf learned. I don't know. I kind of like the risk of it. But, I mean, if you don't find it fun, then don't. That's totally fair. I mean, the one thing I really use DF hack for is quick save, you know? And just like clear smoke to speed the game up. That's basically it. Sometimes I'll do a death cause if I want to confirm myself correct in a suspicion. Also, for those of you who haven't seen it yet, I did build a tavern in hell, and am building more stuff in hell. And the reason I just did that was because I wanted to check this out of curiosity. No map loaded. Well, Stone Sense still don't like the whole hell thing. And it's good, and that's also why I just saved, because now Dwarf Fortress is crashing.
It's a Unix system. I know this.
No, actually, it's a crashing Linux system. Well, not crashing Linux system, but Dwarf Fort just crashed. So let's try that again. Crash Minix? It's just like it won't boot. I could start that distro very easily, actually. It's like no matter how hard you try, it won't boot. Actually, that's a challenge. Then people would just make it boot. No recompilers, no cheating. Actually, I mean, that's just every single, like, Nix OS install for me, most likely. Although I say that if I just actually follow documentation like I never do, then it might actually be pretty straightforward, but... I'll tell you this. Do you play anything with kernel level anti-cheat? Just... Nix is fascinating, no interest, is me. Let's try this again. Okay, so from what I can tell, Stone Sense won't load and just crashes the game right now. My main suspicion is it's because of the opening into hell, but I'm actually not totally sure why. I'll try it one more time. Which is why I'm saying, do you play multiplayer games with kernel level anti-cheat? Because I don't, and it's not a huge loss for me. But, like, you know, the only reason for why you would want to keep a Windows install right now is, like, if you're playing a shit ton of Battlefield, basically. Like, and even then, like, I look at the requirements for those where they're just like, we insist that you must enable all of this kernel level stuff. And I'm just like, at what point is this too invasive? Like, I realize that, like, cheating in video games is a really big industry, but I think I would rather play a game with some cheaters and just use I can't remember what game it was, but I remember playing a game where it was a free-to-play game, and they had this, like, thing where they just claimed that whenever somebody had, like, an abnormally high, like, kill-to-death ratio, like, impossibly high, like, multiple games in a row without a death, stuff like that, and based on, like, activity and, like, accuracy and whatnot, they would just, like, throw them into a queue with only other cheaters. So, like, you can still play. You're not banned. You just only get to play against the other people using wall hacks and aimbots. Which I realize, like, isn't a perfect system because, like, in the off chance that, like, somebody is just that good, that really sucks. But, like... I wasn't Fall Guys specifically. No, this was definitely, like... This was definitely a first-person or third-person shooter. It's definitely a shooter, but let's try loading Stone Sense again. Just gonna let it load. Yeah, it doesn't seem capable of loading. It just tells me no map loaded, and then the game stops responding. It's got to be because of hell. There's got to be missing assets or something. That sucks. There's high-level ELO. Yeah, and you know that you're good at the game when you smurf your way into the cheaters ELO and then just, like, go fight them. But you can keep... Well, I wouldn't keep a Windows partition. I would just keep a... This is me talking, but if I wanted a Windows install, I would set up my case so that it's easy to open up and just have a M.2 disk with a Windows install and an M.2 disk with my Linux install and then just swap them. Because Windows has this annoying habit of just nuking your BIOS so that your Linux install won't work anymore. Yeah, now the game's not responding. I'm trying to crash, so. Well, I can't stone sense hell. I'm sorry. I kind of wanted to do that. I wanted to know what that looked like, but. You're too dumb to install Linux? You know, with how fucking dead-ass simple it is to install Linux these days, you must be so dumb that I'm impressed that you figured out how to log into a Twitch account. Do you know what an email is? You've seen a phone before, right? Have you ever used a USB stick? Because if the answer to all of these is no, then yeah, I know you definitely can't install Linux. But literally, it's just like make a boot drive and then click next, 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 done. And it's like as simple as like installing Windows. Maybe even easier. It's certainly faster. I mean, just don't install like base Arch or Nix and you're probably fine. Just install like Mint or Pop OS and you are even fucking Cashy if you want to be a little risque and you are totally fine. From 30 floppy disks, that is too many floppy disks. Like, respect, but at the same time, that is way too many floppy disks, man. Like, entirely too many floppy disks. Anyway, at least they're floppy disks and not, you know, sloppy disks. Those are the real scandal. To be fair, that is like 40 megabytes. No, I'm well aware of how many, like, how large of an install that is, but it's just like, you know, it reminds me of when I installed Lord of the Rings Return of the King, the video game, on my laptop, and it was like 3 DVDs. Or no, it was like 6 DVDs, I think, actually. And then in order to play certain levels, you had to insert a different disc. It's like, I remember thinking to myself at the time, like, that is too many discs. That's just the floppy equivalent of that. Yeah, but like for somebody who's self-described as stupid, you saying, I just spin up a virtual machine and run it in a closed Docker container. Like, yeah, of course, you're gonna scare the normies off. Cautious with that. I could name a sacred ore. Is there any dwarf here, Stormwolf, that strikes you as a sacred ore? Could be the sacred or not, but you know. All I'm trying to say really is that installing Linux in 2025, almost 2026, is really fucking simple. And I would actually argue is, at the very least, less humiliating than installing Windows, because you don't have to hand over all of your personal information and photos of all of your genitalia. I mean, what? I mean, sorry, photos of every login face for, like, password. Yeah, that. Is there even still a way to install Windows 11 without a Microsoft account? I'll have you know, Black Wins in YouTube chat, I used a floppy disk last week. You create your own local admin user and password. How crazy? No, the reason I ask is because like I remember somebody saying that they removed like the ability to create an offline account, but oh, unless you're talking about Linux, in which case, yeah. You did it last month? Well, that's good. Although a lot can happen in a month, and I'm pretty sure I heard this within the last month, but I could be mistaken. It was a command line thing. I would argue that that is harder than setting up a Linux install. Like creating an offline Microsoft account is probably more effort. I need to actually look up the steps for that, but in the last month, well, maybe Hobo was one of the last local admin accounts. The final local admin account. I'll definitely say this. Having accidentally bricked my install for Linux in the last month, which I did do, and fixed it, I think it's probably easier to also reinstall and delete Linux, because it took me about half a year to fully uninstall Windows 11, because I kept finding like hidden files. Like months later, I ended up having to just format a drive because I was like, I can't fucking delete all these. They're like hidden within folders, within folders, within folders. Even once I'd like moved over to Linux. I'm not gonna lie, aren't they kind of already there? Dopamine 1X? Like the thing is, the only thing they're charging for right now is OneDrive, which nobody cares about. And I guess Office 365. I should be naming this dwarf. Stormwolf, did you select one? Let's see, scrolling up here. Iden strikes you. Okay. Hopefully not in the head. Stormwolf, the sacred ore of the Coven of Squids, the god of rain, by the way. She is impervious to the effects of stress and strongly prefers discussions of ideas and abstract concepts over handling specific practical issues. She is easily moved to mercy and likes to brawl and has a sense of duty. She is quick to anger and takes offered help and gifts without feeling particularly grateful. And she has a tendency towards forming deep and emotional bonds with others, and is curious and eager to learn, and generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity, and has a certain stare for when she gets annoyed, needs alcohol to get through the working day, and does not mind being outdoors at least for a time. You know, it's something, I'll babble about Linux in a hot second here. I just want to finish reading this. It wasn't for me, it was for your aunt, but then we bought, wait, why'd you buy Office? That's like paying for WinRAR. But rip, I suppose, especially if it's for work. Personally views decorum as a high ideal and is deeply offended by those that fail to maintain it. Has a negative view of those who exercise power over others and sees sacrifice as wasteful and foolish. Values peace over war and dislikes cooperation. And finds those that deny their impulses somewhat stiff. Finds introspection to be a waste of time and does not really value skills related to fighting. Dreams of raising a family. I guess I just maintain at this point that if you used a computer before the year 2015 or whenever Windows 10 came out, modern Linux kind of feels like being right at home. Like it's easier to use than modern Windows in my opinion, but that's just because of the era of computing that I'm used to. Anyway, he likes phalite brass and black pyrope and sloth bone and phantom spider silk and the color yellow-green and bolts and quivers and scepters and anvils and embers monsters for their horrifying features. I like how you like the demons down below. For their horrifying features and the sound of the heliotrope embrace, and when possible prefers to consume knuckleworm and maize beer and absolutely hates burning maggots. And is corpulent and has low cheekbones. She has a pet cavy, or did until it died, and Tavern Keeper by day, Dwarf Brain Keeper by night, and is a proud member of the fort. Be merciful but quick to anger. Gets angry, but forgives. You know? I mean, she's a religious leader, so of course she's gonna be a bit of a narcissist. You had to reinstall on your mother-in-law's laptop on Sunday, and it took over 2 hours because her laptop is over a decade old. Something that the like Windows to Linux jump that has been the most amusing to me was my little sister buying a new laptop, complaining at me that it was too slow, even though by all counts its specs should have been much faster. Me suggesting to my little sister's husband, why don't you just throw Linux on it? And then him going, huh? And then installing Linux and being like, yeah, so now it's on all of our computers. Because, like, none of them, like, play games with kernel-level anti-cheat. They mostly just use them as, like, word processors for the most part. With, like, a little bit of games here and there, but it's all, like, you know, pretty low-key stuff. And it's, like, this lower-end laptop that my little sister bought for word processing specifically went from taking like 5 minutes to turn on to starting up in like as quickly as you can open the lid. Like it's kind of a, like, I kind of understand why somebody on a higher powered system that uses a lot of software for work or like just wants the games that they play to work. It makes sense why you would stay on Linux or stay off of Linux for the moment. But like, if you're just using it as a word processor and all you really need is like LibreOffice or like web-based stuff, like why not? Yeah, doesn't WinRAR also have like 4 employees? Like, it's like a family business, is it not? I was reading about this with WinRAR a while ago, and like it kind of shocked me. Sand, powder. So let's see, 6, 11, 12, 14, 15, 23. So we'll do 23 cages, 23 glass cages. Terrarium. 20. Okay, so let's jump up to here. And then I gotta dig through this. I actually don't trust this. Very much do not trust that, actually. I'll have you know, the only way I was able to watch all of the movies that I borrowed from the Swedish Public Library when I was a kid was WinRAR, so I was quite well acquainted with WinRAR for a hot second there. I mean, to be totally fair, I didn't know what tar and gzip was until I started using Linux. So, and I still occasionally scare people who are just like, what kind of file is that? It's like, just, you fucking throw WinZip at it. The magical saber attacked the hate of stabbing of the profane fells, and Amon led the attack, and the defenders were led by the goblin's Aspongus flooded poisons. Amon outmatched the goblin with a cunning plan, and the attackers had a strong positional advantage in Clapped Wraith. They led by the dwarf Amon. They clashed with 5 goblins in Clapped Wraith and slayed them. They struck down the not the leader, but a notable goblin named Ghoulstole. More goblin, more goblin, more goblin. And more goblin. Holy Healed. What a name. The leader of them is dueling with Zenang, who was able to strike down the leader of this little goblin encampment just off our eastern border. They clashed with 5 goblins, slaying them. They clashed with 19 goblins, slaying 9. Slayed the rest. And searched the place and found nothing. All right, folks, it's official. We're at war with the goblins. Dark human pits, dark goblin pits. Send one more squad out. And let's go chain. And there go the soldiers to go invade the goblins once more. I mean, WinZip is like the Kleenex of unzipping a file on Windows. I'm just saying. And some of them die, you also need to make slabs for them. If soldiers just disappear, one of 3 things happened. Thing number 1, your leader sucks and they defected. Thing number 2, they died and were never reported. Thing number 3, they were kidnapped and never reported. So if your soldiers leave and they don't come back, they either died or defected. So they're either traitors, damn right, or they died, in which case, well, get good, I suppose. People often report that as a bug, and it will forever, like, perplex me, because that, as far as I know, is the game working as intended. The part that's a bug is if they don't report it. But as far as I know, that is the game working as intended. The report says that they were struck down. Okay. Oh, wait, hold on. Are you saying that they disappeared or that they were struck down? Because if they were struck down, no, you don't need to memorialize them. Unless a ghost appears, which is really fucking weird. That would be a bug. I just frequently see people complaining that it's a bug that soldiers die off map. And it's like, well, that is the game working as intended, unfortunately, for you. Doesn't change the fact that it can be frustrating, but... And then let's just go back up to here. And then go cage trap. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. This is going to be me trying to catch fish. I used to have an automatic make rock mechanisms task, but definitely expired. The redemption isn't available at the moment, Brahms. I do kind of have to stick with it. Unless a higher tier subscriber gifts one to you, but I've since lowered the requirements. It's every 25 minutes. It was up for about 2 hours, and then Stormwolf got it 18 minutes ago, so... Yeah. I mean, if I didn't have a redemption, every dwarf would be named at all times, and half the stream would be me naming dwarves. It's like, a problem of my own success, I guess. But I have made it cheaper and lower cost than it was before. So, oops, that was not actually something I intended to do. Brahms, what kind of dwarf would you like? Would you like? Lanix here is giving you a dwarf. As my soldiers run out. Some kind of dangerous job. So being a citizen in this fort. They attacked the Foggy Menace at the Afflicted Midnight at Menace Mischief, and Amon led the attack, and the defenders were led by a human named Thram Phantom Grasped. The human's tactical planning was superior to the dwarf Ingush and the golden fords of Veilings, and the defenders had a strong positional advantage. Uh-oh. But it seems that the first human was struck down. Brahms, welcome back. Good to have you, mate. The human Sassir Dynest took down a human. Another human, the Collar Hug, was struck down. Another human was struck down. Is this a human fortress? No. Huh. Okay. Sorry, I canceled that because I wanted to know. But you want someone who's going to die, likely. Does that mean you'd like a miner or a soldier? Because the soldiers probably die the most, although the death rate has gone down a bit since I finished sealing up Hell. Miner works? Okay. That may become dangerous again because I'm currently mining towards another Adamantine Spire. And also I was saying maybe we'd play Songs of Six tomorrow. I think we're just going to do this tomorrow. See if I can finish up this fort. Get some big sieges going. A lot of those humans are getting taken out. Dirty humans living in the goblin tundra. Kafit Loneblood. I'm also looking for things that aren't humans. There's an elf with a goblin name. That's kind of fun. Who's dead now, so rip Mr. Malicewar or Mrs. Malicewar. Another human. Okay, that's the first goblin in this list. Arain? Fern listens, and like that goblin has a elf name. Human named Dinrit, you goddamn Dinrit. Sculpted tundras. The human Thadar immortality circled. That's their goal, you know? An elf with a goblin name once again was struck down. This goblin faction seems to be more human and elf populated than goblin. Pot Nests is the name of this human. What a good name. This is quite the fight. Hey, chat, can I get a round of beers for Brahms, by the way? And then we'll give you a minor. I could also give you military Brahms if you want, but... Cold Jaw. Although you're more likely to die on map if I make you a minor. You won't complain either works. I mean, if you're a minor, you may very well end up with an adamantine pickaxe as well. This was just like a pillage. This is not like an attempt to raise or anything. Holy crap. Oh, and they looted treasure. So for treasure, what'd they get? Bunch of random crap. Well, we're now officially at war with this goblin faction. So that's exciting. And it's time to prepare. But let's see if I can find you a beardy dwarf with a adamantine pickaxe. How about Feb? You're in the military and you're a miner. Brahms, portal pages, would never pass up the chance for a good fist fight, has a strong need to pay back any favor done for him, and he tends to not reveal personal information. He prefers that everyone lives as... He prefers that everyone lives as harmoniously as possible and doesn't mind wearing something special now and again. He doesn't cling tightly to ideas, is open to changing his mind, and does not have a great aesthetic sensitivity. He's conflicted by this as he values artwork and its creation, and doesn't handle stress well, and could be considered rude. He's somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger, and likes to keep things practical without delving too deeply into the abstract. He lives a fast-paced life, and he doesn't try to get things done perfectly. He cackles when he's nervous and needs alcohol to get through the working day, and doesn't really care about anything anymore. He dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, and personally would have the world operate in complete harmony without the least bit of strife or disorder. And values knowledge. He likes native copper and lead as well as yellow sespertine and the color and hazel as well as giant lion leather, moons and picks and greaves and rhinoceros men for their horns and the sight of the silkiness of mirth, and when possible prefers to consume giant cockatiel and seahorse and giant two-humped camel cheese and dwarven beer and rope reeds as well as hates cave spiders. He worships the keeper of blankets and is a proficient axe dwarf. Is he actually wielding an axe? Oh, an iron battle axe. We could do better than that, but... Welcome to the fort in hell. So, chat, I just have to say that the biggest achievement today was that we officially vanquished hell. We have built a wall and an enclosed space in the underworld. We have power in the underworld, coming from the deepest cavern layer, and the ability to flood a chunk of the underworld to find out if it'll grow trees. That's literally the only reason I did this, was to figure out if it would grow trees. And so far, I'm not super hopeful. Alongside of that, we've done a lot of shenanigans, and one of the other shenanigans that we're working on right now is this. This right here goes down and into the edge of this other lava spire. And we're going to see if we can, dig into it. That'll be a plan for tomorrow. And these are all new as of today, by the way. I have to have killed at least 100 dwarves today. At least, maybe more. Because turns out building a fortress in hell is a costly endeavor. But I've been live for 10 hours, and tomorrow's is New Year's. I have a grocery delivery in an hour. I'm going to go take a shower before that, actually. Thank you, chat, for hanging out today. I do have to say big thanks to those of you who were able to tune in today. I will be live tomorrow for the new year. So if you want to scream happy new years at me at some point, I'm sure that would be lovely. No, I literally just said I think we're just going to finish this fort up tomorrow, or try to finish it up tomorrow. I'll do some Songs of Six in the next week or so, but tomorrow I think I'll just play this. because I want to play it. If I want to play it, I should play it. 2 seconds. One thing I would like to remind everybody is, if you haven't yet, tomorrow after stream, I